What's going on? The commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture, surveyed the surroundings and asked expressionlessly in a low voice. Some cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop rushed forth and recounted the entire incident with added gossip. Ha 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 ha. Bald Vulture looked at Su Zimo playfully with a cruel gaze as he laughed in a maniacal manner. It's over. That green-robed cultivator is definitely going to be tortured to death in the hands of Bald Vulture. If I were him, I'd commit suicide right away. At least it'll be an easier death. Many cultivators discussed softly. The commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan, could not help but frown when she heard the recount. The entire incident seemed fishy. It was originally a feud between True Fire and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Or rather, it could be said that it was a private grudge between He Xing and Su Xiaoning. Even though Pang Ming insinuated the spirit lion to injure Su Xiaoning and knock her elixir furnace over while He Xing bullied her, the situation was still within control. It was only after this green-robed cultivator appeared that the situation spiraled out of control completely. It was true that He Xing had attacked first, but the green-robed cultivator's reaction was way too extreme. He killed 2 men right away without giving the other side a chance to explain things. Furthermore, even if he killed He Xing in self-defense, it did not make sense for him to kill the 2 Scarlet Vulture Guards thereafter. Bai Yuhan looked over at Su Zimo instinctively but found herself slightly stunned. He was encircled by 2 guard squads of the capital. He was faced with 2 commanders, and one of them was even the cruel Bald Vulture. Yet, that man did not show any bit of fear at all. In fact, Bai Yuhan could not see a hint of panic in the eyes of that person. He had killed in the capital, and he was even so decisive in killing guards of the capital. Yet, he was calm and composed in the face of this heavy encirclement. Just what sort of backing does that man have? Bald Vulture looked down at Su Zimo from above. Excitement could be seen in his eyes as he said sinisterly, very good, very good. It just so happens that I'm bored during this period of time, and someone offered himself to relieve my boredom. You won't be able to touch me. Su Zimo suddenly spoke, looking at Bald Vulture calmly. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. This man was of a lowly status, and yet he dared to openly challenge the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards. Did he really want to die? Bald Vulture's face darkened. Ever since he took on the position as the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, no one had dared to speak to him like this through the years. Kid, let me tell you, even if the Heavenly King came today, he wouldn't be able to save you, Bald Vulture said coldly. Don't worry. I have 100 ways to make your life a living hell. By the end of it all, you will kneel before me and begging for mercy for me to kill you. Right then, another voice could be heard from afar. You truly wouldn't be able to touch him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure rushing over as fast as lightning. He strode through the air in an extremely fast speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. The man wore a green armor and was tall with a dark, bearded face. He was none other than the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, Mu Dongqing. When the bearded man caught sight of Su Zimo, he shot a look signaling for the latter to be assured. Su Zimo nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Today, it should be the Azure Falcon Guard's turn to rest, and the bearded man should not have appeared here. However, he must have been informed by someone to be able to arrive in time. Sweeping his gaze, Su Zimo found out that Nian Qi was gone and instantly had a hunch about what happened. That last sure is smart. Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The appearance of the bearded man and his statement shocked the onlookers as they could vaguely feel that the situation had changed again. Mu Dongqing, you are on break for today's shift. What are you doing here? Bald Vulture looked at the bearded man and Su Zimo before asking suddenly. The bearded man said in a seemingly casual manner, Nothing much. I came over to take a look, seeing that the commotion had gotten quite big. Fufu. Bald Vulture smiled. It's none of your business here. It's enough that I'm here, you can leave. All right. The bearded man nodded and descended on the ground. Grabbing Su Zimo by the arm, he rose into the sky. He was trying to take Su Zimo away from this place. Bald Vulture's expression changed and his body flashed. appearing before the bearded man instantly. Blocking their way, he asked slowly with a darkened expression, "Mu Dongqing, what's the meaning of this?" "Nothing much." The bearded man stood in front of Su Zimo with no change in his expression. Bald Vulture pointed at the corpses on the ground and sneered. "This person has no eyes for the law and slaughtered people in the capital, even killing 2 of my Scarlet Vulture guards. You want to take him away just like that? Mu Dongqing, aren't you bold?" The bearded man frowned. Suddenly, Su Zimo whispered in his ears and the bearded man's eyes lit up before saying in a deep voice, "Bald Vulture, since He Xing was the one who attacked first, he brought his own death to himself. As for your Scarlet Vulture guards, they had lost their honor and it was a dereliction of duty for them to be biased and failing to notice what had happened. Mu Dongqing, it's Azure Falcon's turn to rest today. You don't have the rights to interfere in the matters here." Bald Vulture's eyes shone brightly and the coldness in his tone intensified. The bearded man said in a low voice, "Today, I'm Mu Dongqing and I don't represent the Azure Falcon Guards. No other Azure Falcon Guards will interfere in today's matters as well. Tisk, TSK, TSK." Bald Vulture suddenly laughed in a sinister manner, making one's hair stand on end. After a moment, the laughter stopped. Slapping his storage bag, Bald Vulture pulled out 2 silver hooks that shone with a frosty, cold glint before saying slowly in an intimidating manner, "If you insist on protecting him, you'll be going against me and the entire Scarlet Vulture Guards. Don't blame me for not showing mercy." Upon hearing that, the Scarlet Vulture Guards in midair withdrew their spirit weapons and glared at the bearded man with fierce, unfriendly expressions. The bearded man fell silent. Bald Vulture was exerting pressure on him using the entire squad. As long as he dared to make any objections, he would be making enemies with the entire Scarlet Vulture Guards. Just when the crowd thought that the bearded man was about to give him, he did not take a single step back and wiped his hand gently across his storage bag. Instantly, a gigantic hammer appeared in his palms, emanating a sturdy and heavy aura. That was tit for tat. "Like I said, you won't be able to touch him today." The bearded man had a burning gaze and the hammer in his hands trembled, radiating with a brilliant spirit light. For spirit patterns shone in a bedazzling manner, attracting a series of surprised gasps. For spirit patterns, it was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Everyone was shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked at the supreme-grade spirit weapon in the hands of the bearded man. On the other hand, no one had expected that the bearded man would make an enemy out of the entire Scarlet Vulture Guards just for that green-robed cultivator. The hammer in the bearded man's hand shone with a bright spirit light. Given the situation, the numerous Scarlet Vulture Guards in midair channeled their spirit energies, causing the dagger axes in their hands to shine brightly while flying swords hovered above the skies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 parties had drawn swords and were on the verge of fighting. To everyone, no matter the reason that started the conflict, things had gone completely out of control by this point and a massive battle was inevitable. With 2 Scarlet Vulture Guards dead, there was no way Bald Vulture was going to back down in front of everyone and would definitely ask for redress. Otherwise, it wasn't just him. The entire Scarlet Vulture Guards would suffer in reputation in the capital after today. The bearded man's attitude right now was just adding fuel to the fire. There was even less reason for Bald Vulture and the Scarlet Vulture Guards to back down. In reality, unlike what everyone thought, Bald Vulture was in a predicament and could neither advance nor retreat. How did Mu Dongqing get his hands on a supreme-grade spirit weapon? Damn it! Bald Vulture cursed internally and an imperceptible look of caution flashed in his eyes. While he was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, he had not gotten his hands on a single supreme-grade spirit weapon through all these years. Given normal circumstances, if both sides were to fight, he would be able to hold down the bearded man while the Scarlet Vulture Guards could suppress that green-robed cultivator with ease. However, the bearded man had suddenly whisked out a supreme-grade spirit weapon. His strength was weaker than the bearded man to begin with. With that additional supreme-grade spirit weapon, Bald Vulture was no match for the bearded man at all. If they truly were to fight, the outcome was uncertain. Right then, Bai Yuhan spoke. Both commanders, if you were to fight in the capital over something so small and cause panic, the both of you might not be able to escape punishment if your majesty decides to pursue the matter. The bearded man and bald vulture were in a standoff with their weapons drawn. Right now, Bai Yuhan was the only one with the rights to speak. The tension between both parties decreased slightly. Bai Yuhan continued, I have a suggestion. The two of you should take a step back and will consult the emperor in the imperial court. We'll let your majesty decide on how to carry on. Upon hearing that, the bearded man and bald vulture both heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. I'm fine with that. Bald vulture scoffed coldly and was the first to speak. In his opinion, as long as they were to meet the emperor, the bearded man would receive punishment and the green-robed cultivator would not be able to escape death. The bearded man put away his weapon and nodded. That'll work. Bai Yuhan cupped her fists. That's great. I'll make a move first and report about this matter to the palace. With that said, Bai Yuhan turned around and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing in front of everyone. Bald Vulture's gaze shifted between the bearded man and Su Zimo with a mocking look. Let's go. I'll see what you can say in the mighty main hall of the palace. The bearded man smiled and did not reply. Turning to Su Zimo, he asked, Mr. Mo, is there anything else you want? Hold on. Su Zimo came before Xiaoning. Brother? Su Zimo frowned slightly in worry. Her slender hands grabbed Su Zimo's sleeve subconsciously and did not dare to let loose as she cried in anxiousness. What are you crying for? Su Zimo smiled and stretched his palm to stroke Su Xiaoning's head affectionately, messing up her hair. When she was young, Su Zimo loved to mess with Xiaoning's hair. Every time, she would flare up and chase after Su Zimo to hit him. As one of them chased while the other ran, they crossed the grass fields and streams, running till they were completely drenched in sweat before they collapsed and sat on the ground all tuckered out. Not only were their hairs messy, they were also filled with dirt and looked disheveled. Back then, the two siblings would look at one another and laugh, enjoying themselves despite knowing that they would be scolded by their eldest brother upon returning home. Now, Su Zimo's action came with the intention of distracting Xiaoning. However, she ended up crying even more miserably, sobbing non-stop. Su Zimo said gently, Don't worry, I won't die. Humph. When Yang Yu of Azure Frost Elixir Workshop heard that, she could not help and sneer before glancing sideways at Su Zimo. Do you think that you can walk out alive after entering the palace? Su Zimo's gaze swept horizontally and a murderous aura burst forth, carrying a thick stench of blood that made one's heart tremble in fear. Yang Yu's breath tightened and she swallowed the words she was about to say. The corpses on the ground had yet to go cold and the blood flowing was still warm. Who would dare offend someone who had just conducted a massacre in the capital? Patting Xiaoning on the head, Su Zimo said firmly, Go back first and wait for me. I'll come and pick you up in a bit. Sensing the confidence in Su Zimo's tone, Su Xiaoning stopped crying and asked softly, Really? Really? Su Zimo nodded. On the other side, Bald Vulture came before the cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and said in a low voice, All of you, head back now. Notify the most prominent cultivators from True Fire sect in the capital, such as Elder Zhang from True Fire Weapon Workshop etc., and have them all head up to the Imperial Court to greet the Emperor. Understood. The cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop understood and turned to leave. Turning slightly, Bald Vulture caught sight of Su Zimo not far away and sneered. Kid, your backing is none other than Mu Dongqing. But, let me tell you, nobody can save you today. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he replied indifferently without fear. Don't be too sure just yet. The bearded man, Su Zimo and Bald Vulture moved towards the palace and soon disappeared in front of everyone. If they meet the Emperor, it'll be difficult for that green-robed cultivator to avoid death. If the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards wishes to protect that person, he'll be implicated too. Yes, while both sides are commanders of the city's guard squads, one side has the backing of True Fire sect. If the many elders and perfected beings of True Fire sect were to come forth and exert pressure, even the Emperor will have to give some face. That's right, There's no way the Emperor is going to offend True Fire sect for a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Fufu, not everyone is like Mr. Mo who can win against True Fire sect. The crowd did not disperse and continued discussing amongst themselves. Mu Dongqing, where did you obtain that supreme-grade spirit weapon? On the way, Bald Vulture asked in a seemingly casual manner. The bearded man said nothing. A cold glint flashed in Bald Vulture's eyes as he said darkly, "There hasn't been any supreme-grade spirit weapons on auction in Sky Treasure Auction House recently. Furthermore, your supreme-grade spirit weapon is a hammer that's compatible with you. It's as though someone had customized it for you." Pausing for a moment, Bald Vulture said slowly, "That hammer was customized for you by Mr. Mo, right? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" The bearded man turned around and asked with a fake smile. Bald Vulture declared proudly, "If you can help recommend and have Mr. Mo customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for me too, I'll let you off for today's matters. Mu Dongqing, you've got no chance of winning today." As soon as he finished his sentence, Bald Vulture felt something and turned his head only to see Su Zimo staring at him with a strange expression, seemingly mocking him. That gaze made Bald Vulture feel disgusted. He laughed sinisterly. "Kid, once you're in my hands, the first thing I'll do is to dig your eyeballs out so that you can have your fill of looking at me." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo chuckled softly. "Interesting. Rain Admiration Pavilion. In an elegant place in the palace, this was where members of the royal family would listen to and admire rain from. Clear water flowed in front of the pavilion with lotus flowers and leaves floating on it. Beside the pool were Japanese banana trees and green bamboos. Be it the gentle rain of spring or the casual showers of autumn, the sound of them landing on the different plants would bring about a different state of mind for those listening. The different sounds ringing in their ears and mind created varying sensations. Not long after Su Zimo and the other two entered the palace, someone came forward and brought them here. There were only two people in the Rain Admiration Pavilion. One of them was Bai Yuhan, who came before them. The other person wore golden brocade robes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Standing in front of the window, he looked up at the sky, while his back was facing everyone such that his face could not be seen. He exuded an indescribable dignity which left one impressed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The bearded man knelt on one knee immediately and shouted with cupped fists. "Yes." The Emperor of Great Zhou's voice was deep and magnetic. Looking at the back view of the Emperor, Su Zimo's eyes flickered. "Reportee." At this moment, a guard of the Imperial Army dashed over. 10 elders of True Fire Weapon Workshop and True Fire Elixir Workshop requests an audience with Your Majesty. "Granted," the Emperor replied with a single word. Bald Vulture glanced sideways at the bearded man in a provocative manner and laughed coldly. The bearded man was unmoved and his expression was calm. Before long, 10 golden cores tore through the air. Almost all of them were old men with long beards. While those golden cores were from True Fire sect, they had resided in the capital for hundreds of years. Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop was considered young among the 10. The Emperor did not turn around nor did he say anything, merely looking up at the skies. Unknowingly, the skies were already filled with clouds, and it seemed like a downpour was about to rain down. No one could read the Emperor's thoughts. The atmosphere within the Rain Admiration Pavilion suddenly seemed a little suffocating and gloomy. Standing out, Bai Yuhan said, "If there's anything you guys want to say it here. Your Majesty will make the final decision." The 10 elders of True Fire sect exchanged glances and someone stood out, pointing at Su Zimo. "That person killed wantonly in the capital and has no regard for the law. Not only did he kill 2 of our True Fire sect disciples for no reason, he even murdered 2 Scarlet Vulture guards. He has no morals." Boom! Right then, a thunder boomed. Immediately after, rain poured down heavily. Amidst the pouring rain, Bald Vulture said slowly, "Your Majesty, this person disregards our laws and that's equivalent to challenging the authority of you. It won't do for us to not kill him. We wouldn't be able to appease the commoners and maintain our law and order. In addition, Even though this lad committed a heinous crime, Mu Dongxing, as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, is even standing up for him instead of avoiding trouble. He nearly caused a massive battle and an internal fight between the guard squads. I feel that Mu Dongxing should be stripped of his position as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards and be imprisoned eternally. The rain outside became heavier as Bald Vulture's words fell. Landing on the leaves of the Japanese banana trees, the raindrops portrayed a sound of urgency as a killing intent shrouded the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, merely watching the heavy rain outside without saying anything. The Rain Admiration Pavilion fell into a momentary silence. The atmosphere was turning increasingly heavy. A moment later, Su Zimo spoke slowly. Everyone missed out something. He Xing was the one who attacked me first. Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop sneered. From what I know, He Xing merely wanted to slap you. That would be humiliating at most. But you chose to kill him. Su Zimo replied indifferently. Anyone who humiliates me will have to die in regret. Ha ha! Elder Zhang burst into laughter. What a joke! Who are you such that He Xing has to pay with his life for humiliating you? I'm someone that He Xing cannot touch. If he touches me, he'll have to die. Su Zimo enunciated each and every word. The 10 elders of True Fire Sect were startled. They could vaguely sense that Su Zimo was not joking. Bald Vulture had also noticed that something seemed to be amiss with the situation. The fact that Su Zimo could maintain his composure in the presence of the Emperor meant that he had something to fall back on. On what basis? Elder Zhang gritted his teeth and asked. Right then, another voice sounded from the Rain Admiration Pavilion. On the basis that he's the #1 weapon refinement master in the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the master of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, Mo Ling. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice only to see the Emperor turn around slowly, revealing his appearance. He had a wide forehead and bright, clear eyes accompanied by an aura of authority. This was the yellow-robed man who had visited Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop a couple of months ago. The moment he said that, other than the bearded man, everyone present were dumbfounded. That green-robed cultivator was Mo Ling? Wasn't Mo Ling a golden core? That person was only at late-stage Foundation establishment realm. How could he refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? Elder Zhang's mind was in an absolute mess. How did Mo Ling survive the assassination attempt that night a couple of months ago as a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? If the Emperor had not said it personally, no one would have believed it. Even now, everyone present had doubts about it. The bearded man was relatively calm since he knew about Su Zimo's identity earlier on. A flash of realization flickered across by Yuhan's eyes as she thought to herself, So, that's your trump card. No wonder you are so calm. No matter what True Fire Sect or Bald Vulture had to say, as long as Su Zimo's identity was made known, he could turn the entire situation around. Among them, the most stunned person was the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. How could this be? How did it suddenly turn into this? Bald Vulture had thought of countless possibilities, but the only thing he did not expect was that this person was Mo Ling. If that was truly the case, the fact that He Xing wanted to humiliate the #1 weapon refinement master in the capital of Great Zhou would only mean that he deserved to die. Unknowingly, the rain outside had stopped. The heavy rain left as suddenly as it came. The Emperor looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes and asked with a smile. Mr. Mo, it's been a long time. How have you been? Initially, the Emperor thought that his sudden appearance would definitely cause Su Zimo to be shocked. On the contrary, Su Zimo looked calm and composed. He merely bowed slightly with cupped fists. It's my honor. The reason for that composure was because a few months earlier, Su Zimo had already deduced the identity of the yellow-robed man. Bald Vulture knew that his actions had already offended Su Zimo and made up his mind. Even if you are Mo Ling and it's justified for you to kill He Xing, why did you have to kill my Scarlet Vulture Guards? Su Zimo replied. The Scarlet Vulture Guards chose to ignore things when He Xing and Pang Ming instigated the Spirit Lion to hurt others. Why were they suddenly trying to kill without second thoughts when it came to me? In fact, Commander, I suspect that you harbor ulterior motives along with True Fire sect. You guys worked together to set up this trap in Yongxing City today to have me killed. The moment he said that, the expressions of the 10 elders of True Fire sect and Bald Vulture changed. Su Zimo's words were as sharp as a sword piercing at their hearts. Previously, the emperor had made a clear declaration that no one was to cause trouble for Mo Ling in the future. Now, of all people, they clashed with Mo Ling. If they could not explain it clearly, it would indeed cause the emperor to misunderstand. By then, they would be the ones incurring the wrath of the emperor. With just a few words, the entire situation had turned. Outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a ray of sunlight broke through the gray clouds and scattered on the water, reflecting a beautiful light. Bald Vulture was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat and knelt on the ground hurriedly. Before this, I did not even know that this was Mr. Mo, let alone set up a trap together with True Fire sect. Please understand, Your Majesty. Elder Zhang of True Fire Weapon Workshop glared at Su Zimo with deathly eyes, as though he wanted to rip off a piece of the latter's flesh. This person in front of him was Mo Ling? The same Mo Ling who was known as the #1 weapon refinement master in the Great Zhou dynasty and could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? How old was this person? He was merely in his 20s. Despite having a deep-rooted foundation spanning thousands of years in the capital, True Fire Weapon Workshop lost to a young man like this. The other True Fire sect elders were also in a state of panic and looked terrified upon hearing the news. Upon seeing this, the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan, sighed to herself. In reality, if the green-robed cultivator before them was a commoner, even if He Xing provoked him first, the Emperor of Great Zhou would definitely take on the side of True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards out of political consideration. That person would not have been able to avoid death. However, that green-robed cultivator had another identity all of a sudden. At least in the capital of Great Zhou, the identity of Mo Ling was more than enough to go against True Fire sect and had enjoyed unprecedented influence in the past 2 years. True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards could only consider themselves unlucky bumping into him. Pondering for a moment, the Emperor declared loudly, True Fire sect bullied others with their authority and instigated the Spirit Lion to injure others. Also, He Xing provoked Mr. Mo and deserved to die. Bald Vulture, you were from True Fire sect and could be considered as half a disciple of theirs. It was clear that you were biased in this matter. Furthermore, you could not manage your underlings and failed to control the situation immediately. That is a dereliction of duty. If the Scarlet Vulture Guards had stood out to uphold justice after Pang Ming instigated the Spirit Lion to injure others, Su Zimo would not have killed anyone on the streets. It was precisely because of the Scarlet Vulture Guards' actions that Su Zimo harbored a killing intent upon seeing Xiaoning bullied helplessly by the people of True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. The Emperor continued, Bald Vulture, your punishment shall be a year without salary and break days. If anything similar happens again, you will definitely be severely punished. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor waved it off. All right, all of you can leave now. Mr. Mo, stay behind. With the dust on things settling, the 10 elders of True Fire sect, Bald Vulture, the Bearded Man and Bai Yuhan left the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The 10 elders of True Fire sect suffered a huge blow. Before this, True Fire Weapon Workshop's reputation in the capital had already plummeted after losing to Mo Ling. And now, of all people, True Fire Elixir Workshop bumped into Mo Ling once more, resulting in the death of one of their most promising elixir refinement master of the younger generation. It was a terrible loss. Mo Ling, Mo Ling. Elder Zhang gritted his teeth. With a darkened expression, his eyes were filled with endless hatred. Rain Admiration Pavilion. Mr. Mo, you're quite the schemer. After everyone left, the Emperor looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile and said something baffling. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he did not reply. The Emperor smiled and changed the topic. Mr. Mo, there's still a month before the sect competition. After it's over, the ancient battlefield will be opened up. What plans do you have? There are huge opportunities within the ancient battlefield and I naturally want to explore it. When the time comes, I'll partake in the sect competition, Su Zimo said. The emperor laughed. Given your capabilities, I'm sure you will take a spot in the weapon ranking list without even taking part in the sect competition. How about this? I'd like to invite you as one of the judges for the sect competition. At that time, you can give some pointers to the talents taking part. I'll reserve the number 1 spot on the weapon ranking list for you so that you can enter the ancient battlefield with everyone after the sect competition. How does that sound? Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Zimo cupped his fists in thanks and paused for a moment before continuing. Your Majesty, the supreme-grade spirit weapon that you customized previously is already done. I'll leave it with you first. When the time comes, I'll get someone to retrieve it. The emperor replied casually. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. While he was puzzled, he did not ask further. Worried about Xiaoning, Su Zimo bowed and bid farewell before leaving the Rain Admiration Pavilion under the lead of guards. Just as Su Zimo left the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a squad of the Imperial Army was patrolling in the area. Their leader was clad in golden armor and had a cold expression, scrutinizing the surroundings with a sharp gaze. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier happened to see Su Zimo leaving the Rain Admiration Pavilion and was about to look away when his expression changed, seemingly recalling something. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier narrowed his gaze and followed in the direction of Su Zimo. Su Zimo moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the only thing left in the view of the gold-armored Imperial Army soldier was his back view. It's him. How is that possible? The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier muttered, and his eyes flickered in thought. A few years had passed, and the change in that person's body was too great. Logically speaking, that person could not cultivate because he did not have a spirit root. If not for that familiar green clothes and that delicate side profile, the gold-armored Imperial Army soldier would not have linked the two of them as the same person. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier hesitated for a moment, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Turning to a guard behind him, he ordered, "Continue patrolling. I need to go out for a while." Understood. The Imperial Army behind him bowed in response. The gold-armored Imperial Army soldier stealthily followed in the direction Su Zimo left in Rain Admiration Pavilion. Not long after Su Zimo left, a scholarly man flew over. It was Perfected Lord Mingzhe. Perfected Lord Mingzhe smiled bitterly. It seems like that Mo Ling had truly guessed the identity of Your Majesty previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed today. Interesting. To think that he would have thought of using my power to break out of the situation. The Emperor smiled as well and asked, "What's the name of that girl from Azure Frost sect who was injured by the Spirit Lion?" Perfected Lord Mingzhe replied, "I heard she's called Su Xiaoning and is siblings with Mo Ling. Her background is unknown and no one heard her mentioning anything either, but according to the other disciples, she's rather close with the third princess in Azure Frost sect." The Emperor frowned. He analyzed. There's only 2 possibilities if their surnames are different. First, Mo Ling's surname is Su. Second, Su Xiaoning is only a younger sister acknowledged in name. No matter the possibility, it proves that Su Xiaoning holds a lot of weight in Mo Ling's heart. The Emperor nodded, his eyes shining with wisdom as he said slowly, "On the surface, He Xing's death was because he struck first and wanted to punish Mo Ling. In reality, it's clear that Mo Ling was the one who lured He Xing into attacking because he wanted to stand up for his younger sister. That was why he killed He Xing on the streets. That's right, that He Xing was stupid enough to want to try and punish Mo Ling without making clear of the situation. He did not expect to lose his life instead." Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head and sighed. The Emperor said casually, "I gave him a hint earlier on that. I believe he understood. Yes, the fact that you didn't expose him in front of everyone is a huge favor, Your Majesty. As for Su Xiaoning's identity, perhaps the third princess might know something about it." Perfected Lord Mingzhe replied. "Yes." The Emperor nodded. "Shuer is coming back soon. Azure Frost Elixir Workshop." A few female cultivators gathered around Su Xiaoning excitedly, chattering non-stop as the flames of gossip burned in their eyes. "Xiaoning, was that person really your brother? Why haven't you mentioned him before?" What's his name? How old is he? What sect is he from? Does he have a Dao partner? Why didn't he join Azure Frost sect together with you? Xiaoning, you guys seem so close. Are you his Dao partner? Su Xiaoning frowned slightly with worry in her eyes as she pursed her lips in silence. Sensing that Su Xiaoning was in a glum mood, someone consoled her. Xiaoning, don't be anxious. It's only been 2 hours, it's still early. I advise you to give up hope. Right then, a female cultivator emerged from the back hall with a look of menace on her face. This was none other than their senior sister, Yangyu. Yangyu scoffed coldly. He killed 4 people in the capital and you expect him to get out alive? Dream on. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Xiaoning replied firmly. My brother promised me that he would definitely come and fetch me. How naive. Yangyu did not hide the sarcasm in her eyes. Of the 4 people that were killed, 2 of them were disciples of True Fire Elixir Workshop and 2 of them were Scarlet Vulture Guards. Do you think that True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards are to be trifled with? Who do you think your brother is to be able to go against those 2 powerhouses? With every word of Yangyu's, Su Xiaoning's face turned paler. She knew very well in her heart that the probability of Su Zimo leaving the capital alive was very low, but she was still willing to place her trust in him. Yangyu changed the topic. However, we can't be too sure about that either. There are indeed people who have what it takes to go against True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards in the capital. For example, she was beating around the bush deliberately and waited for Su Xiaoning to let out a hopeful look before continuing slowly. For example, your brother could be from the royal family itself. Fufu. Before she was finished, Yangyu already burst out in laughter and her eyes were filled with mockery. She was completely making fun of Su Xiaoning. If Su Zimo was someone of the royal family, how could the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards not recognize him? Yangyu added, of course, other than the royal family, there's another person in the capital who can withstand the power of True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. That is, while Su Xiaoning knew that Yangyu was clearly mocking her, she looked at the latter hopefully waiting for an answer. That is, the number 1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Mo. Yangyu declared. Su Xiaoning's eyes dimmed. Yangyu chuckled. Let me think, junior sister Su. Could your brother be Mr. Mo? That's not right. Your surname's Su and Mr. Mo's surname is Mo. That seems a little far off. Also, I heard that Mr. Mo is a golden core, but your brother seems to be a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Fufu. Su Xiaoning declared. You don't have to be sarcastic, senior sister Yang. I believe that my brother will definitely return alive. Ha! Yangyu scoffed with a stifled laugh. If your brother returns alive, I'll... Right after Yangyu said that, she caught sight of a figure striding over. Dressed in green robes with delicate features, he walked into the main hall slowly. The cultivators in the main hall were stunned on the spot, watching in shock with their mouths agape. How could that be? You? Yangyu looked at the person who arrived and her mind was in a mess. Someone that she thought would definitely be dead was standing alive and well right before her. Su Zimo glared at Yangyu coldly. Continue. What did you say you were going to do if I were to return alive? Yangyu felt her heart clench as Su Zimo glared at her. She turned away instinctively, not daring to meet his gaze as she felt an unprecedented sense of fear. Brother! Su Xiaoning exclaimed in delight and buried herself head first into Su Zimo's arms, sobbing softly. He let out a gentle expression and patted her on the back. Su Zimo supported Xiaoning to the side before walking over to Yangyu slowly with a cold expression. His gaze was sharp as a knife and emitted a chilling killing intent. What do you want? This is Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. It's not a place for you to be brazen. Yangyu was somewhat flustered as she pretended to be tough on the outside and scolded while she retreated subconsciously. Even within the capital, I dare to kill. Do you think that I won't dare to kill someone in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop? Su Zimo continued to approach with a cold gaze. Yangyu gulped and felt increasingly flustered and horrified. While she was at Perfected Foundation Establishment, a cultivation realm higher than Su Zimo's. She was completely stunned by Su Zimo's aura right now. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone that could walk out of the palace safely after starting a massacre in the capital? Even the golden cores of Azure Frost sect were feeling wary at the moment, let alone Yangyu. No one dared to lay a hand on Su Zimo without knowing his identity. Someone that could survive against the combined forces of True Fire sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards definitely had a high status. Who would dare offend someone like that? Before long, Yang Yu was already backed against the wall with nowhere to run. Do you know why those 4 people were killed? Su Zimo came before Yang Yu and asked with narrowed eyes. Yang Yu's face was pale as she shook her head. He replied slowly, "It was because they bullied Xiaoning. You bullied her as well." I didn't. Yang Yu's defense was powerless. Su Zimo changed the topic and said, "But don't worry, I won't kill you." When she heard that, Yang Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Unknowingly, her back was already wet with sweat. A mocking look flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he smiled. "I won't kill you because someone else will deal with you." Instantly, Yang Yu's relief was short-lived. Right then, Su Xiaoning ran over and pulled Su Zimo away, saying to Yang Yu, "Senior Sister Yang, do we still have the deal we agreed on previously? I'll sell you this elixir furnace for 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones or a superior-grade spirit weapon." Slowly, she took out an elixir furnace from her storage bag. It was this elixir furnace that attracted the attention of Xing from True Fire sect and the series of conflicts thereafter. The elixir furnace let out an extraordinary phenomenon when it was touched by Xiaoning's blood. Furthermore, Su Zimo could tell that Xiaoning was extremely fond of the elixir furnace. Why was she selling it all of a sudden? "Xiaoning, why are you selling this furnace?" Su Zimo asked, puzzled. Su Xiaoning replied in seriousness, "Brother, you're always empty-handed. You most likely don't have any handy spirit weapons with you. Once I sell this furnace, I'll have the money to customize a superior-grade spirit weapon for you." Su Zimo felt his heart flood with warmth as he rubbed Xiaoning's head dotingly. "Hurry and put the furnace away," he said in a matter-of-factly manner. "Xiaoning, let me tell you, the reason why I'm empty-handed isn't because I've got no spirit weapons. It's because I've got too many—" "Humph, you're bragging again. Let's go. I'll take you to my place to take a look." No longer bothered with Yang Yu, Su Zimo brought Xiaoning away from Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. By the time they left Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, it was already evening and there were less people on the streets. The siblings naturally had a lot to say after not seeing each other for years. Senior Sister Yang even said that only Mr. Mo or someone from the royal family could return safe and sound. Hehe. Seems like my brother can do it too. She isn't wrong about that. Ah? That's because I'm Mr. Mo. I don't believe you. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain, leading Xiaoning towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Under Su Xiaoning's bewildered gaze, Su Zimo knocked on the door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Before long, an extremely stunning girl with withered, yellow hair stuck her head out. It was Xianxia. "Sir." Xianxia greeted crisply in delight after seeing Su Zimo. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and pushed Xiaoning over. "This is my younger sister. You guys can chat first. I have some other matters to attend to and will return a little later." "All right, don't worry, sir." Xianxia nodded obediently. Su Xiaoning looked at the words Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop with an agape mouth and widened eyes, unable to link Su Zimo with Mr. Mo, who was famous throughout the capital. It was only after Su Zimo left and Su Xiaoning was brought to the courtyard by Xianxia in a daze before she gradually regained her senses. "Is my brother really Mr. Mo?" Su Xiaoning looked at Xianxia and asked cautiously. "That's right." Xianxia pointed at the big, black dog sprawling on the side and smiled. "It's called Night Spirit and is Sir's spirit beast. Mo Spirit's name is combined from Sir and Night Spirit's names." Night Spirit opened its eyes and glanced at Su Xiaoning indifferently before going back to sleep without moving. Xianxia chuckled. "Night Spirit is like this. Other than Sir, it's not close to anyone. Don't be misled by how it always looks so lazy." When it's angry, it's really scary. The two of them were about the same age and they soon became close. After following the green-robed cultivator out of the capital, Dai Su took off his armor and changed into a common set of robes, hiding himself in the crowd and hung from the back. He was unable to verify if this person he was following was the same man he had seen that small town a few years ago. After all, the man in that small town was only a mortal that could not cultivate. However, this green-robed man was already at late-stage foundation establishment. Furthermore, it shouldn't make sense for that man to appear in the capital or even the palace. How was that possible? Everything would not really make sense if they were the same person. However, for some reason, even though it was only a single glance, Dai Su had an extremely strong feeling about it in his heart. They were the same person. While that man seemed like a frail scholar on the surface, his spine was extremely straight, as though there was nothing or no one in this world that could crush him. Dai Su followed the green-robed cultivator and saw the latter enter Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Not long later, he came out with a female cultivator. When he saw the face of that female cultivator, Dai Su no longer had any doubts. This green-robed cultivator was the same scholar from that unremarkable small town of that vassal state, Su Zimo. The woman beside him was his younger sister, Su Xiaoning. She was taken away by the third princess back then and brought onto the path of cultivation after joining Azure Frost sect. Dai Su continued to follow Su Zimo. When he caught sight of Su Xiaoning sent into Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, Dai Su's eyes flickered in thoughts. Su Zimo Mo Ling. Right after, Su Zimo left and headed out of the city. Dai Su's expression flickered as he looked at Su Zimo's back. After pondering for a while, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared and he continued following silently. The two of them left the city one after another. After leaving the capital, Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and sped off to the distance on it. Dai Su hurriedly followed. Not long after, Su Zimo entered a dense forest. He removed his flying sword and in a flash, sprinted through the forest at an extremely fast speed. It was completely unpredictable. They were in a forest after all, and the view wasn't as open compared to outside with many places to hide and blind spots all around. Dai Su's sword kinesis flight had to slow down. A while later, Su Zimo disappeared from Dai Su's sights entirely. Arriving at the vicinity of where Su Zimo was last seen, Dai Su surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. At this moment, the night grew darker and the beasts of the forest had already left their caves with the appearance of the moon. The light in the forest was dim and the roar of spirit beasts could be heard from time to time. Branches and leaves rustled, filling the air with an eerie hint of blood stench. Feeling uneasy, Dai Su took out his golden armor. Just as he put it on properly, he felt something and turned around suddenly. Not far behind him was a green-robed cultivator with his hands behind his back. The cool moonlight shone through the dense branches and leaves, illuminating his face in patches. The green-robed cultivator's expression was calm, and there was a slight mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo. Dai Su narrowed his eyes and said word by word. Su Zimo smiled faintly. It's been a long time, Commander Dai. You've changed quite a bit after a few years. I'm truly impressed. Dai Su's lips curled as he remarked coldly. You were just a mere mortal back then, but you're already at late-stage foundation establishment now. Not bad, not bad. Su Zimo replied with a fake smile. It's all thanks to you not killing me back then, Commander Dai. Humph. Dai Su snorted coldly upon hearing that. If Su Zimo had not been tactful enough to keep his distance from Ji Yaoshua back then, this man would have been dead a couple of years ago. While Dai Su had hidden himself well back then, Su Zimo had sensed Dai Su's killing intent with his spirit perception. Commander Dai, why have you followed me all the way here? Su Zimo asked straightforwardly. Su Zimo, if you were smart enough, you should have stayed away from the capital and kept your distance from the third princess, Dai Su said slowly with a murderous expression. Now that you've appeared in the capital, I can only say that you're courting death. Dai Su took out a flying sword from his storage bag as he said that. Su Zimo smiled. You're not telling the truth, Commander Dai. Dai Su remained silent. Su Zimo continued. That's not the only reason why you want to kill me. It's because you've also guessed my identity as Mo Ling and you want to steal my treasures by killing me. Right? Ha ha. Daisu laughed out loud. You're very smart, but you will still die today. Su Zimo raised his brows slightly and asked, I've already noticed that you were following me after I left the palace. However, do you know why I chose to leave the city? You want to hunt me. Daisu laughed. You're confident enough to lure me to this desolated forest to hunt me down. However, I harbored the same intentions. Su Zimo nodded. Not bad. With a cold voice, Daisu remarked, There's nothing much to say then. The outcome will depend on our skills. Let me see how much you've grown over these past few years. This time, both of them wanted to kill. Furthermore, both of them were confident that they could kill the other party. That was why Su Zimo lured Daisu out of the capital. At the same time, Daisu chased fearlessly despite knowing Su Zimo's intentions. They were one another's prey and whoever was hunted would depend on who had stronger means. Daisu channeled his spirit energy and a beam of light shone on his body. A spirit meridian flickered and emitted a dazzling light. You're only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but I'm a meridian cultivator. What do you have to fight me with? Daisu laughed coldly as he channeled his spirit energy, causing the flying sword in his hands to buzz and 3 spirit patterns to shine. A superior-grade spirit weapon. Shoo! A sword beam tore through the void and sped towards Su Zimo. At the same time, Daisu waved his sleeves and conjured a hand seal, pointing a finger forward as he shouted. Roar! A deafening roar sounded out of nowhere. A spirit demon that was condensed from spirit energy appeared in the void. Looking menacing, it hollered into the skies with a torrential killing intent before lunging towards Su Zimo. The flying sword and spirit art attacked simultaneously. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he pressed his middle finger and thumb together, forming a strange hand seal that he pushed slowly forward. Fiend suppression seal. He did not test the waters at all. Su Zimo released the strongest spirit art he knew immediately. The spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian surged furiously into the handprint that he had conjured. Boom! A huge golden palm descended from the sky accompanied by a deafening bang, breaking through the firmaments and crushing air currents as it slammed down towards the direction of the spirit demon and flying sword in a terrifying manner. Daisu's expression changed. He could clearly tell that the golden palm seemed like it was formed by spirit energy. However, it seemed corporeal, as if the palm of a god was descending from the heavens, bent on purging all evil in the world. Bang! In midair, the howling spirit demon collided with the golden palm and cracks immediately appeared on the surface of its body. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air. Daisu's expression changed. Normally, the spirit art conjured by his spirit energy as a 1 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivator should be able to defeat a late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator with ease. However, the situation was exactly opposite right now. There was only one possibility. The other party's spirit art was way stronger than his own. In midair, Daisu's flying sword pressed against the center of the golden palm and could not advance. The sword was trembling and its spirit energy was unstable, showing signs of breaking apart. It was on the verge of giving out at any moment now. Daisu sneered and channeled his spirit energy once more. Whoosh! A beam of light shone through Daisu's gold armor. 2 spirit meridians. Spirit-peering art could not be used to tell how many meridians a perfected Foundation Establishment Cultivator had unlocked. The only way of knowing is if the cultivator revealed it personally. But now, Daisu had already revealed 2 spirit meridians. Spirit energy surged within the 2 meridians in a sturdy manner. Daisu manipulated the flying sword which shone brightly as its strength continued climbing. Straight and sharp, the sword actually stopped the golden palm. No matter how strong the fiend suppression seal was, it had its limits and it was difficult to make up for the difference in cultivation realms. Su Zimo, if that's all you've got, today will be your death anniversary a year from now. The fact that Daisu was able to divert his attention to speak in the face of such an immense battle proved that he was not using his full strength. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not reply. While Dai Su was not using his full strength, Su Zimo had backup plans too. Break! Right then, Dai Su's body shone with another beam of light once more as he shouted softly. A third spirit meridian. The power of the three meridians erupted at the same time as the flying sword in midair shone brighter. Both parties fell into a stalemate, and with a bang, the flying sword pierced the golden palm. It continued its trajectory towards Su Zimo's head, without any loss in momentum. The moment Dai Su revealed the third meridian, Su Zimo had already realized that it was going to be difficult to kill Dai Su using immortal cultivation methods given his current cultivation realm. Cracks appeared on the golden palm after it was pierced, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Shoo! The sword beam was piercingly cold and extremely fast. However, Su Zimo was even faster. The moment the flying sword pierced the golden palm, Su Zimo moved and left a series of afterimages from where he was. Swoosh! Like a fierce horse, Su Zimo arrived before Dai Su in the blink of an eye. After divine steed fleeting, he made a sudden move and took a huge stride forth, using the stance of plow heaven stride. Boom! That single step caused the ground to quake as Su Zimo's aura increased tremendously. His eyes lit up with a frenzied killing intent. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Dai Su's arms, bending his knees while smashing forth. Divine steed dismemberment. With divine steed fleeting, he was able to shorten the distance between them and close in. Right after, plow heaven stride aided him in bursting forth with a torrential aura, and he finished off with divine steed dismemberment in a fluid motion without any sluggishness. As long as Dai Su's arms were locked by Su Zimo, he would definitely die. The burst of divine steed fleeting as well as plow heaven stride coupled with the power of divine steed dismemberment was enough to rip Dai Su apart. In the face of Su Zimo's attacks that were like a tempestuous storm, Dai Su's eyes were filled with an initial flash of panic before calming down. Ah! He roared, and yet another spirit light shone on his body. Boom! The fourth spirit meridian had appeared. The fifth, the sixth. Instantly, 6 spirit meridians appeared on Dai Su's body. His aura expanded rapidly and his spirit energy was rich as he entered a berserk state. 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. There were not many Foundation Establishment cultivators who could unlock 6 of the 8 Meridian channels. Furthermore, the more Meridians one had unlocked, the tougher it would be to unlock more. The difficulty level of unlocking the Meridians wasn't the same. Unless one entered the ancient battlefield and obtained a huge opportunity within, it was already almost the limit for one to unlock 6 Meridians in Tianhuang mainland. Initially, Dai Su did not use all his strength. That was because in his opinion, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. This was someone who was far inferior to his cultivation realm, and there was no need for that. The outcome of the battle was already decided. But now, after Su Zimo unleashed that formidable chain of attacks, Dai Su realized that the battle was not as simple as he thought it was. The spirit energy of 6 spirit meridians exploded instantly. You're courting death. There was a fierce look on Dai Su's eyes as he clasped his hands in front of him and formed a huge ball of spirit energy, blocking Su Zimo's way. This ball of spirit energy was condensed from almost all of Dai Su's strength and was not to be underestimated. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. If Dai Su was only at 3 or even 4 meridians, Su Zimo was confident that he could kill the former with just the burst of his physical strength. However, Dai Su's strength at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment was not something that Su Zimo could take head-on with his physical strength. Right then, the combined momentum of Divine Steed Fleeting and Plow Heaven Stride was too strong, and it was too late for Su Zimo to make a change in move. He channeled his bloodline. Bang! Boom! Boom! Splash! A horrifying sound came from Su Zimo's body. It was like thunder rumbling, and it surged like a tsunami in a terrifying manner. Blood like a tsunami and the sound of thunder rumbling. At that moment, Su Zimo, who was charging over, resembled a divine steed that was shining with lightning as furious tsunamis gushed from behind him. Boom! Su Zimo's knee hit the spirit energy ball that was created by Dai Su, exploding with a loud bang. A huge halo of energy burst out from the middle of the collision in a bedazzling manner, shining like daylight. The light ball exploded and the violent spirit energy within was released entirely. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely concentrated, and Su Zimo's body was repelled immediately, flipping a few times in the air before landing on the ground slowly. Dai Su stumbled back a couple of steps and his feet sank into the mud before he stood firmly. It was an even split. That was completely a frontal clash without any techniques involved. The spirit energy of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator could match the power of bloodline that Su Zimo had released. While Su Zimo was able to kill a golden core on that night a couple of months ago, he knew very well that if it was a one-on-one battle, neither he nor Night Spirit would be a match for golden cores. On the one hand, the reason why Su Zimo lured Dai Su to this place was to kill the latter. On the other hand, Su Zimo wanted to know how powerful his demonic cultivation strength was and what cultivation realm of cultivators he could go up against. In short, Su Zimo viewed Dai Su as a guinea pig. The moment the previous attack collided, Su Zimo understood. With greater mastery of the organs refinement section, the strength released by him channeling his bloodline was enough to go head-on against the strength of a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Dai Su dug out an elixir with his left hand and swallowed it. He manipulated his flying sword with his right hand and glared at Su Zimo, panting slightly. While Dai Su appeared calm on the surface, he was in shock internally. In his eyes, Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment. Given his cultivation at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, he should be able to kill Su Zimo with ease. But now, Dai Su suddenly realized that Su Zimo's actual trump card was his terrifying physique and melee combat strength. Tsunami blood? That was a mystical realm of the legends. How could someone have cultivated it for real? Even ancient ferocious beasts should not have been able to cultivate it. The elixir that he had just swallowed had turned into a thick wave of spirit energy that coursed through his 6 meridians, making up for the consumption previously. Shoo! Dai Su struck first and pointed forward. His flying sword transformed into a rainbow and sped forth. Su Zimo's body flickered and he dodged the flying sword barely. Ta, ta, ta. Within a few steps, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of Dai Su. Dai Su's expression was unchanged as he conjured a hand seal, summoning a sword of spirit energy in front of him that he used to stab at Su Zimo fiercely with his back hand. At the same time, the superior-grade flying sword that was in midair changed directions and was already behind Su Zimo. Break it! With a loud shout, Su Zimo's blood began to surge in his body. He flexed his arm and drew a semicircle in midair before slamming it heavily against the incoming spirit energy sword using his hand like a seal. Snap! Cracks appeared and extended on the spirit energy sword, covering it entirely. Dai Su shuddered and shock flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Su Zimo's arm twitched in reverse and he rested it gently on the incoming flying sword like an elephant's nose without even looking back. He coiled his hand around the sword. The spirit energy on the superior-grade flying sword dispersed, and it fell into Su Zimo's palms in the blink of an eye. Swash! Su Zimo did not stop, and he seized the snatched superior-grade flying sword, stabbing it towards Dai Su's head. Ah! Dai Su exclaimed and exerted strength in his legs as he leaped up. Clang! The superior-grade flying sword struck the armor around Dai Su's chest area. Shining with 3 golden spirit patterns, the golden armor emitted a strong power of resistance. The flying sword merely pierced it, but it had difficulty penetrating through. It was a superior-grade defensive armor. Dai Su was frightened and broke out in cold sweat. While they had only fought for a single round, he would have been a dead man if not for that golden armor of his. Kill! Dai Su hollered in anger and conjured spirit seals with both hands, releasing spirit arts that shot towards Su Zimo. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo waved his fist and knocked over the incoming spirit energies, causing them to disperse with a slight pause of his body. Making use of the collision's impact, Dai Su retreated violently. He summoned a flying sword and leaped onto it, speeding towards the direction of the capital. He realized that he was no match for Su Zimo and made an instant decision to run away without hesitation. There was no way Su Zimo was going to let Dai Su get out alive as he stood up and chased after the latter. The two men sped through the forest, alarming countless birds and beasts. Dai Su gritted his teeth as spirit energy circulated crazily in his dantian, and it throbbed in pain. It was almost at its limits. He knew that he would definitely die if Su Zimo caught up to him. Given that they had quite a huge gap between their cultivation realms, the speeds of their sword kinesis flight differed equally as well. As long as he could get out of the forest, the skies were much more spacious outside and Su Zimo would not be able to catch up to him no matter the methods he had up his sleeves. Su Zimo sped through the forest and his bloodline circulated relentlessly. He was also at the limits of his circulation and he was closing in to Dai Su. With a calm gaze, Su Zimo looked at Dai Su's back view. The edge of the forest was not far away. He had to kill Dai Su before the latter got out of the forest. A demonic glint flickered in Su Zimo's eyes as he reared his head and howled into the skies, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his body that permeated through the forest. It was enough for all beasts to bow their heads. This was something that was even more terrifying than his power of bloodline. The power of blood chi. In that scarlet mist, Su Zimo's figure was partially invisible. His eyes were black as ink, looking like he was a peerless demon that was treading through darkness as he chased after his prey that was not far away. Dai Su suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It felt as though he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast and his scalp tingled like he was being stabbed in the back. Instinctively, Dai Su turned around. Under the cover of the scarlet demonic chi, a tall figure walked through the forest and by making use of his body's burst, flickered between the trees in an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in front of Dai Su. Boom! Stomping its feet on the ground, the figure produced such immense force that the ground was ripped apart, revealing two deep and dark cracks. With the burst of his physical body, the figure leaped into the air and reached a height of about 100 feet. A shadow enveloped the place. The next moment, Dai Su's pupils constricted and he felt his limbs go cold. "You are..." He only managed to say those two words when a white palm landed on his throat and grabbed ruthlessly. Dai Su's throat was fragile as tofu in the hands of Su Zimo and was ripped into a bloody mist that permeated the voids. With a scoop, Su Zimo took away the storage bag on Dai Su's waist and descended. By the time he landed on the ground, the demonic chi around Su Zimo had already vanished entirely and the blood chi within his body was calm as normal. In no time, under the hazy night sky, a green-robed cultivator left the forest and sped in the direction of the capital. The forest regained its calm once more. By the time Su Zimo returned to Mo's spirit weapon workshop, it was already late at night. Landing softly in the courtyard, his ears quivered and he listened intently, vaguely hearing two stable streams of breathing emanating from Yen Qi's room. In the darkness, a black figure that resembled a ghost walked over silently. It was Night Spirit. Su Zimo relaxed slightly and calmed down. As long as Night Spirit was around, it meant that Night Spirit and Xiaoning were safe. They must have already slept. Xiaoning had experienced many things today. Initially, she was able to create a perfect spirit regeneration elixir during her elixir competition with He Xing, but she was met with an ambush and her elixir formation failed. Later on, she was left helpless against the encirclement of cultivators from True Fire Elixir Workshop and Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Right after, she met Su Zimo. Thereafter, Su Zimo killed on the streets and was brought to the palace, causing Xiaoning to be worried all the way until he returned safely. Going through a roller coaster of emotions as such was the most draining for one's mental state. Su Zimo did not wake the two of them up. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged in deep thoughts. Today he was reunited with Xiaoning and met with the Emperor of Great Zhou again. He believed that it wouldn't take long before the Emperor guessed that Mo Ling was Su Zimo. In reality, given the Emperor's intelligence, the main reason why he hadn't guessed the truth was because in his knowledge, Su Zimo was a mortal who could not cultivate. However, Mo Ling was a foundation establishment cultivator and the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, renowned throughout the capital. One of them was buried in soil while the other sat on clouds. The difference was too great. But of course, that identity could not be hidden for long and would definitely be exposed at the sect competition. Su Zimo was indifferent to this matter. He would just let nature take its course. The night passed by silently and the next morning arrived. Xiaoning woke up bright and early to check if Su Zimo had returned. The moment she walked out of her room, she caught sight of him sitting in the courtyard, drinking freshly brewed tea in a pleased manner. "Brother, sorry. I fell asleep yesterday." Xiaoning had wanted to wait for Su Zimo to return the previous night. However, she could not fight the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. "Don't worry about it." Su Zimo smiled and pointed to a stone stool beside him. "Sit down and talk to me." "Yes." Xiaoning sat down obediently and took over a cup of tea that Su Zimo handed to her. When she took a single sip, the fragrance wafted into her nose, and she felt like all her pores had opened up. "When did you come to the capital?" Su Zimo asked. "I've been here for almost a year," Xiaoning replied. "I was the one who requested to be sent here. Sister Yaoxue and the others have not arrived yet." After saying that, Xiaoning paused on purpose and looked up at Su Zimo's face. His head lowered. Su Zimo was sipping his tea with a calm expression as though he hadn't heard anything and did not react to it at all. Xiaoning had no choice but to continue. "I was thinking that I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can I help others refine elixirs, I can improve myself on the Tao of elixirs." Su Zimo asked again, "How did you think of becoming an elixir refinement master?" Xiaoning only had a pseudo-spirit root. Even if she focused on cultivation entirely without spending time on elixir refinement, she might not be able to reach Golden Core Realm. Su Zimo was puzzled as to why Xiaoning would still choose to become an elixir refinement master given such circumstances. She sighed softly, suddenly looking somewhat dejected. After a moment, she said slowly, "Among the 3 of us, only Big Brother can't cultivate. I'm afraid that he will leave us one day." Su Zimo remained silent. There were countless nights where he had pondered over the same question and carried the same worries. If he and Xiaoning could both form cores, Su Hong would definitely leave the world before them, as his lifespan would not be longer than more than 100 years. Perhaps no one could understand the kinship between the 3 of them. Even though Su Zimo and Xiaoning were already on the path of cultivation, both of them carried a strong sense of dependence and attachment towards Su Hong in the depths of their hearts. If not for Su Hong, both of them would not have been alive back then. Ever since Su Zimo and Xiaoning could remember things, neither of them had met their parents. In their hearts, Su Hong was like their parents. Xiaoning said in a smitten manner, "I know that it's something we have to experience eventually, the fact of life and death. However, I wish for that moment to come a little later. I heard from others that some powerful elixir refinement masters are able to refine elixirs that can increase one's lifespan. Therefore, I want to try. Even if it's for a single year, a single month, or a single day, I'll be happy to do it." Su Zimo was moved as he stretched his arms and hugged Xiaoning, who had tears in her eyes, gently, remaining silent. Most cultivators took on the path of cultivation in pursuit of longevity. Su Zimo had never heard of elixirs that could increase one's lifespan. Even if there was a recipe for that in the world, the conditions required must be unimaginably harsh, akin to ascending the heavens. However, Xiaoning chose to walk the path of an elixir refinement master despite knowing that, even if an elixir as such only existed in the illusory tales of the legends, she wanted to give it a shot for that sliver of hope in her heart. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized something. It was not a coincidence that Xiaoning had such achievements in elixir refinement. Her persistence was not something that everyone possessed. After a moment, Su Zimo asked, "What is up with that elixir furnace?" Xiaoning stood up and took out the exquisite and old elixir furnace, placing it on the table. "I came across it on a small store in Yongxing City. Back then, I didn't think much about it, only that it looked rather ancient and there was nothing special about it. However, when I picked it up, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. That's why I bought it, but He Xing of True Fire Elixir Workshop happened to see it. Su Zimo looked at the elixir furnace thoughtfully. Xiaoning continued, later on, I realized the difference after I started refining elixirs with this elixir furnace. As long as I carry this elixir furnace with me, I'll be extremely focused when I refine elixirs. If nothing major happens, it will be extremely difficult for me to be distracted. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder that Xiaoning was in a perfect state of focus during the elixir competition the previous day. So, it was also in part thanks to this mysterious elixir furnace. Put it away, Su Zimo instructed. Don't give this elixir furnace to anyone no matter what. Keep it for yourself. I have a feeling that this elixir furnace has an impressive background. It was an inanimate object, but it could affect one's mental state. Even Su Zimo would not be able to forge an elixir furnace as such. Yes, Xiaoning nodded. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, from today onwards, you can cultivate here at my place. You can head back when it's time for the sect competition. Many things had happened yesterday, and Su Zimo would be worried if Xiaoning continued to stay in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop. Furthermore, he was intending to make use of this final month to help Xiaoning raise her cultivation realm. She had a pseudo-spirit root and her cultivation speed was the slowest. Therefore, Su Zimo made some supplementary array formations for Xiaoning to help her absorb spirit chi better. He only used superior-grade spirit stones for the formations. Usually, only golden cores would be the ones to cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. However, Su Zimo's plan was simple. He would just splurge on superior-grade spirit stones. After all, the one thing he did not lack right now was spirit stones. As the sect competition approached, the number of cultivators that arrived in the capital gradually increased, and there were already major sects that arrived with their disciples. Among them, of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace, True Fire Sect, Azure Frost Sect, and Southern Mountain Sect had already sent golden cores that led people with them to the capital. Even though they were also one of the 5 major sects, Ethereal Peak did not have any disciples arriving yet. Many cultivators had expected such a situation. 3 years ago, news of the battle in Dongling Valley spread and everyone had heard about it. It was said that the battle was extremely tragic and almost all of Ethereal Peak's elite disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm were killed. They even lost several golden cores as well. It was almost impossible for them to nurture Foundation Establishment cultivators who were qualified to contend for the spirit ranking within 3 years. Before this, Ethereal Peak could take up at least 3 of the 10 spots on the spirit ranking. But now, Ethereal Peak was no longer qualified to compete for the spirit ranking which they had the most advantage in. As for the elixir and weapon rankings, disciples of Ethereal Peak had never ever been on it. The only hope they had left was for the talisman ranking, but even then, the chances were slim. Hence, in the eyes of the masses, there was even a possibility that Ethereal Sect would choose to give up on the sect competition this time round. Palace, Rain Admiration Pavilion. A man and woman stood side by side. The man was dressed in a yellow robe, hands behind his back. His forehead was broad and his gaze was filled with wisdom. This was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. The woman beside him wore a faint, pale yellow dress with a ribbon tied around her waist, revealing her exquisite figure perfectly. She was extremely beautiful, graceful, and elegant. This was none other than the 3rd princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Emperor's daughter, Xianxia. Why didn't you come back earlier? The Emperor asked. Xianxia lowered her head in silence. Frowning, the Emperor turned slightly and asked, You're still blaming me? I wouldn't dare. Xianxia shook her head gently and her tone was calm. The Emperor sighed, somewhat helplessly. Swear, you have to know that I will never harm you. If there's a single person in this world that wholeheartedly wishes for your best interests, that would be me. I know that your intentions definitely mean well, Father. Xianxia turned around and looked at the Emperor, somewhat indifferently. However, I have grown up. There are many decisions that I wish to make for myself. How do you decide for yourself? Do you really want to become Dao companions with Immortal? The Emperor furrowed his brows and looked at the stubborn Xianxia. Suddenly, he felt furious and could not help but raise his voice. In 100 years' time, you will be in your prime while he would be in his twilight. How are you guys going to face that together? Have you ever thought about these problems? Xianxia kept her silence and did not wish to argue against the angered emperor. Taking a deep breath of air, the emperor composed himself and suddenly said, I customized a supreme-grade flying sword for you recently. The specifications are entirely according to your preferred weight and design. Go and collect it yourself. A supreme-grade flying sword? Customized? Xianxia was slightly stunned and looked shocked. However, she snapped out of it almost instantly and probed, It's from Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop? You've heard about Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop as well? The emperor raised his brows, turning to ask. Yes. Xianxia nodded. In the past year, the reputation of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop has long been spread to our sect. I'm afraid there aren't many people who haven't heard of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia continued, I heard that today's the day for Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop's start of the month auction. My master has long prepared materials and spirit stones to partake in it. That's perfect. The emperor revealed a smile. Go over and take a look. You can conveniently collect your flying sword as well. All you have to do is tell them my name. Xianxia frowned. For some reason, she felt that there was another meaning behind her father's smile. The emperor continued, I've met this Mo Ling before and he's quite a decent young man. Even though he's only in his early 20s, he is mature. Furthermore, he has already attained such achievements. You wouldn't have been able to imagine that even though he's only a foundation establishment cultivator, Mo Ling is already able to refine supreme grade. Hold on. Seemingly sensing something, Xianxia interrupted the emperor and asked with raised brows, Father, what are you trying to do? The emperor chuckled. Don't worry, I don't mean anything. I merely want to show you what a true genius looks like. Mo Ling is definitely far superior compared to that Su Zimo. Father! Xianxia interrupted the emperor once more and shook her head, expressing her displeasure. I don't want that flying sword anymore, nor do I want to meet this Mo Ling. Shuer, listen to me. The emperor said tenderly, There's no disadvantage for you to take a look at this person. It's fine even if you aren't fated with him and don't fancy him. At the very least, you're able to make acquaintances with the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, right? Xianxia went silent. Seeing that Xianxia was tempted, the emperor joked. Furthermore, that flying sword was customized for you. If you don't collect it, do you want Mr. Mo to send it over to you personally? There's still 2 more hours before the auction begins, and many golden cores must be gathered outside Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Have Bai Yuhan accompany you there. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before nodding. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was held back by the emperor. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, Right, there's a foundation establishment cultivator named Su Xiaoning in Azure Frost Sect. She's an elixir refinement master and I heard that you guys are pretty close. What's her background? At the mention of Su Xiaoning, Xianxia's expression changed. She looked agitated with a fierce glare in her eyes as she replied loudly, Father, I have cut off all contact with him long ago. Why do you have to keep an eye on the Su family? Father, I told you not to touch anyone from the Su family. This has nothing to do with them at all. With a frosty expression, Xianxia left the Rain Admiration Pavilion without turning back. The emperor was expressionless as he looked at Xianxia's back view. However, his eyes shone brightly and a ripple spread within his heart. Xianxia's sudden agitation coupled with what she said stirred the emperor's suspicions. Su Xiaoning? Someone from the Su family? Why would a disciple of Azure Frost Sect be related to the Su family? Were there truly such coincidences in the world? The emperor's expressions changed continuously alongside his mood. He had a feeling that there was some sort of a secret that was placed right before his eyes, and he was just short of addressing the elephant in the room. All of a sudden, the emperor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. A few years ago, the Imperial Army Vice Commander that accompanied Xianxia to Pingyang town of Yen Country reported that the Su family had 2 sons and a daughter. If Su Xiaoning was the daughter, that would mean that the brother she acknowledged in the capital would be Mo Ling, Su Zimo. The emperor furrowed his brows as he fell into deep thought. How was that possible? Even though the truth was seemingly out, the emperor was still unwilling to accept it. In his heart, he could not comprehend how the two completely different people became one. After some thought, he ordered in a deep voice, "Men!" Before long, two guards appeared and knelt on one knee. They had respectful expressions as they awaited the emperor's orders. Summon the Imperial Army Vice Commander, Dai Su. The emperor did not know much about the Su family's situation and intended to summon Dai Su to ask the latter once more. Upon hearing the emperor's order, the two guards froze up and exchanged glances. Looking troubled, they did not leave immediately. "What's wrong?" The emperor's gaze turned cold. The two guards shuddered and one of them replied hurriedly, "Your Majesty, Vice Commander Dai died about 10 days ago, and his corpse was discovered in the forest tens of kilometers outside the capital." "He's dead." The emperor narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. The other guard said, "Vice Commander Dai's throat was shattered. From the looks of it, the claws of a demon beast should have ripped it apart. Our preliminary guess is that he was attacked by a spirit demon." The emperor asked expressionlessly, "Is his storage bag still there?" "No," the emperor scoffed coldly. "If his storage bag is not there, it means that he was murdered by someone. While spirit demons possessed intelligence, they were unable to open the storage bags of cultivators, and as such, it would be meaningless for them to take the storage bags away. Generally speaking, the death of an Imperial Army Vice Commander was nothing much in the palace, and news of it would not reach the ears of the emperor. Even if he heard about this news, the emperor would not be bothered about the death of a Foundation establishment cultivator either. However, the emperor felt that something was amiss right now. Things were way too coincidental. Pondering for a moment, the emperor said in a deep voice, "Summon the Imperial Army soldiers who accompanied the third princess to Pingyang town of Yen country a couple of years ago. Also, summon the soldiers that were patrolling with Dai Su in the palace before his death." "Understood." The two guards retreated. People came and went on the long streets. Among the crowd, two cultivators attracted the attention of many other cultivators who looked on with awe and fear. "See that? The emblem on their sleeves and the sect badges on their waists indicate that they're from one of the 5 major sects. Southern Mountains sect. The one in front should be perfected being Yun Shan, and the young man behind him should be the number 1 of all Foundation establishment cultivators in Southern Mountains sect, Shi Jian. I heard that Shi Jian is extremely strong and has already unlocked 5 meridians. He should be able to get a spot on the spirit ranking." Before long, the two of them were submerged in the crowd. Soon, another female cultivator arrived in the crowd that caused another commotion. "Look, that seems to be perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost sect. Yes, it's really her. Although she's a little old, she still looks ravishing as ever. Seems like perfected being Yi Ning must be the one leading the group from Azure Frost sect for the sect competition." Before long, perfected being Yi Ning left in front of everyone's gazes. Not long later, another 3 cultivators arrived. Their leader was dressed in aquamarine robes and was at Golden Core Realm. With one hand behind his back, his eyes were long and narrow as he walked over slowly with a cold, sharp gaze. That man was accompanied by a man and woman walking side by side behind him. They were both Foundation establishment cultivators. The man was extraordinarily handsome and his eyes were like stars. Smiling, he was chatting with the woman beside him. She wore a faint green dress and looked to be in her 20s, exuding a gentle temperament with skin as fair as snow. "Look, those 3 are from Iridescent Cloud's palace. If I'm not wrong, the aquamarine-robed cultivator at the front should be perfected being Tsang Lang. It's said that he's immensely strong and has even cultivated an extremely powerful golden core phenomenon. He's one of the top experts among golden cores. The handsome man behind him is Si Yutong, and he should be here for a spot on the spirit ranking. It's said that he has already unlocked 5 meridians, and is a genius of the Iridescent Cloud's Palace Foundation establishment cultivators. That woman's name is Mengqi or something. She is rather comfortable to look at. To be able to be brought by perfected being Lang and stand on Si Yutong's side, she's probably rather capable. As everyone discussed, the three of them gradually walked away. Look at the cultivators from Southern Mountains Sect, Azure Frost Sect, and Iridescent Clouds Palace. They seem to be walking in the same direction. Could something big be happening over there? Right then, someone suddenly realized and asked aloud, "Don't you know? Today is the day for Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's monthly auction. Those cultivators must be heading there to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons." Listening to the discussions around them, the handsome man from Iridescent Clouds Palace, Si Yutong, smiled. "Junior sister, look. The auction that's held at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop at the start of every month is a rare event in the capital." "Yes." Shun Mingxi nodded and a trace of shock flickered through her eyes. Along the way, almost all the cultivators were discussing about the auction at Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop today. Furthermore, they were not the only ones. Even Southern Mountain Sect and Azure Frost Sect were taking part as well. The fact that a weapon refinement master could command such immense influence in the capital where he could almost have anything he wanted was something that Shin Mengqi was completely impressed with. Even with the strength of her master, perfected being Lang, he was not able to achieve some influence. Shin Mingxi was looking forward to it as she said, "I wonder how Mr. Mo looks like. It'll be great if we have a chance of befriending him." "That's going to be difficult." Si Yutong shook his head. It's said that only a few people had the chance to see Mr. Mo in the 3 years that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had been open, let alone befriending. Even the chance to catch sight of Mr. Mo would be something worth bragging about. Shin Mingxi pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. Si Yutong comforted her. "However, don't worry too much, junior sister. Master's purpose for heading there is to auction for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. If he succeeds, we might be able to bask in his glory and have a chance to meet Mr. Mo." Shun Mingxi nodded. "I'll definitely succeed." Right then, perfected being Lang remarked indifferently with certainty without looking back. He had prepared for 3 years just for this auction and was confident that he would be able to bid for the chance to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Before long, the three of them arrived in the vicinity of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Looking over, all three of them could not conceal the shock in their eyes and were dumbfounded. Even perfected being Lang's expression changed slightly. There were way too many people at the entrance of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. A single glance over could tell that there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in the area. It was so densely crowded that it was like a sea of people. It looked extremely majestic. A rough scan of the crowd showed that just golden cores alone amounted to more than 1,000 people. It was rare to see so many golden cores gathered. However, all of them were now gathered in front of this seemingly ordinary residence, looking at it from time to time with expectant expressions. "There's so many people?" Ji Yaoxue was a little shocked when she saw the dense crowd before her. Even though she had long heard of the reputation of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, she never expected that an auction at the start of the month would attract so many cultivators. "Yaoxue, you have no idea. I heard that this auction could very likely be the last." The person who spoke was dressed in a pure, white shirt. She was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, Bai Yuhan. The two of them were on very good terms and could address each other as they pleased in private. "The last?" Ji Yaoxue was puzzled. Bai Yuhan explained, "Yes. I heard that Mr. Mo's going to leave the capital after the sect competition. These golden cores are probably worried that they might not have such an opportunity again after Mr. Mo leaves." Pausing for a moment, Bai Yuhan swept her gaze across the crowd not too far away. "Look over there. There's golden cores from Iridescent Clouds Palace, Southern Mountain Sect, and even your Azure Frost Sect. I reckon that this auction will be extremely intense." Ji Yaoxue nodded somewhat distractedly, looking a little troubled. Noticing Ji Yaoxue's strange behavior, Bai Yuhan asked softly, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Ji Yaoxue lowered her head in silence. "You had a fight with your majesty and it's because of that Su Zimo?" Bai Yuhan probed further. "Yes," Ji Yaoxue replied and did not hide anything. She had spoken to Bai Yuhan about this matter a couple of years ago. Bai Yuhan continued, Your Majesty probably had a motive for letting you collect this supreme-grade flying sword. He wishes for you to get to know Mr. Mo. Right? Ji Yaoxue nodded. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister Bai, what do you think of this? Me? Bai Yuhan chuckled. Even though I've never met that Su Zimo, I've met Mr. Mo. I dare to say that Su Zimo is definitely inferior to Mr. Mo. In the Rain Admiration Pavilion, that green-robed cultivator was neither servile nor overbearing. He remained calm against the pressure of two immense forces, True Fire Sect and the Scarlet Vulture Guards. The way that he overturned the entire situation with a few words left a deep impression in Bai Yuhan. Ji Yaoxue frowned. Bai Yuhan said, Yaoxue, you may not believe me when I say that. However, you will definitely feel that this Mr. Mo is different from everyone else the moment you meet him. Ji Yaoxue replied indifferently, We'll see. Perfected being Tsonglang had his hands behind his back and his gaze was cold. Puffing his chest out, he led his two disciples, Shin Mingqi and Si Yutong, into the crowd with a sharp aura. Many people turned around instinctively when they sensed it. Iridescent Cloud's palace was one of the 5 major sections. In addition, perfected being Tsonglang was famous and ruthless to begin with. While the crowd pushed against one another, many cultivators were wary and still chose to make a path. Before long, perfected being Tsonglang and the other two arrived at the front of the crowd. Other than perfected being Tsonglang and his 2 disciples, there was perfected being Yunshan and his legacy disciple from Southern Mountains sect, as well as perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost sect in the first row. I'm determined to get my hands on the supreme-grade spirit weapon this time round. Don't fight with me for it, fellow Taoists. Perfected being Tsonglang glanced sideways. Even though his tone was calm, it had an unquestionable authority. Fufu. Perfected being Yunshan laughed. Tsonglang, your words are meaningless. You're determined to get it? So am I. Right after, perfected being Yunshan turned to ask, What do you think, fellow Taoist Yi Ning? Nothing much. Since it's an auction, we'll just have a fair competition. There's nothing much to think about. Perfected being Yi Ning had prepared a long time for this supreme-grade spirit weapon auction as well and naturally would not leave just because of a single statement from perfected being Tsonglang. Perfected being Tsonglang scoffed coldly and said nothing more. Creak. Right then, a small gap opened from the main door of Mo's spirit weapon workshop suddenly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes landed on Mo's spirit weapon workshop's door in excitement and anticipation. A girl came out of the door. Her hair was yellowed and disheveled. However, she was so beautiful that people would subconsciously ignore that flaw. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you're finally out. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, you've gotten more beautiful, a golden core said shamelessly. Fellow Taoist Nian Qi, it's me. Cough, cough. I'm here again. All the cultivators who had stayed in the capital for over a year knew that Mr. Mo would not appear at every auction and Nian Qi would always be the one hosting. Even though she was dressed like a maidservant and was only at Foundation establishment, none of the golden cores present dared to look down on her. Nian Qi did not say anything and pushed down against the air with both hands. That initially noisy scene quietened down. There were tens of thousands of cultivators present with golden cores among them. However, a simple hand gesture from a maidservant was enough to have everyone quietened down. Shun Mingqi's eyes revealed a trace of envy. What sort of an extraordinary character was this person's master, if she could possess such power even as a maidservant? I see many new and foreign fellow Taoists present today, so I'll repeat the rules of the auction once more in simple terms. All bidders will obtain a number from me, and they will need to prepare 30 sets of materials. The starting price will be at 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 10,000. The highest bidder will win. With it, Nian Qi took out a large number of jade tokens from her storage bag. They had numbers marked on them and were scattered into the air. Perfected being Tsonglang waved his sleeves and snatched the first token. Perfected being Yunshan obtained the second token and perfected being Yi Ning obtained the third. The other numbered tokens were taken away by the many golden cores behind them. While there were many people present, of the tens of thousands of people, most of them were disciples of the golden cores. The true bidders were the thousands of golden cores present. Let the auction begin. The moment Xianxia's voice faded, someone in the crowd started bidding. An exquisite carriage was parked in a small alley not far away from the crowd. There were two women sitting inside the carriage. One of them was voluptuous with a curvy figure, exuding a mature and alluring aura. The other woman wore a pink dress with a veil over her face. While her appearance could not be seen, each time she blinked her eyes, there was a ripple of light that bewitched one's soul. Auntie Gu, what's the background of this Mo Ling? He's stealing business away from Sky Treasure Auction House with his auction. The girl in pink frowned slightly with a tinge of anger and curiosity in her voice. I'm not sure. The mature woman referred to as Auntie Gu shook her head. I heard father mention that he's a young man in his early 20s. He seems to admire this man a lot and has high regards for him. The girl in pink replied. Why? Our great mistress of the pure maiden sect is personally interested in him. Auntie Gu looked at the girl in pink with an ambiguous smile and asked jokingly. Tisk? The girl in pink pursed her lips in slight disdain and raised her chin, saying confidently, If I were to show myself, all I need to do is beckon my finger at him and that so-called Mo Ling is going to bow beneath my feet obediently. Auntie Gu smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from her glabella and scanned through the courtyard of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. That was the spirit consciousness that only nascent souls possess. It was even more powerful than the five senses of cultivators. Unblocked by any obstructions, it could permeate to every single corner like an air current. After a while, Auntie Gu's expression turned extremely strange as her eyes widened in shock. She muttered to herself in disbelief, It's him. Who? The girl in pink leaned over and asked curiously, blinking her sparkling eyes. Auntie Gu smiled. Yenner, this is someone that you can't do anything to even if you beckon your finger. I don't believe you. The girl in pink pouted and said, If I meet some old monster, perhaps my powers might not be enough to charm him. But a young man in his early 20s that's hot-blooded? Humph. Humph. There's no way he can escape my grasp. What I'm worried about now is that you'll chase after him like a silly lass if he beckons his finger at you. Auntie Gu shook her head and smiled gently. However, a simple motion and smile of hers possessed a flirtatious allure. Auntie Gu, I'm even more unconvinced when you put it that way. The girl in pink wheedled and pounced into Auntie Gu's arms while fondling wildly with both hands. If any men were to witness this scene, they would definitely lose control instantly. Auntie Gu smiled tenderly and waved her snow-white arms a few times, pushing the girl in pink back. You don't believe me? You ran off previously with someone without even leaving me a message to tell me that you were safe, making me worried for nothing. Oh my, that's already a couple of years ago. Furthermore, that Su Zimo was rather interesting. It was quite fun teasing him for no reason. The girl in pink giggled. Is that so? Auntie Gu laughed. In that case, this Mo Ling is quite interesting too. Ah? Stunned for a moment, the girl in pink could not react in time. However, she could tell that Auntie Gu was implying something, and she could not help but tilt her head slightly in deep thought. After a moment, the girl in pink clutched her mouth and nearly exclaimed. She asked with widened eyes, Su Zimo, Mo Ling, they can't be the same person, right? It's him. Auntie Gu retracted her smile and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop through the curtains. To think that I have still underestimated him. Of the two women, one of them was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. The other was the pure maiden of Pure Maiden Sect, Demoness Ji, the daughter of the emperor, the great Zhou dynasty's youngest princess. It's really him? Demoness Ji clapped and laughed. Auntie Gu, didn't I say that he was interesting? I really want to know how he did it. Was it only because of that ancient tempering manual? You want to go in and meet him? Gu Shi could not help but ask after seeing how eager Demoness Ji was. That's right. Demoness G was about to step out of the carriage when she sat back down after sweeping her gaze. "What's wrong?" Gu, she asked. Demoness G shook her head. "Sister's over there. I had better not go." Chuckling, Gu, she turned back to look in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop in deep thought. Number 975. 1 million. Number 68. 1.01 million. Number 32. 1.02 million. In just a short while, the price of the supreme-grade spirit weapon had already surpassed 1,000,000 superior-grade spirit stones under the immense bidding of the golden cores. Before most of the golden cores present could bid, the price had already exceeded their capabilities and they could merely watch the crowd dejectedly. After crossing the 1,000,000 superior-grade spirit stones mark, the speed of the bids slowed down. The golden cores became extremely prudent with every bid, increasing it by 10,000 each time. Normally, the price of a supreme-grade spirit weapon would be around 1,000,000 superior-grade spirit stones at most. However, supreme-grade spirit items were treasures that had limited supply and were rare to see in the market. Typically, cultivators who could obtain supreme-grade spirit weapons would use them personally and would not bear to sell it. Furthermore, this bid was for a customized supreme-grade spirit weapon, and was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity that was even rarer. In the first row, the golden cores from the major sects of Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Southern Mountain Sect and Azure Frost Sect had yet to make their bids. Seeing that the price had already reached 1.11 million, Perfected Being Songlang said all of a sudden, "Let's not waste any more time. Number 1, 1.5 million. The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The sudden raise of 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to discourage more than half of the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. 1.5 million superior-grade spirit stones was not something that every golden core could produce. Spirit stones were consumables after all. For cultivators, the most important thing was still to raise their cultivation realms. If one wanted to raise their cultivation realm, they would have to expend spirit stones to cultivate. Not to mention the golden cores of itinerant cultivators and some minor sects. Even Perfected Being Yunshan and Perfected Being Yining felt their mouths cramp up slightly. Their expressions changed when they heard of the bid of Perfected Being Songlang. After Perfected Being Songlang's bid, a couple of breaths passed without anyone continuing to raise the bid. Number 3, 1.51 million spirit stones. Right then, Perfected Being Yining spoke and raised the bid by 10,000. Perfected Being Songlang sneered and turned to Perfected Being Yunshan, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yunshan, aren't you bidding? If you wait any longer, you're not going to have the chance soon." Perfected Being Yunshan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Number 2, 1.52 million. The moment he said that, Perfected Being Songlang spoke again with a calm expression. "Number 1, 1.8 million. That single statement raised the price by nearly 300,000. Perfected Being Yunshan's expression darkened as he glared at Perfected Being Songlang viciously. Perfected Being Yining took a deep breath of air and said slowly, "Number 3, 1.81 million. 2 million superior-grade spirit stones. That was her limit. If it exceeds 2 million superior-grade spirit stones, she would have to back down no matter what." The golden cores at the back were already silent as they watched the scene quietly. The price of the supreme-grade spirit weapon was now so high that it was basically a tussle between Perfected Being Songlang and Perfected Being Yining. Even Perfected Being Yunshan no longer dared to speak. Perfected Being Songlang seemed to sense the pressure on Perfected Being Yining. Raising his brows slightly, he spoke, "Number 1, 1.85 million. Perfected Being Yining's heart surged when she caught sight of Perfected Being Songlang's provocative gaze, as she declared loudly, "Number 3, 2 million. That was her limit. If Perfected Being Songlang raised the bid again, she would back off." This time, Perfected Being Songlang finally laughed as he commented leisurely, "Fellow Taoist Yining, that's your limit, right? Number 1, 2.01 million. Perfected Being Yining's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. Her final gambit of raising the price to 2 million was to exert immense pressure on Perfected Being Songlang, hoping that he could withdraw from the bid. But it was to no avail. 5 breaths passed and no one raised the bid further. Perfected being Tsang Lang scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. In fact, there was even a vague hint of threat in them. There was a clear meaning in his gaze. Whoever dared to cause trouble now would be making an enemy of him. When perfected being Tsang Lang made the high bid of 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones, there was no longer any suspense in the auction. If even perfected being Yun Shan and perfected being Yi Ning, who were similarly from the 5 major sects, had to lower their heads helplessly, cultivators of minor sects or itinerant cultivators stood no chance at all. As long as 10 breaths passed without anyone raising the bid, the opportunity for customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon this time round would belong to perfected being Tsang Lang. It's basically settled. Outside the crowd, Bai Yuhan said softly. Ji Yaoxue nodded. Yes. Judging from perfected being Tsang Lang's attitude and tone, he must have prepared more than 2 million super spirit stones. Bai Yuhan smiled. That determined aura of his alone is enough to suppress the crowd. Even if someone jumped out to raise the bid right now, it would be hard to win against him. Furthermore, they would sow a grudge with him and it wouldn't be worth it. That's right. As the two of them conversed, the 10 breaths passed. Indeed, despite having more than 1,000 golden cores present, none of them had what it took to raise the price. The dust had settled. Perfected being Tsang Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he came prepared, 2 million superior grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him. If someone really jumped in to raise the bid at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue bidding. Thankfully, nothing of the sort happened. Happiness flashed in perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes as he revealed a smile. He could not conceal the delight on his face. In a small alley not far away, Gu Shi lowered the curtains and said slowly, "Let's go back. There's nothing much to see anymore." "Yes, let's go." Demonist Ji nodded as well. The driver rode the carriage and began to turn it around. The crowd in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop began to disperse as well. Many golden cores were in low spirits as they looked longingly at the doors of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Perfected being Tsang Lang turned to look at perfected being Yun Shan and perfected being Yi Ning at the side, smiling faintly. "Thank you for giving in. Fellow Taoist Tsang Lang is so rich. I truly can't beat you. Congrats." Perfected being Yun Shan laughed coldly and left with Shijian. Perfected being Yi Ning harumphed coldly without saying anything, but she felt indignant. Perfected being Tsang Lang laughed lightly at the sight of the two of them. Feeling smug, he turned around and raised his chin at Nian Qi. "Hey, young lady, announce the results." Si Yutong said in a low voice, "Junior sister, Master succeeded in his bid. We might have a chance to meet Mr. Mo later." "Yes." Shun Mingqi clenched her fists tightly in anticipation and nodded. Ever since the auction began, Nian Qi had not said a single word. She stood in front of the door looking at the many golden cores bidding below with a calm expression. It was only at this moment that Nian Qi raised her voice and said, "I hereby announce that the fellow Taoist who has obtained the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon in this auction is number 3. The crowd was originally starting to disperse. However, everyone's footsteps came to a gradual stop not long after Nian Qi spoke. They had puzzled expressions on their faces. Number 3? Wasn't perfected being Yi Ning from Azure Frost Sect number 3? Did she announce wrongly or were they hearing things? Everyone turned around subconsciously. In the small alley, just as the carriage was about to leave, a soft hum suddenly sounded from within. "Why number 3? A gentle voice sounded, filled with confusion. Outside the crowd, Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan exchanged glances in shock as well. "This?" Bai Yuhan was also a little confused as she blinked her eyes. "Normally, it's the highest bidder that gets it. Why would it be number 3? Perfected being Tsang Lang's smile froze on his face when he heard Nian Qi's voice at the entrance. Perfected being Yun Shan's footsteps came to a stop as he turned back and looked in deep thought. Perfected being Yi Ning stood rooted on the spot, unable to react for a moment after being struck by the surprise that fell from the skies. "Young lady, did you announce it wrongly?" Perfected being Cong Lang frowned slightly with a displeased expression. No, Xianxia replied naturally. Perfected being Cong Lang's expression darkened. Flipping out his number token, he showed in and said in a deep voice, "Look carefully, I'm number 1. Earlier on, number 1 was the highest bidder with 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones." Ho! Xianxia nodded. You're right. Perfected being Cong Lang's expression relaxed slightly when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Xianxia changed the topic and said in a serious manner, "But the one who obtained the right to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon is number 3. Initially, everyone thought that they had misheard things when the result was announced. But this time round, all the cultivators present heard it clearly. Something was happening. The cultivators who had already left gathered in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop at an even faster speed, most of them gloating and waiting to watch the show. There was initially no one left around Perfected being Cong Lang, but in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by people once more. A mocking look flashed in Perfected being Yun Shan's eyes as he asked out of pretension, "Fellow Taoist Cong Lang, what's going on?" Humph! Perfected being Cong Lang had an ugly expression on his face as he snorted coldly. Glaring at Xianxia with a dark expression, he asked slowly, "Young lady, are you joking with me?" A terrifying aura was emanating from Perfected being Cong Lang that slowly closed in to pressure Xianxia. Everyone could tell that Perfected being Cong Lang was really furious at the moment. Xianxia was expressionless against Perfected being Cong Lang's oppressive aura as she asked instead, "Do I look like I'm joking? Fine. I demand an explanation." Perfected being Cong Lang strode forward. His long and narrow eyes shone brightly as he questioned with an intimidating aura. Against Perfected being Cong Lang's aggression, Xianxia looked impatient as she frowned and asked, "What explanation do you need? I was clearly the highest bidder at 2.01 superior grade spirit stones. Why are you giving others the chance to customize a supreme grade spirit weapon?" Perfected being Cong Lang said slowly, "Young lady, if you didn't hear clearly, I can repeat it to you. I, Perfected being Cong Lang, was the highest bidder. All the cultivators present can vouch for me." Ho! Xianxia responded calmly, and then, Perfected being Cong Lang felt a dull pain in his heart as he shuddered and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hopping with rage, he was on the verge of breaking down. However, the other party was carefree as ever. Everyone tried to hold back their laughter when they saw Perfected being Cong Lang's pale expression. "My master was the one who bid for 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones. Didn't you hear that?" Si Yutong, Perfected being Cong Lang's disciple behind him, could no longer take it as he stood out and shouted. Xianxia covered her ears and replied loudly in a coquettish manner, "What are you shouting for? So what if you're rich?" Her words almost choked Si Yutong to death. Finally, someone burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves any longer. Perfected being Cong Lang took a deep breath. The muscles on his face and the corners of his eyes were twitching madly as he said with gritted teeth, "You clearly said that the highest bidder would win. I want to ask, where are the rules of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop? Where is the fairness?" Rules? Fairness? Xianxia looked at Perfected being Cong Lang with an "you are so naive" gaze and said, "All the rules and fairness in Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop are decided by our young master." In other words, it meant that putting aside the fact that the bid was at 2.01 million superior grade spirit stones, even if the bid was at 10 million, none of it matters if the young master did not want to make that person a spirit weapon. Perfected being Cong Lang's face darkened and his mouth twitched. At that moment, he felt an extreme discomfort as though he had just punched a cotton ball and could not exert any strength at all. Sensing the mocking gaze of everyone around, Si Yutong and Shin Mingqi felt their cheeks burn in shame. Si Yutong had experienced Xianxia's savageness in rebuttals and was still shrouded in the trauma of "so what if you're rich," so he naturally did not dare to provoke her anymore. Shin Mingqi was angry and indignant. She could not help but head up and question, "Fellow Taoist, aren't you unreasonable? It was agreed on at the start that the highest bidder would win. Please don't try to reason with me." Xianxia waved her hands hurriedly and blinked her big, sparkling eyes as she explained in all seriousness. That's because most spirit weapon workshop has never been a reasonable place. You. Shun Mingqi's body swayed and her face turned pale. She felt stifled and lost. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter burst forth from the crowd. Naturally, this was a pleasant surprise for perfected being Yining. She stepped forward with a smile and cupped her fists. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Perfected being Lang tried his best to calm himself down and suppress his anger. Young lady, since you said that your young master makes the decision, fine. I want to meet Mr. Mo. You think he's someone you can meet at your behest? Xianxia glanced sideways at perfected being Lang and scoffed coldly. Young lady, I don't understand why the rights of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon for this auction went to someone else. But I would like you to inform him that perfected being Lang of Iridescent Cloud's palace wishes to meet him. Perfected being Lang reared his head slightly with a proud look in his eyes. I'm sure Mr. Mo must have heard of my name before. Young lady, I can understand if you're insensible. However, through my experience, I'm advising you not to make a decision for your young master regarding this matter, or you might get punished for it. Xianxia frowned slightly and hesitated. Perfected being Lang continued. I believe that no one in the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty will reject to being friends with me. His words were extremely arrogant and firm. Indeed, perfected being Lang was qualified to speak of such words given his status and cultivation. No matter what, Xianxia was not even 20 years old and was still a foundation establishment cultivator. For a moment, she was stunned by perfected being Lang's aura and could not make a decision. Xianxia's expression was apprehensive. Prior to this, Su Zimo had only instructed her to ignore any bids from cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. She did not know the reason why either. At this moment, the aggressive and confident aura exuded by perfected being Lang filled her heart with worry. Was she being too reckless by making an unilateral decision of her own and establishing a powerful foe as such for her young master? Fellow Taoist Xianxia, since it has already been decided, let's not. Perfected being Yining said hesitantly. She was a little anxious that things might change if Xianxia heads in to ask Mr. Mo about things. However, she could not bring herself to say everything openly. Perfected being Lang spoke again with great confidence. I dare to declare that Mr. Mo will definitely change his mind if you inform him about it. Additionally, if the spirit stones are not enough, I can raise it to 2.5 million superior-grade spirit stones. Pest! Everyone gasped when they heard that. He raised the bid to 2.5 million just like that. Everyone could feel perfected being Lang's determination in getting his hands on that supreme-grade spirit weapon. When she heard that, perfected being Yining sighed and shook her head as well. She could retain her confidence if perfected being Lang's bid was a mere 10,000 above hers. However, perfected being Lang's bid was 2.5 million right now. If she was Mr. Mo, she would choose him as well. Everything aside, the price alone was an entire 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones higher. There was no reason for Mr. Mo to reject this offer at all. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, Wait a moment, I'll go in and ask my young master. Returning to the residence, Xianxia closed the door shut and sped towards Su Zimo's cultivation room. Before long, she arrived in front of his room and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Su Zimo's voice sounded. Xianxia pushed the door open and went straight to the point. Sir, something happened at the auction. What's wrong? Su Zimo sat on the ground without rising up and asked casually. There was indeed a cultivator from Iridescent Cloud's palace that arrived for this auction. I ignored him entirely and gave the rights to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon to another cultivator. However, Xianxia sorted out her thoughts before continuing. That Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivator seems rather powerful and says that he wants to meet you. He even said that you must have heard of his name and will definitely change your mind. Oh, Su Zimo raised his brow. Right? Xianxia added. That iridescent cloud's palace cultivator has already raised the bid to 2.5 million superior-grade spirit stones. It's an entire 500,000 more than the second-place bidder. So amazing? Smiling, Su Zimo turned and stretched his body while asking in a relaxed manner, "What's his name?" Perfected being Tsang Lang. Su Zimo's actions suddenly paused. "What's wrong, sir?" Xianxia asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled with a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. His tone was filled with emotion as he replied softly, "Nothing. He's an old acquaintance." "So, are you meeting him?" Xianxia could not figure out Su Zimo's intentions. "Yes, definitely. But now is not the time." Su Zimo replied calmly. "Furthermore, he's right about one thing. I have indeed changed my mind. By the looks of it, most spirit weapon workshop must have some special rules?" Outside the crowd, Xianxia asked in a puzzled manner. "I don't know." Bai Yuhan shook her head. "However, there must be some deeper meaning as to why Mr. Mo laid down such a rule." Xianxia frowned and fell into deep thought. Her gaze changed as she murmured softly, "Or could it be that Mr. Mo has some sort of a feud with Iridescent Cloud's palace?" "I'm not sure about any feuds he has with Iridescent Cloud's palace, but I know he's definitely at loggerheads with True Fire Sect," Bai Yuhan replied. Within the carriage in a small alley not far away, Demoness Ji suddenly said, "I remember something. Su Zimo seems to have a grudge with perfected being Tsang Lang." "Oh!" Gu Shi was surprised. Demoness Ji recalled. Back in the palace of Yen country, he killed a cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace, and even had another disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace relay the message that he would definitely take the life of perfected being Tsang Lang. If that's the case, that would explain the strange outcome from the auction just now. Gu Shi thought for a moment before shaking her head. However, Su Zimo is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He is still far from being able to take perfected being Tsang Lang's life. One is at foundation establishment while the other is at golden core. There's definitely a difference in strength. However, they are definitely comparable in terms of status by now, Demoness Ji replied. Everything aside, the mere weight of the words Mr. Mo was definitely enough to match perfected being Tsang Lang. Now that that is clear, the outcome of Xianxia relaying the message will be. Demoness Ji grinned from ear to ear. "Hee. There's going to be a good show to watch." Si Yutong said softly, "Master, don't worry. The maidservant is just ignorant and has not heard of your name. That's understandable. Once she reports the matter, Mr. Mo will definitely change his mind." "Yes." Perfected being Tsang Lang nodded. He had the confidence that there was no reason Mr. Mo would reject someone who bid 2.5 million superior-grade spirit stones and select somebody else. Si Yutong turned to his side and said tenderly to the dejected Shen Mingqi, "Junior sister, you don't have to be upset too. There's no need for us to stoop to the level of a maidservant." Right then, the door to the residence opened with a creak and a gap opened. "She's out, she's out." A commotion broke out among the crowd. Perfected being Tsang Lang was not the only one. The surrounding cultivators were also awaiting a final outcome. Xianxia walked out with a calm expression as she looked at perfected being Tsang Lang and nodded. "You are right, perfected being Tsang Lang. Our young master has indeed heard of your name, and as you have expected, he has changed his mind as well." The dark clouds on perfected being Tsang Lang's face dissipated and he smiled again, looking to his side smugly. Perfected being Yi Ning's eyes dimmed. Although she had expected this outcome, she could not help but feel disappointed still. Si Yutong even sneered unreasonable. "Little maidservant, didn't your young master ask you to apologize to my master?" Xianxia smiled without saying anything. "Time to go, time to go." Some cultivators did not linger and turned to leave the moment they saw that there was an outcome. Xianxia continued, "Our young master even said that if it's perfected being Tsang Lang, he's willing to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you for free without accepting any spirit stones." Perfected being Tsang Lang was elated upon hearing that. A huge sense of pride and happiness rose within him over the change from 2.5 million spirit stones to a free customization. Is perfected being Tsang Lang that amazing? He's pretty much. He's only a little over 200 years old and he's already at perfected golden core. He has the greatest hope of advancing to be a nascent soul perfected lord. Perfected being Tsang Lang is truly influential. To think that he could get a free customization. In fact, perfected being Tsang Lang felt lightheaded as he listened to the discussions in the crowd and enjoyed everyone's envious gazes. This was someone who had lived for more than 200 years after all. Perfected being Tsang Lang contained the ecstasy in his heart and nodded his head with cupped fists in every direction. Although he seemed like he was indifferent, as if he had already expected this outcome from the start, he could not hide the smugness between his brows. Ha ha! While perfected being Tsang Lang was able to hold back his excitement and pretend to be calm, his disciple, Si Yutong, could not hold it in any longer as he burst into laughter with a glowing expression. Xianxia smiled and said, "However, my young master said that he has a request for helping you to customize a free supreme-grade spirit weapon. Say it." Perfected being Tsang Lang was in a good mood as he waved his hand and said proudly, "As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to accommodate. Rest assured, perfected being. This request is very easy for you." Suddenly, Xianxia retracted her smile. Her tone turned cold as she enunciated word for word. "My young master said, he wants you to kneel down." The crowd fell silent. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. Every cultivator present was stunned and dumbfounded, looking towards Xianxia and perfected being Tsang Lang instinctively. "He wants you to kneel down." Although the crowd was noisy, everyone heard those 6 words clearly and there was no mistake about it. Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan were frozen. Not far away, within a carriage in a small alley, a sweet voice sounded with laughter. "Ha! I knew it. Su Zimo is very interesting." Si Yutong's laughter stopped abruptly. Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression stiffened. Turning his head slowly, he narrowed his gaze and asked faintly, "Young lady, what did you just say? If you have the guts to say it again, I'll listen." "You didn't hear it clearly?" Xianxia was nonchalant towards perfected being Tsang Lang's threat as she replied indifferently. "As long as you kneel down, my young master will refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you." "Oh, right. He even said that if you were to kneel down and kowtow, he can refine an additional supreme-grade spirit weapon for you." Humiliation. Although the cultivators present did not know why Mr. Mo would make such a decision, it was a complete and absolute humiliation to perfected being Tsang Lang. No matter how valuable a supreme-grade spirit weapon was, how could perfected being Tsang Lang kneel in front of everyone? While kneeling down was easy, he would definitely lose all face in the cultivation world from this day forth. Fufufu. Perfected being Tsang Lang suddenly laughed. "You're a foundation establishment cultivator. A mere maidservant. How dare you insult a golden core? Even if this is the capital, I can kill you right now." Perfected being Tsang Lang's long and narrow eyes shone with a cold killing intent. His hands that were originally behind his back were now placed on his storage bag and his voice was chilling. Everyone could sense perfected being Tsang Lang's killing intent. In the eyes of everyone, Xianxia was only a maidservant. Given perfected being Tsang Lang's status and position, he might not be severely punished if he were to kill a maidservant forcefully right now. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as she continued. "Our young master has already expected that you would definitely be enraged out of shame upon hearing the request and that you will try to kill me. However, this is the capital. If you dare to strike first, the other cultivators will have enough reason to stop you." "Hee hee." Perfected being Tsang Lang smiled. "Who would dare stop me for a mere maidservant like you?" Xianxia nodded. "That's why my young master said that whoever beheads you will get a customized supreme-grade spirit weapon from him." Perfected being Tsang Lang's expression changed. Those were savage words that had set him on fire. The other party was not only humiliating him, they were forcing him to endure it with nowhere to vent. At this moment, as long as perfected being Lang dared to attack Xianxia, the other cultivators would have enough reason to strike and they would definitely join forces to kill him. After all, his head could be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even if some of the cultivators were worried about his status and did not dare to attack, the commanders of the Scarlet Vulture and Azure Falcon Guards had already approached not far away. If he dared to make any movements out of the blue, those two would definitely strike without hesitation. Perfected being Lang looked extremely ugly and unpredictable. No matter what, his pride was completely smashed today. However, perfected being Lang could not understand why Mo Ling hated him so much. The fact that he was able to get to where he was today meant that his hands had already been tainted by endless fresh blood. He no longer remembered when and where he sowed a grudge with any cultivator with the surname of Mo. From the looks of it, Mr. Mo definitely knows me then. Perfected being Lang was a top golden core cultivator after all, and he adjusted himself quickly. A look of mockery flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Since we were acquaintances, why is he being mysterious and hiding inside instead of meeting me directly? Xianxia replied. My young master said that he would definitely meet you, but now is not the time. When will be the time then? The sect competition. All right. Perfected being Lang nodded and said coldly, come that time, I'll see for myself just who this Mo Ling is. Now that everything was as such, perfected being Lang naturally could not stay any longer. With a darkened expression, he turned to leave with his two disciples. As perfected being Lang left, the many surrounding cultivators began to disperse as well. In a small alley, a coachman drove a horse carriage into the distance. Outside the crowd, Xianxia and Bai Yuhan stood at the side, looking emotional after witnessing the entire auction. Bai Yuhan said, did you see that? Mr. Mo played with perfected being Lang in the palms of his hands without even making an appearance such that the latter could only leave in shame. Xianxia nodded as a look of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Mr. Mo is indeed impressive. He expected all of perfected being Lang's reactions beforehand and dealt with it. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia smiled. If father had not told me that he's only a young man in his 20s, I would have thought that it was some scheming old man. Fufu. Bai Yuhan looked at Xianxia slyly and chuckled. Why? Are you starting to get curious about Mr. Mo? Xianxia shook her head and smiled helplessly. Don't worry, when you see Mr. Mo later on, you will forget that Su Zimo cleanly, Bai Yuhan assured her. Just as the two of them conversed, perfected being Yi Ning had already handed Xianxia a storage bag with 30 sets of materials and 2 million superior-grade spirit stones for the supreme-grade spirit weapon. Xianxia and Bai Yuhan headed towards Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Perfected being Yi Ning seemed to have said something to Xianxia, causing the latter to shake her head. That had perfected being Yi Ning turning to leave with a disappointed look. Greetings, master. Xianxia happened to approach and bowed slightly, greeting in a gentle voice. Although Xianxia was dressed ordinarily right now and bowed towards perfected being Yi Ning, she exuded an air of royalty from head to toe that was extremely noble. Ah, Xianxia, you don't have to bow. Perfected being Yi Ning nodded and stretched her hands to help Xianxia up. While the disciples of Azure Frost sect did not know of Xianxia's identity, she knew. Xianxia was only at Azure Frost sect to cultivate for 10 years. Thereafter, she would return to the capital of Great Zhou for the sect competition, and she would never return to Azure Frost sect ever again. In fact, now that Xianxia had returned to the capital, her status as a princess was already reverted. Congratulations, master. Xianxia smiled and said. Fufu. Perfected being Yi Ning could not hide the joy in her eyes as she chuckled. It's a freak accident and totally by fate. Who would have thought that Mr. Mo would have chosen me in the end? Bai Yuhan asked. What did you say to Xianxia earlier on, fellow Taoist Yi Ning? I wanted to meet Mr. Mo to thank him in person, but he didn't agree and rejected me right away. Perfected being Yi Ning smiled bitterly. Xianxia consoled her. From what fellow Taoist Xianxia said, Mr. Mo will appear for the sect competition. You'll definitely see him then. Yes, I hope so. The three of them chatted for a while before Perfected Being Yining left. Xianxia turned around and smiled. See, the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty is not someone you can meet at any moment. Even my master was given the cold shoulder. We'll just give it a try. Who knows, we might succeed. Bai Yuhan joked. At the very most, we'll just announce your title as the third princess, and we might be able to change the situation. Sister Bai, you're teasing me again. Xianxia shook her head and laughed. The two of them walked up and Bai Yuhan knocked on the door. Before long, the door opened to the knock and Xianxia poked her head out. She looked at Xianxia and Bai Yuhan curiously with her big, sparkling eyes. The auction has already ended. Fellow Taoists, you are late. Xianxia smiled gently. Fellow Taoist, we're not here for the auction. The Emperor customized a supreme-grade spirit weapon through Mr. Mo previously, and I'm here to collect it. Oh! Xianxia came to a sudden realization as she looked at Bai Yuhan. She recalled that this was the commander of the White Hawk Guards. Since this yellow-robed lady was with Bai Yuhan, there should be no mistake. Please wait a moment. The supreme-grade spirit weapon is with our young master. I'll retrieve it right away, Xianxia said and was about to close the door. Hey! Hey! Bai Yuhan held Xianxia back when she saw that Xianxia was looking indifferent and did not mention anything about wanting to meet Mo Ling. Coughing softly, she said, Fellow Taoist Xianxia, can we enter with you and visit Mr. Mo? After all, we've been admiring him for a long time. Nopes! Xianxia shook her head without thinking. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Bai Yuhan and asked confusedly, Commander Bai, haven't you met my young master before? I did. But she hasn't. Bai Yuhan pointed at Xianxia who was beside her. Nope, still. Xianxia still shook her head and closed the door. Right? She's the third princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. Hey! Bai Yuhan hurriedly called out, not knowing if Xianxia heard her. Xianxia could not help but laugh. Sister Bai, stop shouting. Don't you find it embarrassing when they're ignoring you? I do. Bai Yuhan pouted. If he doesn't want to meet us, so be it. What's so great about him? After a while, the door opened once more and Xianxia appeared in a flash, looking at Xianxia with a curious expression. Where's the supreme-grade spirit weapon? We'll leave after taking it. Bai Yuhan felt indignant after being rejected twice in a row by Xianxia. Xianxia said, The spirit weapon is with our young master. Frowning, Bai Yuhan asked, Then what were you doing just now? Xianxia bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture as she smiled gently. Our young master invites you in. Both Xianxia and Bai Yuhan were stunned. The two of them originally thought that they would never be able to meet Mr. Mo. But now things had taken a sudden spin. Mr. Mo's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Xianxia was rather calm and composed. To her, it did not matter whether or not she met him. However, Bai Yuhan smiled delightedly as she pulled Xianxia's wrist while urging, Let's go. This is a rare opportunity. Under Xianxia's lead, the two of them entered the residence hailed as the most mysterious in the capital of Great Zhou. The houses in the courtyard were neat and tidy and the courtyard itself was clean with the lawn neatly arranged. Not far away, there was a stone table and a couple of stone stools. Apart from those, there was nothing else. On the shore beside Jishui River, a large black dog that was covered in scales sprawled down, seemingly resting with its eyes closed. Please have a seat. Xianxia led the two of them to the stone table where there was already a pot of tea. It was emitting steam and a fragrant aroma. Xianxia and Bai Yuhan sat down where they were served a cup of tea each by Xianxia. Bai Yuhan felt uneasy seeing Xianxia like this. While Xianxia seemed like she was a maidservant on the surface, there were not many cultivators in the capital of Great Zhou that could have her pouring tea for them. Sister Xianxia, it's really you. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded nearby. Xianxia turned around and saw Su Xiaoning sprinting towards her with a delighted expression. Xiaoning, why are you here? Xianxia was stunned. Right then, another voice rang out, gentle as jade. Miss Ji, how have you been? Xianxia's petite body shuddered slightly as she turned around. Not far away, a delicate and scholarly cultivator, strode over. He wore green robes that fluttered gently in the wind, and he had clear eyes with a faint smile on his face. Xianxia was stunned, stuck in a trance for a long time. For some reason, she felt a lump in her throat as tears welled up in her eyes. That figure had appeared in her mind countless times. Yet, now that she actually saw it, everything felt surreal. It was as though everything else was silent, as the only thing reverberating in her ears was that sentence. "Miss G, how have you been? You're good. So, you knew Mr. Mo long ago, but you've kept it so well hidden from me." Bai Yuhan leaned in and whispered to Xianxia. When she heard that, Xianxia gradually returned to her senses. By then, the green-robed man was already close to her. "Greetings, Mr. Mo." Bai Yuhan stood up immediately and cupped her fists. The green-robed man merely nodded. He shifted his gaze and looked at Xianxia's beautiful face again with a smile in his eyes. Bai Yuhan looked at Xianxia, then back at the green-robed man. She was confused. If they knew each other, why were they not saying anything? If they did not know each other, what did Mr. Mo mean by that question earlier? "You are Mr. Mo?" After a while, Xianxia finally spoke. "I think so." The green-robed man nodded. "Should I call you young Master Su, Mr. Mo, or Zimo?" "As you wish." As soon as he said that, the two of them looked at one another and smiled as though telepathically, just like before. "Have a seat." Su Zimo pointed to the stone stool beside him and sat down with Xianxia. Bai Yuhan stood rooted to the ground, still in a daze. "What young Master Su? What Zimo?" Bai Yuhan turned around and hurried to Xianxia's side, asking in confusion, "Yaoxua, what did you mean by young Master Su and Zimo earlier on?" This is Mo Ling. Mr. Mo. Xianxia smiled without saying anything and turned to look at Su Zimo. Glancing at Bai Yuhan, Su Zimo said frankly, "Let's get to know each other again. I am Su Zimo." "Which Su Zimo?" Bai Yuhan was a little confused and asked subconsciously. "Su Zimo of Yen country." "Ah!" Bai Yuhan exclaimed, and her face was filled with disbelief. "You're that useless Su Zimo who has no spirit root and is unable to cultivate?" At the mention of the word useless, Xianxia frowned. She glanced sideways and said softly, "Sister Bai." Nianqi was displeased and could not help but blurt, "Commander Bai, how can you say something like that? If my young master is useless, who isn't useless in this world? How is this possible?" For a moment, Bai Yuhan was unable to accept the truth as her eyes darted between Su Zimo, Xianxia, Nianqi, and Su Xiaoning. None of them seemed like they were joking. In Bai Yuhan's memories, Su Zimo from Yen country and Mr. Mo, who was before her, were from completely different worlds. One was high up in the heavens. As the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, he was renowned and almost all golden cores wanted to befriend him. The other was far down on the ground. Born from a small vassal state far away, he had no spirit root and was unable to cultivate, a most common mortal. How did the two people become one? Su Zimo smiled and replied indifferently, "That's right. There are many impossible things in this world." Xianxia changed the topic and asked curiously, "Why are you called a Mo Ling?" Su Zimo pointed to the plaque above the door. Mo Ling is merely the name of the weapon workshop. However, others instinctively thought that it was my name. Because I'm too lazy to explain anything, that was how it spread. To think that you've changed so much after not seeing you for a couple of years. You are now Mr. Mo, who is renowned throughout the capital, and it's difficult to even meet you. Xianxia teased. Su Zimo laughed as well. You've already reported your title as the 3rd princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. How would I dare to not meet you? Xianxia covered her mouth and chuckled while rolling her eyes at Bai Yuhan. It's all Sister Bai's fault. In Bai Yuhan's eyes, Xianxia seemed to have changed into another person ever since she met Su Zimo. The gloominess in her eyes were gone, and they were now beautiful like clear waters. She smiled enchantingly with every word and action of hers and was extremely beautiful. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia continued, "Right. Father has high regards for you as well. Of Mo Ling, you mean? Su Zimo's tone was calm. It's all the same. You're both the same person, Ji Yaoxue replied. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. He knew clearly well that if the Emperor of Great Zhou knew that he was Mo Ling, it would be hard to tell the kind of attitude the latter would have towards that fact. The Emperor's heart was unfathomable. If he was enraged, he would be able to find sufficient reason to kill Su Zimo. The supreme-grade spirit weapon that your majesty customized was a gift for you, right? Su Zimo asked. Yes. Ji Yaoxue nodded and extended her palms with a smile. Hand it over. I want to see the quality of a flying sword customized by Mr. Mo and whether it catches my eye. Su Zimo grinned and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. The sword was 3 feet long and about 2 feet wide. It was engraved with mysterious mystical patterns and was breathtaking. It could be described as a work of the gods. Su Zimo injected spirit energy to it. Whoosh! The sword lit up with 4 spirit patterns in a bedazzling manner. A 4-patterned supreme-grade spirit weapon. Bai Yuhan's eyes flashed with envy as she looked at the flying sword. Even though she was the commander of the White Hawk Guards, she did not possess a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Ji Yaoxue received the flying sword with both hands and wiped her fingers across the sword. She could sense the coldness of the sword, but a current of warmth seeped into her heart. Buzz! Brushing her finger against the tip of the sword, Ji Yaoxue flicked it gently and the sword trembled, reverberating with a clear ringing sound. The sound of the sword alone was enough to tell that even amongst supreme-grade spirit weapons, this was definitely a top-notch flying sword and was infinitely close to being a perfect spirit weapon. Su Zimo took out another long pale yellow dress from his storage bag and passed it to Ji Yaoxue. This dress is for you too. Ji Yaoxue took it. The pale yellow dress was extremely thin and light with a hint of coldness to it. Ji Yaoxue's heart stirred, and she injected spirit energy into the dress. Whoosh! For rays of light burst from the dress, shining brightly. Ah! Both Ji Yaoxue and Bai Yuhan exclaimed at almost the same time. It was another supreme-grade spirit weapon, and it was an extremely rare defensive supreme-grade spirit weapon at that. The cutting of the dress seemed as though it was custom-made for Ji Yaoxue entirely. At that moment, Bai Yuhan was no longer filled with envy. It was jealousy. This was way too extravagant. Who would give away supreme-grade spirit weapons as gifts just like that? Ji Yaoxue lowered her head and pretended to check out the dress in her hands. However, her cheeks were slightly red and her heart was racing. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he noticed Ji Yaoxue's expression. He had only given her the dress because he saw Ji Yaoxue as a good friend. Furthermore, she was his and the Su family's benefactor. Su Zimo did not wish to cause Ji Yaoxue's misunderstanding. After pondering for a moment, he said in a seemingly casual manner, I just bought some 1,000-year-old sky silk recently and made them into 3 dresses. Apart from you, Xiaoning and Yan Qi each have 1 too. When she heard that, Ji Yaoxue's eyes dimmed. However, she recovered very quickly and was smiling by the time she raised her head. Thank you very much then. Xiaoning blinked and could tell that there was something wrong between the two of them. Thus, she held Ji Yaoxue's hand and smiled. Sister Yaoxue, why have you only just returned? I've missed you. Ji Yaoxue rubbed Xiaoning's forehead and asked tenderly, How are you doing in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop? Did anyone bully you? Su Xiaoning froze momentarily and averted her gaze while smiling. No, all the seniors are taking good care of me. Ji Yaoxue hummed softly. While Xiaoning had hidden herself well, Ji Yaoxue still found some contradictions. She turned to look at Su Zimo and asked with a frown, Zimo, what happened? Nothing much, Sister Yaoxue. Stop asking. Su Xiaoning added hurriedly. Ji Yaoxue smiled faintly. Even if you and your brother refuse to tell me, is there anything that can be hidden from me within the Great Zhou dynasty if I want to know about it? It's nothing much. There's just a cultivator in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop called Yang Yu who has a feud with you, I guess. Su Zimo spoke but did not elaborate. Back in Azure Frost Elixir Workshop, he had already told Yang Yu that someone would deal with her. It's her. There was a cold glint in Ji Yaoshua's eyes as her aura changed immediately. I've already warned that you not to provoke me anymore. It was only at this moment that a unique sense of royalty dignity and ferociousness was exuded from Ji Yaoshua. Her body carried the bloodline of the emperor. After all, that was someone who could smite 1,000,000 corpses in a fit of anger. Right then, a red dot flew over from the void not far away. It was extremely fast and was headed towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Bai Yuhan frowned. It's the Scarlet Vulture Guards. What are they coming over for? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. Not long after, several dozen Scarlet Vulture Guards descended outside Mo's spirit weapon workshop, and the leader of the group was a bald man with no eyebrows. He was none other than the commander of the Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. Bald Vulture rode on a scarlet vulture expressionlessly and cupped his fists. Your Majesty has given orders for the third princess to return to the palace. Also, Your Majesty is holding a banquet at the Rain Admiration Pavilion and Mr. Mo is invited to it. Ji Yaoshua frowned. She could tell that something was amiss through Bald Vulture's eyes. Commander Bald Vulture, did Father mention why he is setting up a banquet for Mr. Mo? Ji Yaoshua's eyes sparkled as she stared into Bald Vulture's eyes and asked with a raised voice. Bald Vulture bowed slightly and averted Ji Yaoshua's gaze. I don't know. Ji Yaoshua's heart sank. She had grown up in the palace since she was a child and knew everything about it. She could sense a faint killing intent emanating from Bald Vulture. That killing intent was definitely not directed at her. It went without saying who it was directed to. Don't go. Ji Yaoshua turned around and shook her head at Su Zimo with a grave expression. Su Zimo smiled calmly. In truth, he had expected this day to arrive. When he acknowledged Su Xiaoning in the capital more than a month ago, he had already expected that given the emperor's intellect, it was only a matter of time before the latter discovered his true identity. Furthermore, there was no way he could hide his identity at the sect competition. Su Zimo had not intended to hide it either. Now that the emperor had set up a banquet and the Scarlet Vulture Guards had appeared, it was basically confirmation that his identity had already been exposed. This was clearly a Hongmen banquet. However, Su Zimo had to attend it. This was the capital of Great Zhou. He had no other choice. I'll accompany you. Ji Yaoshua had also realized that even if Su Zimo were to reject the invitation, the Scarlet Vulture Guards were going to bring him along forcefully. By then, things might get worse. You guys stay here and await my return. Don't worry. Su Zimo turned around and reminded Nian Qi and Xiaoning before glancing at Night Spirit, who was sprawled in a corner. Let's go. Su Zimo, Ji Yaoshua and Bai Yuhan each got onto a Scarlet Vulture and sped towards the palace under Bald Vulture's lead. After a while, everyone arrived at the palace. Flying was forbidden within the palace and everyone got down from the Scarlet Vultures. Bald Vulture bowed. Third Princess, please head back. I'll lead Mr. Mo to the banquet right now. I'm coming along as well. Even though Ji Yaoshua's tone was calm, it was unquestionable. Bald Vulture frowned darkly and said in a low voice, Third Princess, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm only following orders. Oh, Ji Yaoshua asked indifferently, you have objections towards me making things difficult for you? Instantly, Bald Vulture's heart skipped a beat as he replied hurriedly, I wouldn't dare. Turning around, Ji Yaoshua's gaze was sharp and intimidating as she questioned, your orders are to bring Mr. Mo with you. How am I conflicting with your orders by following along? Bald Vulture was speechless. Within the palace of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoshua seemed to have transformed into a different person as she revealed her prowess and displayed a unique sense of dominance and royal dignity. Ji Yaoshua asked again, I've just returned from Azure Frost Sect and haven't had dinner with Father for a long time. Now that he's hosting a banquet today and I want to join him for a meal, you're trying to stop me? I wouldn't dare. Bald Vulture found himself breaking out in cold sweat against Ji Yaoshua's 3 consecutive questions. Ji Yaoshua waved her hands. Lead the way. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Bald Vulture glared at Su Zimo gloomily before nodding his head reluctantly. Everyone headed towards the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Before long, They arrived at the entrance of the Rain Admiration Pavilion. On the small path in the middle of the pool, cold-looking Imperial Army soldiers guarded both sides. They wielded long sabers and axes while exuding a faint scent of bloodlust. These were truly Imperial Army soldiers who had experienced battle and undergone a baptism of blood. The cultivation of these Imperial Army soldiers were at perfected foundation establishment. They were above Suzimo. As for how many meridians they had unlocked, the spirit-peering art could not reveal that. The remaining Scarlet Vulture guards remained outside while Suzimo, Xianxia, Bald Vulture, and Bai Yuhan passed the Emperor's Imperial Army and entered the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The moment they entered, Suzimo felt a murderous aura. A ring of cultivators surrounded the Rain Admiration Pavilion, all of them at Golden Core Realm. They glared at Suzimo with cold, expressionless eyes. Within the Rain Admiration Pavilion, a table was set in the middle with exquisite dishes that were still emitting steam displayed. A noble middle-aged man dressed in the Emperor's robes sat in the seat opposite the entrance. His forehead was wide, and he had a gaze deep as water where his emotions were impossible to read. The Emperor of Great Show. The Emperor's gaze was fixed on Suzimo's face, lingering for the longest time as though he was scrutinizing to determine carefully just who this green-robed scholar was. Coupled with the fact that he had ascended the throne for a long time, the Emperor's razor-sharp gaze naturally carried an authority that looked down on the masses such that even cultivators would not dare to meet it head-on. However, Suzimo's expression was calm, and he met the Emperor's gaze without any intention of avoiding it at all. Perhaps Suzimo might have felt a little guilty if this was in the past. However, he had ascended to fame and gathered influence in the past 3 years under the name of Mo Ling. In addition, Suzimo was someone with an innate sharpness to begin with. Even the Emperor's authority was not enough to suppress someone like him. The Emperor retracted his gaze from Suzimo and instantly, the suppressive feeling earlier on disappeared as though everything was just a hallucination. "Come here, Schwer." Turning his head slightly, the Emperor looked at Xianxia and smiled while beckoning with his hand. Xianxia frowned slightly and did not budge. The Emperor asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You don't wish to have a meal with your father?" At that moment, the Emperor had a kind and benevolent expression as he looked at Xianxia endearingly. He looked completely like a slightly aged father. While Suzimo could not sense any killing intent or enmity from the Emperor, his spirit perception told him that this person was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, he was at the edge of life and death. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before she walked over slowly and sat down beside the Emperor as per his intentions. "Father, Mr. Mo. Let's eat." He interrupted her before she could continue. Although his tone was calm, it was impossible to rebut him. With that said, the Emperor started eating the dishes on the table as if no one else was around. He ate elegantly and chewed slowly without letting out any sound. At that moment, even Xianxia could not figure out the Emperor's thoughts. She glanced at Suzimo, feeling perturbed. While she looked like she was eating as well, everything tasted like wax to her. In the Rain Admiration Pavilion, Suzimo seemed to have become an extra person. The Emperor seemed to have forgotten about him as he was left standing on the spot. Suzimo smiled calmly and was not vexed. With one hand behind his back, he strolled to the side and looked at the pleasant scenery outside in a leisurely manner. Time passed bit by bit. The Rain Admiration Pavilion was silent, and Suzimo seemed to be completely immersed in the beautiful scenery, forgetting everything around him. At that moment, Bai Yuhan nodded her head with admiration. Not everyone could remain this calm before the Emperor of Great Show. After a long while, the Emperor wiped his mouth and a chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Xianxia put down her utensils and coughed lightly. "Take it away." In part, Xianxia was summoning the maidservant to take the dishes away. At the same time, it was a reminder for Suzimo. He gradually came back to his senses and returned to stand not far away from the Emperor. "Should I call you Mr. Mo or Suzimo?" The Emperor spoke suddenly and asked directly without beating around the bush. Suzimo replied, "Both works. It depends on which one your Majesty prefers." Bang! The emperor's palm struck the table heavily all of a sudden, giving off a loud bang. Xianxia was shocked. Su Zimo, are you aware of your crimes? The emperor slapped the table and stood up. Instantly, his aura changed completely, as though he was an angry lion that was gushing forth with an immensely intimidating pressure. Those words were deafening like the sound of a huge bell. Su Zimo's body swayed. Against the pressure of the emperor, he felt like he was suffocating. His security was at stake now, and his head could fall at any moment. Father! Xianxia's expression changed as she stood up hurriedly. Don't interfere in this matter. The emperor did not even look at her as he waved his sleeves gently, sending Xianxia to the side. Xianxia did not know what spell he used, but she could not move her body at all. While she was agitated and her eyes revealed endless worry, she could not speak at all. Su Zimo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were brimming with a dazzling light of life. What are my crimes? Su Zimo asked instead. The emperor's gaze was dark as he said slowly, You hid your identity in front of me. That's deceiving the emperor, and you should be executed. Everyone in the Rain Admiration Pavilion could sense the emperor's killing intent. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he replied calmly. Your Majesty, you have never asked me about it. How does that equate to me hiding things from you? Bullshit! The emperor shouted. Back in Mo's spirit weapon workshop, I asked you personally what sect you were from and who your master was. How dare you try to deny now that things have come to this? Su Zimo replied indifferently. That day, your Majesty paid a visit in secret. How was I to know of your identity, your Majesty? The emperor frowned slightly. Su Zimo's meaning was simple. The source of this matter was not him, but the emperor. Right from the start, the emperor had not inquired about Su Zimo's background using his identity as the emperor. As such, there was naturally no way the latter was deceiving the emperor. No matter what, Su Zimo had saved Xianxia's life before. Furthermore, his alter ego was Mr. Mo, who was renowned throughout the capital. In terms of both logic and sentimentality, the emperor should not kill Su Zimo. However, the moment the emperor found out about the truth, he felt a sense of shame as though he was played and cheated by someone. He would feel indignant if he were to let Su Zimo leave just like this. He wanted to kill, but he did not want to kill at the same time. The conflict within the emperor's heart had reached an extreme. That was why he had to look for a reason that he could convince himself with if he wanted to kill Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, when Su Zimo entered the Rain Admiration Pavilion, his spirit perception had already sensed the immense reason. That was because the emperor wanted to kill him but lacked a reason. That was also the reason why the emperor left Su Zimo hanging on the spot. As long as Su Zimo did anything unusual, the emperor would strike immediately and kill him on the spot. Normally, someone of Su Zimo's age would be the most brash. Coupled with his title as the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, he would definitely be enraged for being ignored as such. He would then either rush up and reason about it or turn to leave. No matter which choice it was, Su Zimo would have definitely died. However, of all things, he was neither angry nor vexed and walked to the side to admire the scenery. Helpless, the emperor could only strike again and accuse him of deceiving the emperor while using that as an excuse to kill him. However, Su Zimo managed to resolve the contradiction within a couple of sentences, leaving the emperor without any reason to refute. Although everything seemed like it was a simple exchange of words, there were swords and sabers lying beneath. A single mistake and Su Zimo's blood would fill the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Xianxia, who had seen through everything, heaved a sigh of relief and her expression eased slightly. Very good. The emperor nodded expressionlessly and his tone was cold. No one could tell if he was giving a compliment or being sarcastic. Let's leave the matter of deceiving the emperor aside first. The emperor's gaze was cold as he asked in a frosty voice, Do you admit that you killed the imperial army soldier, Daisu? As long as that matter was thoroughly investigated, Su Zimo would definitely be implicated. Back then, Daisu had tailed Su Zimo after catching sight of him outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. The fact that he died that very night made it obvious who the murderer was. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before nodding. I killed him. All right. A cold glint flashed in the Emperor's eyes. Since you admit it, there's nothing to say anymore. A life for a life. Raising his head, Su Zimo looked at the Emperor and asked, why can't I kill Dai Su since he wanted to kill me? As long as someone wishes to kill you, you have to kill them in return? The Emperor raised his brows. Yes, Su Zimo replied without hesitation. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked, then, I want to kill you now. What do you want? Xianxia shuddered when she heard that question. This was an unsolvable question. No matter how Su Zimo replied, he would be in the wrong. If he displayed weakness and did not dare to rebut, he would be contradicting his previous statement and the Emperor could go along with that flow and kill him. If Su Zimo's stance was overly tough and replied that he would kill the Emperor, that would be regicide and he would definitely be killed. It was an unsolvable trap. Then, I want to kill you now. What do you want? The Emperor's question was like a sword with a sharp edge that stabbed forth, sealing all of Su Zimo's retreat paths. His killing intent was almost tangible at this point. Shrouded by that killing intent, Su Zimo could not move at all. The Rain Admiration Pavilion fell into an eerie, terrifying silence. Even Bai Yuhan, who was standing at the side, felt a sense of trepidation, let alone Su Zimo, who was at the vortex of the storm. The Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable to begin with. Coupled with the unique aura possessed by the Emperor, this was a sort of pressure that ordinary people would not be able to endure. Even if it was a golden core in place of Su Zimo, he would be kneeling with a frightfully pale expression. However, Su Zimo stood upright, neither servile nor overbearing, with a straight back. You want to kill me? Su Zimo finally spoke and paused for a moment. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Xianxia could vaguely sense something and was so anxious that she was about to cry. Raising his head, Su Zimo had a deep gaze that shone with a demonic glint as he stared back and said slowly, you want to kill me? So first, I'll kill? What are you guys doing? Before Su Zimo could say you, a gentle and soft voice rang from outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. It was soothing and interrupted Su Zimo's sentence. His heart skipped a beat. That was a familiar voice. Everyone glanced in the direction of the voice. A young girl in a light pink dress stood with her head tilted to the side. She had an innocent look on her face as she looked into the Rain Admiration Pavilion with a curious and pure expression. The moment he saw that girl, the killing intent within the Emperor's eyes vanished instantly. While he was still suppressing Su Zimo with his aura, his gaze had turned extremely tender, as though he was worried he might scare the girl. Yenner, why are you here? The Emperor's tone sounded reproachful and doting. The girl in pink wheedled. I heard that sister has returned. I missed her, so I came back to take a look too. Sister, why are you standing there motionlessly and crying? When the girl in pink walked into the Rain Admiration Pavilion, she asked with raised brows, looking confused and innocent at the sight of Xianxia weeping at the side. The Emperor released an invisible force from between his brows inconspicuously, removing the restraints on Xianxia. He said in a deep voice, Schwer, leave this place first along with Yenner. I'm not leaving. Xianxia looked at the Emperor with teary eyes and shook her head resolutely. Ah! Right then, the girl in pink suddenly exclaimed and covered her cherry lips. She looked at Su Zimo with an incredulous expression while her eyes were filled with surprise. Young Master Su, is that you? The girl in pink ran to Su Zimo's side excitedly and clutched his arm with a death grip, refusing to let go as though she was afraid he might disappear the next moment. Everyone was stunned. Apart from Su Zimo, everyone else in the Rain Admiration Pavilion gaped at the scene in astonishment. The Emperor was stunned as well, subconsciously removing the pressure he was applying on Su Zimo, afraid that the girl in pink might be accidentally injured. Su Zimo was rather calm. The moment she entered, he had already recognized her. This was the fiend heir of the pure maiden sect, Demoness G. However, she looked angelic and innocent right now, with a charming and ignorant gaze. She was like a naive and ignorant girl. If not for the fact that they were identical in appearance, Su Zimo would not have dared to confirm it. However, he recalled that Demoness G indeed had such capabilities. Be it innocent, charming, elegant, or pitiful, she was able to portray all of those images without any flaws. It was as though split personalities were hidden in Demoness G's body and could be switched at will. Su Zimo did not reply as he did not know what Demoness G was up to. Young Master Su, I've been looking for you for so long. To think that you would be here. Demoness G clutched at the hem of Su Zimo's robes and pouted her lips in an aggrieved manner. Yener, you? Pausing for a moment, the Emperor pointed at Su Zimo with an odd expression. You know that person? No, Demoness G shook her head. I only know that his surname is Su, but I don't know what his name is. However, young Master Su saved my life before. Ah? The Emperor opened his mouth slightly, dumbfounded. His expression froze and his mind was in a mess. The Imperial Army soldiers at the side, Bald Vulture, Bai Yuhan and everyone else were losing their composure, watching with widened eyes and jaws that nearly dropped to the ground. What was up with this Su Zimo? The Emperor only had 2 daughters and he saved both of their lives before? Was this person born to save princesses? Ji Yaoxue was also slightly dazed as she blinked her watery eyes and looked on. Su Zimo had even saved her younger sister as well? The Emperor coughed gently and regained his composure, asking with a frown, Yener, what's going on? When did he save you? Back in Chiyu City. Demoness G replied, 3 years ago, I went to Chiyu City with Auntie Gu. I sneaked out once while Auntie Gu wasn't around, but I ended up coming across 6 bad guys. If not for young Master Su's appearance, I would have been doomed. With that said, Demoness G puffed out a breath of air and stuck out her tongue, as though she was still experiencing lingering fears. Her words were indeterminable. If Su Zimo had not experienced it himself, he would not have doubted her. Furthermore, judging from the Emperor and Ji Yaoshua's expressions, Su Zimo realized that neither of them knew what sect Demoness G was from. Silly child. The Emperor shook his head helplessly. Demoness G continued, Later on, I pressed young Master Su for his residence and background, so that father could reward him immensely. However, young Master Su left right away, and I couldn't find him even after a long search. Ah, I got it. Demoness G revealed a look of realization as she clapped her hands together and smiled. Father, did you find young Master Su to reward him after knowing about this matter? The Emperor remained silent and smiled bitterly in his heart. No matter if Su Zimo had deceived him or killed a soldier of the Imperial Army, this was someone who had saved 2 of his daughters after all. Initially, the Emperor's attitude towards killing Su Zimo was complicated to begin with, and he didn't have a strong determination to kill the latter. Now that this happened, the Emperor had completely given up on killing Su Zimo. However, he was worried about something else. Circling his gaze between his 2 daughters and Su Zimo, the Emperor sighed softly to himself. He pondered for a while before saying in a deep voice, Yener, I have something else to discuss with Su Zimo. It's been a long time since you've met your sister. You 2 can leave first. But what about him? I'm finally able to meet young Master Su, and I'm not going to let him get away again. Demoness G pouted and hugged Su Zimo's arm tightly. 2 soft mounds pressed against Su Zimo's arm, slightly warm and extremely bouncy. He stiffened instantly. The Emperor said in an exasperated manner, Don't worry, I'll let him go after saying a few words to him. Thank you, father. Demoness G smiled sweetly and walked to the side with a gentle voice. Tugging Ji Yaoxue by the palm, she chuckled. Let's go, sister. We'll wait outside. Yes. Ji Yaoxue nodded. Since the Emperor was willing to say that Su Zimo's life was naturally not in danger. As such, Ji Yaoxue could finally feel relieved. The 2 sisters left the Rain Admiration Pavilion hand in hand. All of you can leave as well. After the 2 sisters left the Rain Admiration Pavilion, the Emperor waved his hand. Bald Vulture, Bai Yuhan and the remaining Imperial Army soldiers bowed and left, leaving only the Emperor and Su Zimo in the pavilion. Didn't you have no spirit root and was unable to cultivate? I had some opportunities and unexpected circumstances. Who imparted your abilities to you? I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak. Good, how rare. The Emperor nodded. While Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects, they had produced almost 0 powerhouses in terms of weapon refinement. If Su Zimo had not admitted it personally, the Emperor would not have guessed that the current number 1 weapon refinement master in the entire Great Zhou dynasty came from Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo Mo Ling. Fufu. The Emperor laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner. To think that someone whom I thought to be useless was actually creating waves and grand achievements right under my nose. To be fair, although Su Zimo's reputation in the capital today was in part due to his own capabilities in weapon refinement, more than half of the credit belonged to the Emperor as well. Su Zimo had truly turned famous only after the Emperor's notice. At that moment, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had trampled True Fire Weapon Workshop beneath its foot entirely. Furthermore, all the cultivators in the capital knew that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop was backed by the Emperor of Great Zhou. Anyone who dared lay a finger on Mo Ling was challenging the Emperor's authority. Thereafter, it was also thanks to the Emperor's protection that Su Zimo was able to walk out safe and sound despite killing someone on the streets. That was the reason why the Emperor harbored killing intents towards Su Zimo. Other than the anger he felt due to the embarrassment of finding out the truth, it was also because he felt that he was deceived and made use of. As the Emperor, the immensity of his wrath could be imagined when he discovered that he was being toyed with by someone he thought of as a useless person. Nevertheless, Su Zimo had saved his 2 daughters before. The Emperor's killing intent dissipated gradually, and instead, he felt a sense of lament in his heart. The fact that a young man in his 20s could be so composed in the face of such pressure, and even muster a slight intent to retaliate, was indeed rare. Apart from his initial prejudice, the Emperor admired Su Zimo. However, the Emperor had his worries about that admiration towards Su Zimo. On the one hand, he was worried whether Su Zimo had motives for getting too close with the 2 princesses. On the other hand, he could tell that both Yenner and Schwer had feelings for Su Zimo, judging from their expressions. How should he make a choice? There's no way he could let this lad take the both of them as his Dao companions. How could he enjoy such a privilege? The Emperor asked, "What happened back in Qiu City? Who were the 6 people who attacked Yenner?" "I don't know." Su Zimo shook his head. "I came across it unintentionally and rescued Demo, Miss G back then. Since Demoness G chose to hide the truth, there was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to reveal it." Nodding his head, the Emperor asked in a seemingly casual manner, "There are no outsiders here. Tell me, what do you feel about Schwer and Yenner?" Su Zimo replied, "The 3rd princess helped both me and the Su family, so I view her as both a benefactor and a bosom friend. As for the little princess, I'm not close with her either. We merely met by chance." He took one of them as his bosom friend and was unfamiliar with the other? The Emperor could sense that Su Zimo was indeed telling the truth. In other words, both his initial considerations were no longer existent. However, Su Zimo's attitude caused the Emperor to feel somewhat indignant. His daughters were both gorgeous and elegant. There was no way they were incompatible to Su Zimo, and yet he had no stray feelings towards either of them. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Your Majesty." Su Zimo cupped his fists. The Emperor pondered for a brief moment before saying slowly, "Nothing is changed regarding the sect competition where I've invited you to be the judge for the weapon refinement segment." That sentence meant that the Emperor no longer had any prejudice towards Su Zimo and had acknowledged all of the latter's achievements. Su Zimo nodded before bidding farewell. Gazing at Su Zimo's disappearing back view, the Emperor smiled gently and lamented. It's fortuitous that Ethereal Peak produced someone like that to reclaim a position in terms of weapon refinement. Otherwise, they're definitely going to be disgraced at the sect competition. He paused for a moment before shaking his head and muttering to himself, "However, other than weapon refinement, Ethereal Peak has no means of achieving anything for the other 3 ranking lists." "Yenner, what happened in Qiu City? Share with me how Zimo managed to save your life." Ji Yaoshue asked curiously outside the Rain Admiration Pavilion. Demoness Ji blinked and surveyed her surroundings before tugging Ji Yaoshue's hand and tugging the latter to a corner. She made sure that no one was around before whispering, "Sister, I made that up. I don't know that young Master Su at all." "Ha!" Ji Yaoshue was stunned. Demoness Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. "I merely came over to help you because I heard that father was enraged. Hee, to think that father couldn't tell at all." "You!" Ji Yaoshue tapped Demoness Ji's fair and delicate forehead before laughing in an exasperated manner. "Father was not the only one. I bought your story too." Pausing for a moment, Ji Yaoshue retracted her smile and sighed softly. "However, if you hadn't appeared, Zimo truly might not have survived." "That Su Zimo? He's the one you fancy?" Demoness Ji blinked her eyes and asked. Ji Yaoshue blushed slightly and chided softly, "Go away. Don't spout nonsense." It must be. You're asking for a beating, young lady." Just as the two of them were bickering, Su Zimo had already exited the Rain Admiration Pavilion and was heading in their direction. When he approached, he cupped his fists. "Thank you, princesses. Hey, young Master Su. I'm called Ji Yaoyan. Remember that I've done you a favor and you must thank me if there's a chance." After saying that, Demoness Ji gave Su Zimo an alluring smile and winked while Ji Yaoshue was not noticing. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower and could turn the world upside down. Her eyes resembled water, as though they could draw one's soul into them. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly and took a deep breath of cold air as a burning sensation spread within him. That was the fiend air of the pure maiden sect he remembered. Ji Yaoshue was a little surprised and turned to look at Su Zimo before glancing at Demoness Ji. By now, Demoness Ji had already returned to normal, and that bewitching smile and seductive gaze disappeared in a flash as though everything was an illusion. Demoness Ji waved and bid goodbye. Gazing at Demoness Ji's back view, Ji Yaoshue said to Su Zimo, "You've really got to thank Yenner. She did not know you at all and specially made up a lie to deceive father. Yenner isn't experienced in the world and she's pure and kind. Someone like her doesn't know how to lie at all. It was really hard on her this time round." Ji Yaoshue sighed gently once more. Su Zimo was speechless as he thought to himself, "If that younger sister of yours doesn't know how to lie and is pure and kind, there would be no honest soul remaining on the face of this world." However, Su Zimo could not speak his mind. After all, he had promised Demoness Ji that he would help her conceal her identity. Furthermore, judging from the attitudes of Ji Yaoshue and the Emperor, even if Su Zimo were to tell them that Demoness Ji was the fiend heir of the pure maiden sect, neither of them would buy the truth at all. "What does your sister usually do?" Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Ji Yaoyan shook her head. "Yenner can't cultivate and has been learning how to do business from Auntie Gu. She's just all around the place." Demoness Ji had cultivated some sort of a technique that could conceal her cultivation realm completely, making her look like a mortal. However, there was indeed no need for her to dirty her hands personally if she wanted to kill anyone. She was always making use of others to do it for her. A single gaze of hers would suffice. The capital of Great Zhou was getting livelier. Most of the sects within the Great Zhou Dominion had arrived by the final few days. Under the lead of Array Peak's master, Xianxia, and Talisman Peak's master, Lu Hui, the group from Ethereal Peak arrived in the capital as well. Apart from the two golden cores, Ethereal Peak only had less than 10 disciples. Look, they seemed to be the disciples from Ethereal Peak. To think that there would be so few of them. It's good enough that they're even able to come here. I heard that Ethereal Peak suffered a huge blow after the battle at Dongling Valley, and almost all of their Foundation Establishment Realm disciples are dead. Yes, I reckon they're just here to join the fun. There's almost nothing Ethereal Peak can do for the 4 ranking roles." Xianxia and Lu Hui were expressionless as they walked through the streets and could vaguely hear the discussions around them. However, the disciples behind them let out indignant expressions. "They're really spouting nonsense. Senior Brother G is at 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment and he'll definitely be able to get a spot on the spirit ranking." The person who spoke was round like a ball. It was none other than Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak. The senior brother G, that little fatty was referring to, wore gray robes and he had slender limbs. He was Ji Chengtian. Ji Chengtian was already one of Ethereal Peak's 3 great legacy disciples to begin with. At the same time, he was the only legacy disciple that survived the battle at Dongling Valley. 3 years ago, Ji Chengtian was only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Now, his cultivation realm was at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and he was the strongest of the inner sect disciples. When Ji Chengtian heard little fatty's words, he let out a bitter smile and his gaze darkened. Qin Yu, who was initially lauded as the number 1 of the inner sect disciples and had hopes of breaking through to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment before the sect competition, had died at Dongling Valley. Right now, apart from him, the strongest in Ethereal Peak was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment. The sect did not even have any disciples at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment. In other words, there was little hope for everyone else apart from him to vie for a spot on the spirit ranking of the sect competition. Ethereal Peak still had some hope for the talisman ranking. Lung Ro had a deep attainment in terms of talisman crafting and she was best among all the inner sect disciples. As for elixir and weapon refinement, even though the sect had sent a disciple in each segment over, they were merely taking part and had no chance of retaining a position on the elixir and weapon rankings. Shui said softly, "Actually, if junior brother Su was still alive, I'm sure he'll be able to retain a position on the weapon ranking given his capabilities." When they heard the words junior brother Su, everyone from Ethereal Peak fell silent and sighed. The 2 golden cores, Xianxia and Lu Hui, shook their heads and let out regretful expressions as well. Ji Chengtian and the others had the most complicated feelings towards Su Zimo. In that battle 3 years ago, Su Zimo had slain the young master of the Blood Crow Palace and sacrificed himself to lure more than half of the opposing cultivators away. By doing so, he caused huge chaos in the ranks of their opponents. If not for that fact, all of them would have perished in Dongling Valley. Lung Ro lowered her head and her gaze was cold. However, there was a flash of sadness in her eyes. "Get your spirits up," Xianxia hollered. "Shui, part of the reason why you're here is to take part in the sect competition. But more importantly, it's for you to witness the magnificence of the number 1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty." "That's right." Talisman Peak's master, Lu Hui, nodded. "It's said that Mr. Mo will appear during the sect competition as one of the judges for the weapon refinement segment. If you can obtain a couple of insights through Mr. Mo's opinions, you might be able to save yourself 10 years of hard work." "Yes," Shui nodded heavily. Many weapon refinement masters within the Great Zhou Dominion idolized Mo Ling almost blindly, and it was the same for Shui as well. In his opinion, Mo Ling's rise to prominence was like a miracle that left everyone in awe. Throughout history, there had never been a weapon refinement master who could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons like Mo Ling. Every single weapon refinement master wanted to see for themselves what the legendary Mo clan's spirit gathering technique was like. This day, the capital was already bustling with people by the time the sun rose. There were more than 1,000 sects together, let alone the number of disciples each sect had. At a glance, it was packed with people as the crowds snaked through the streets and alleys, rushing towards the southwest corner of the capital. Today was the day of the sect competition. All eyes were on him. Every sect competition would always be held at the southwest corner of the capital where there was a large and spacious venue that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people with ease. The Scarlet Vulture, Azure Falcon, and White Hawk guards were all mobilized, all of them riding their spirit beasts as they circled the skies, maintaining order on the streets. Apart from some itinerant cultivators, most of the sects had golden cores leading the teams. There was a sunken area in the middle of the square where the cultivators taking part in the sect competition would refine weapons and elixirs or create talismans to decide the eventual victors. There were 4 huge jade pillars erected in the 4 corners of the sunken area. White as ivory, they shone with a mysterious luster. Those 4 jade pillars represented the 4 ranking lists for spirit, talisman, elixir, and weapon of the sect competition. Each jade pillar had 10 slots for names. In other words, after the sect competition ended, The 40 names shown on those 4 jade pillars would be the eventual victors of the sect competition. The sunken area was squarish with 4 faces, 3 of which were spectator zones provided for the Foundation establishment cultivators of the various sects to watch the sect competition. The final area had a golden carpet paving the ground, and it ascended upwards with 999 steps towards an exquisitely supreme throne right at the top. That was the seat of the Emperor of Great Zhou. On both sides of the golden carpet, there were several rows of seats and tables. They were filled with spirit fruits, immortal peaches, and jade liquid, giving off a fragrant scent. Those seats were prepared for the golden cores of the various sects. As golden cores, there was naturally no way they could squeeze together and watch the sunken area like the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Naturally, the proximity towards the seat of the Emperor was indication of a golden core's fame, strength, and background. The seats at the furthest ends were filled mostly with itinerant cultivators. While they were also golden cores, they were weaker and were purely there to join in the fun and expand their horizons. The commanders of the 3 city guard squads, Bald Vulture, the Bearded Man, and Bai Yuhan, guarded the edge of the golden carpet. All golden cores who wanted to get a seat had to go through the 3 of them. The 3 of them would size the golden cores before making the appropriate arrangements. The group from Ethereal Peak arrived at the sunken area. Turning around, Xianxia said in a low voice, "Don't feel pressured for this sect competition. Just do your best." "Understood," Little Fatty and the others responded. Even though they replied readily, every single disciple of Ethereal Peak looked slightly nervous. The scene before them was way too grand, and the number of cultivators surrounding the sunken area increased as more streamed in constantly. Xianxia and Lu Hui exchanged glances. Both could tell of the helplessness and worry in the other's eyes. Before the battle even began, the disciples were already showing fear. They were without a leader. The battle at Dongling Valley had dealt way too much damage to Ethereal Peak. While they had a 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator like Ji Chengtian, he lacked sturdiness and dominance. He did not possess the type of fearless confidence that could always push forth. If he was alive, perhaps, things would be different. Scenes flashed through Xianxia's mind. It was a green-robed cultivator with exquisite features. Although he was young, he always maintained his composure, the number 1 of 4 peaks who could refine elixirs, weapons, clear the 10 formations pagoda, and defeat all his foes. The spectator area on both sides of the golden carpet were already starting to fill with golden cores. After giving a couple more reminders, Xianxia and Lu Hui crossed the sunken area and headed for the spectator area as well. When they arrived, Xianxia and Lu Hui handed their respective sect badges to the Bearded Man and Bai Yuhan. This was not Xianxia's first sect competition, and he already knew the 3 commanders. However, he still had to go through a symbolic check. The Bearded Man smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, when Xian didn't come this time round?" When he heard that, Xianxia's expression dimmed as he shook his head gently. There was sadness and anger in Lu Hui's eyes as well. The Bearded Man pondered for a moment and vaguely guessed what happened. It was said that Ethereal Peak suffered heavy casualties for the battle at Dongling Valley, and several golden cores had perished as well. Only one of them managed to survive. Judging from Xianxia and Lu Hui's expressions, when Xian was most likely dead, Xianxia forced out a smile. 3 years ago, Ethereal Peak was attacked and many of our disciples were injured or killed. This time round, we only brought a couple of them over so that they can broaden their horizons. As for the 4 ranking lists, we don't harbor any hope of taking any positions. The Bearded Man shook his head and replied hurriedly, "You're being humble, fellow Taoist. Who would dare look down on any disciple of Ethereal Peak? Even if it's just one person, he's enough to crush all the other prodigies." "That's right." Bai Yuhan smiled as well. "Congratulations. Ethereal Peak's about to become famous again." "Ah?" Both Xianxia and Lu Hui were stunned for a moment. The 2 of them immediately thought that the Bearded Man and Bai Yuhan were being sarcastic and mocking Ethereal Peak. In the previous sect competitions, Ethereal Peak would occupy at least 3 of the 10 spots on the spirit ranking alone. At its prime, Ethereal Peak could even occupy half of the rankings. However, for this sect competition, Ethereal Peak could only obtain 2 of the 40 spots on the 4 ranking lists at the very most. It would already be fortuitous if they did not embarrass the sect, let alone make it famous. Lu Hui harumphed coldly in displeasure. Xianxia frowned, feeling perplexed. He looked at the gaze and expressions of the bearded man, and by Yuhan neither of them seemed like they were being sarcastic. They sounded sincere, as though they were implying something else. "This way, please." The bearded man nodded with a smile as he added. Because there were other golden cores lining up behind them, it was inappropriate for Xianxia to linger further, and he could only enter the spectator area with his doubts. "Look, the peak masters have already sat down." Beside the sunken area, Little Fatty pointed at the spectator seats a distance away and said, "The seats of the 2 peak masters are rather decent. They're quite close to the Emperor's throne." The spectator seats could roughly be divided into several major areas. The first area only had a single seat, the Emperor's throne. Beneath the Emperor's throne, there were not many seats in the second area. Till now, they were empty without a single person. The third area was where Xianxia and Lu Hui were seated. Apart from the 2 of them, the golden cores from the other 4 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace, True Fire Sect, Southern Mountain Sect, and Azure Frost Sect were also seated. Following that was the 4th area where golden cores of the other sects within the Great Zhou Dominion were seated. This was the largest area with the most seats. The 5th area comprised of itinerant cultivators at Golden Core Realm. How ignorant! Even if your golden cores of Ethereal Peak are seated in the 3rd area, what can that prove? Right then, a sneer sounded from the side in a mocking manner. Another sarcastic voice rang out. "In my opinion, Ethereal Peak's most likely going to be removed from the 5 major sects after this sect competition." Little Fatty and the others frowned and turned to their sides. The 2 people who spoke were disciples of True Fire Sect. Also, as one of the 5 major sects, True Fire Sect sent more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators. Of the 2 leaders, one of the men had a sharp face and high nose bridge. His lips were thin and he exuded a sinisterly ruthless aura. The other man wore maroon robes and had a haughty expression. "Whether or not we're removed is not decided by True Fire Sect. Just mind your own business." Shui was upset and retorted. The maroon-robed man turned around and sized Shui up before asking with a smirk, "Fellow Taoist, you seem to be indignant? You're only at mid-stage Foundation establishment, so I reckon you must be here for the talisman, elixir, or weapon ranking lists. But the elixir and weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak. Haha, I can't comment much about you guys." Upon hearing that, everyone burst into laughter. In previous sect competitions, Ethereal Peak disciples had never gotten a spot on the elixir and weapon ranking lists. To everyone else, elixir and weapon refinement masters from Ethereal Peak were nothing but a joke. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, everyone from Ethereal Peak looked terrible. The maroon-robed man continued asking with a smile, "So, you're a talisman master?" "No," Shui declared loudly. "I'm not afraid of letting you guys know either that I'm a weapon refinement master, and I'm here for the weapon refinement segment." Ho! The maroon-robed man dragged his voice and let out an enlightened expression before giving a fake smirk. "So, you're a weapon refinement master. A weapon refinement master of Ethereal Peak to boot. I've been impolite. Please excuse me." Everyone could hear the mocking tone of the maroon-robed man. He continued, "What a coincidence. I'm Tao Feng, also a weapon refinement master." "So, he's Tao Feng. Who is Tao Feng?" "The #1 weapon refinement master of True Fire Sect. Even though he's only 30 years old, he has already managed to refine a superior grade spirit weapon successfully and is an advanced weapon refinement master. The rumors out there are saying that fellow Taoist Tao Feng is the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation." Tao Feng could feel the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators as he listened on to the discussions. Brimming with pride, he raised his chin slightly and looked at Shui in a smug, taunting manner. "How do I address you, fellow Taoist? I wonder what grade of spirit weapon you're able to refine." Shui blushed and did not say anything. With his capabilities, he could only refine inferior-grade spirit weapons. Since he could not even refine middle-grade spirit weapons, he was naturally inferior and could not compare to Tao Feng, who was before him. Tao Feng raised his brow and scoffed. "Oh, so you're a nobody. You!" Shui glared at him. "What's there to be cocky about?" Little Fatty pouted. "Mr. Mo, the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou is 100,000 times better than you. If you've really got what it takes, go compete with him," Tao Feng declared proudly. "Rumor has it that Mr. Mo is a golden core, so he must have lived for a few hundreds of years. I dare to say that when he was at my age, Mr. Mo was definitely not at my level." None of the cultivators present had the right to refute. Additionally, Tao Feng looked at Shui and scoffed coldly. "Are you even qualified to call yourself a weapon refinement master? Let me advise you, from now on, don't make a fool of yourself by coming forth like this anymore. Scram home and stay right there." "Fuck!" Little Fatty's blood surged and he was about to lash out. "Junior brother." At the side, Ji Chengtian frowned and held back the enraged Little Fatty before shaking his head. "Forget it. Let's not argue with them. Let's sigh." When they heard Ji Chengtian's sigh, everyone from Ethereal Peak went silent as a sense of helplessness surged through them. No matter what, the current Ethereal Peak was indeed inferior to others. When he saw that, Tao Feng was even more smug as he burst out laughing. "There's no one in Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons such that any Tom, Dick and Harry could call themselves weapon refinement masters. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak that can refine weapons?" Right then, another voice rang out from the crowd, even revealing a trace of killing intent. Many cultivators turned in the direction of the voice with curious expressions. Upon hearing that voice, Little Fatty, Lung Ro and Shui froze for a moment as confusion flashed across their eyes. After a brief pause, Little Fatty widened his eyes and exclaimed softly, "It's Bro!" Lung Ro's expression changed as waves stirred in her eyes. There could only be one person that Little Fatty referred to as Bro, Su Zimo. She could naturally tell that the person's voice was extremely similar to Su Zimo's. However, it was impossible. Su Zimo was clearly already, with a trace of anticipation and uneasiness. Everyone from Ethereal Peak turned around. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator walked over from the crowd with Ethereal Peak's sect badge hanging at his waist. He had delicate features and exuded an elegant aura, making him look like a frail scholar. However, for some reason, as he walked through the massive crowd, the surrounding cultivators gave way to him subconsciously. It was as though there was an invisible field of pressure surrounding the green-robed cultivator. After he walked over, everyone regained their senses with lost expressions, wondering why they gave way to him in the first place. Ah! At that moment, Lung Ro's cold demeanor underwent a drastic change as she exclaimed and covered her mouth. Ji Chengtian was stunned and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Junior brother Su. Why, you're alive." Shui's voice was trembling with excitement. Little Fatty pushed through the crowd and rushed in front of Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. He pounded on Su Zimo's chest, which gave off a resounding echo before grinning foolishly. "It's real, it's real. Ha! Ha ha ha." Su Zimo smiled gently and his gaze swept past Lung Ro, Shui, Ji Chengtian and the others before nodding his head. Even though he had asked about the outcome of the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness when he saw the small number of people arriving from the sect. This should not have been the case. Ethereal Peak should have had more than 100 elite Foundation establishment cultivators and a majestic form. Even disciples of True Fire Sect should not have dared to speak so rudely to disciples of Ethereal Peak. But now, everyone from Ethereal Peak could only lower their heads in helplessness and choose to retreat against the provocations from disciples of True Fire Sect. Su Zimo was enraged, but his expression turned colder. "Bro, where have you been for the past 3 years? Why haven't there been any news of you at all? How did you manage to survive back then?" Little Fatty had countless doubts and was waiting for Su Zimo to resolve them. "It's a long story. I'll tell you in the future if there's a chance." Sweeping his gaze across the many disciples of true fire sect, Su Zimo asked in a cold manner, "Who was the one who said that there is no one from Ethereal Peak who can refine weapons?" "I did." Tao Feng sized up Su Zimo, twisted his neck and scoffed. "Why? Are you unhappy? You even said that the weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are jokes?" Su Zimo did not answer and continued asking. "That's right, I said that." Tao Feng laughed. "Also, I'm telling you that it is the truth. If you're unhappy, it's easy to settle things. Just come and compete against me. Junior brother Su, compete against him. We believe in you." Shui clenched his fists. Even though Shui had not seen Su Zimo for 3 years, he believed that the latter's skill in weapon refinement was still stronger than his. In fact, Su Zimo might even be able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons by now. "Do you dare to compete, huh?" Tao Feng glared at Su Zimo in a provocative manner. Su Zimo did not even look back and remarked indifferently, "You're not qualified to compete with me." The crowd quietened down instantly. In an instant, it became even noisier. "Haha, this kid is really funny. He's the first one who dares to say that Tao Feng isn't qualified. Who is this guy? He really doesn't know his place. He should be inexperienced and ignorant. To think that he would dare spout of such nonsense without even knowing who Tao Feng is. He's really an embarrassment to Ethereal Peak." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and many cultivators pointed and gossiped about Su Zimo. Tao Feng was very pleased as he smiled at Su Zimo smugly, as though he was looking at a joke. "Su Zimo?" Suddenly, a girl's voice that carried some doubt in it came from the other side of the crowd. Su Zimo turned around and their eyes met. There was a slight pause before the two of them peeled their gazes away and returned to normal. It was Xianxia. The crowd at that side was filled with disciples from Iridescent Cloud's palace, and Xianxia was amongst them. Ever since they parted ways in the capital of Yen country, Su Zimo no longer felt any stirs in his heart now that he was seeing Xianxia again. She came to Su Zimo's side and frowned. "It's indeed you. Even after 3 years, you're still so arrogant. Do you know who he is?" Xianxia pointed at Tao Feng and questioned Su Zimo. Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't." With a tinge of reprimand in her tone, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "He's Tao Feng, a weapon refinement master of True Fire Sect. True Fire Sect is renowned for their ability to control flames, and they will occupy at least 3 spots on the elixir and weapon rankings each time. As for Ethereal Peak, you guys can't even get a single spot. How can you compete with him in terms of weapon refinement?" "I'm not intending to compete with him. Like I said, he's not qualified." Su Zimo's tone was still as calm and natural, as though he was stating a fact. However, Su Zimo's words only attracted even more ridicule. Xianxia laughed out of anger. Fellow Taoist Tao Feng is lauded as the #1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation. Saying that he's not qualified only exemplifies your ignorance and arrogance. Indeed, truly ignorant. Su Zimo nodded with a mocking look in his eyes. "I believe in junior brother Su." Right then, Leng Ro spoke all of a sudden. Even though her tone was cold, it was extremely firm. "If he says that Tao Feng isn't qualified, Tao Feng definitely isn't qualified." When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled faintly at Leng Ro and nodded his head. Xianxia felt inexplicably vexed when she saw that. "Fellow Taoist, I can understand how you want to support your fellow sect mate. However, you can't do it blindly or it'll only bring shame to Ethereal Peak." Xianxia glared at Leng Ro and sneered. "Let me tell you, there's only one person in the capital of Great Zhou who can say that Tao Feng is not qualified. That is none other than the #1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Mo Ling." The crowd fell silent upon hearing the words Mr. Mo. That name indeed carried a strange magic to it. Tao Feng nodded as well. "If Mr. Mo is here, I'm willing to listen to his teachings." He paused for a moment before glancing askance at Su Zimo. "But who do you think you are?" When Xianxia saw how indifferent Su Zimo was towards the words Mr. Mo, she could not help but shake her head and sigh gently. Seems like you've never even heard of Mr. Mo before. Her sigh revealed a sense of superiority, as though it was an honor worth bragging about to know of Mr. Mo. Su Zimo turned and asked with a fake smile. Are you very close to Mr. Mo? I? Shin Mengshi was stunned by his question and looked flustered. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, how would she have the chance to know Mr. Mo? Su Zimo smiled. Seems like you're not close to him. In that case, have you met him before? Su Zimo's gaze seemed to have a deeper meaning, and it made Shin Mengshi feel inexplicably frustrated. Composing herself, Shin Mengshi raised her chin and replied smugly, I've never met Mr. Mo before, but I took part in his auction once. Without experiencing and seeing it for yourself, it's impossible for you to imagine how much influence a weapon refinement master can possess. Su Zimo remained silent as he looked at Shin Mengshi with a faint smile on his face. You don't have to look at me like that. Shin Mengshi harumphed. Who do you think Mr. Mo is? It's only normal that I haven't seen him before. Even among the thousands of golden cores sitting at the spectator area, few of them have seen the true face of Mr. Mo. Smiling, Su Zimo looked at Shin Mengshi quietly. What exactly are you trying to say? I just want to tell you that even though you're here to take part in the sect competition, it doesn't mean anything. Shin Mengshi clutched her fists tightly. You're still as brazen, arrogant, and ignorant as ever. You haven't even heard of Mr. Mo before. I advise you to not compete later unless you embarrass yourself. There was something else that Shin Mengshi did not say. Su Zimo, even though you've entered the cultivation world and are here at the sect competition as well, you'll never be able to beat me. Shin Mengshi only wanted to prove one thing. That one single thing that she had never been able to let go for the past few years. That year, that day, in that small town, she did not make the wrong choice. Your master is here too, right? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. What do you want? Suddenly, Shin Mengshi became nervous and frowned. Su Zimo, I advise you to calm down. Do you have a death wish? My master was truly angered over what happened 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in the capital of Yen country, Su Zimo severely injured a group of disciples from Iridescent Cloud's palace and even killed one of them. That matter naturally could not be hidden from perfected being Lang. Su Zimo smiled and said slowly, I heard that your master, perfected being Lang, is on good terms with Mr. Mo. In fact, Mr. Mo is even willing to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for him for free on just a single condition. Shin Mengshi's expression changed. That incident was an absolute humiliation for perfected being Lang and had spread through the entire capital in less than a day. No one in Iridescent Cloud's palace dared to discuss that matter. With a profound gaze, Su Zimo said meaningfully, Shin Mengshi, have you ever thought about why Mr. Mo would propose that condition? Almost everyone knew that the condition was for perfected being Lang to kneel down. At that moment, Shin Mengshi seemed to have thought of something. Just as she was in deep thought, she heard a call by her ear, interrupting her train of thought. Junior sister, he is Su Zimo? A man wearing the robes of Iridescent Cloud's palace strode over. He was handsome and extraordinary, carrying an elegance in his graceful steps as he stared at Su Zimo with a hint of killing intent. Ah, he is... Shin Mengshi replied instinctively. She had vaguely thought of an answer to Su Zimo's question, but after being interrupted by senior brother Si Yutong, she could not recall anything. You were the one who killed one of our disciples, huh? Si Yutong closed in to Su Zimo and asked coldly with an unfriendly expression. That's me, Su Zimo replied indifferently. This punk is really daring to kill cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. This time round, Ethereal Peak is already weak to begin with, and yet they have a disciple who has so many enemies. In an instant, he offended both True Fire Sect and Iridescent Cloud's palace. I think Ethereal Peak is doomed. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently at the side. Frowning, Shin Mengshi dissuaded softly, Senior brother, forget it. We're in the capital of Great Zhou. Forget it? Fufu. Si Yutong was unmoved and sneered coldly. Si Zimo, do you dare to participate in the competition for the spirit ranking? Before Su Zimo could reply, A shout from the crowd drew away everyone's attention. Look, over there. He can actually fly in the capital? Who is he? From the looks of it, they should be the princes. In the sky not far away, 5 men flew through the air under the escort of powerful Imperial Army Golden Corps. They were dressed in rich clothes, descending slowly onto the spectator area with a graceful bearing. Arriving beneath the Emperor's throne, the 5 of them took their seats in the second major area and nodded to their surroundings. Before long, there was another commotion among the crowd. Not too far away, 2 women appeared in midair. The woman in front had an extraordinary appearance. She had a smile on her face and body was full of curves, exuding a mature and alluring aura. The other girl wore a pink dress and had a petite yet exquisitely shaped body. The only pity was that she was wearing a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. Si Yutong coughed gently and declared proudly, "If I'm not wrong, the person in front should be Chief Steward Gu of the Sky Treasure Auction House. Chief Steward Gu is truly a seductress." Another cultivator looked infatuated as he gulped. Who is the girl behind her? Even though she's wearing a veil, her eyes are really pretty and seem like they can speak. As everyone discussed, the girl in pink suddenly turned around and looked towards them. Her big and clear eyes blinked before curving into a pair of crescents as she beamed widely. Look, that girl in pink is looking at me. Don't talk nonsense. She's definitely looking at me. The surrounding cultivators started arguing. Tao Feng of True Fire sect sneered internally, but he pretended to be calm and nodded towards the girl in pink. It was the same for Si Yutong, who hurriedly nodded and gestured, thinking that the girl in pink had noticed him. When Su Zimo saw that, he sighed internally. Demoness Ji's methods were truly formidable. If she were to grow further in the future, she would definitely be someone who could overturn the world with her fingers. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Gu Shi and Demoness Ji descended slowly, arriving at the second spectator area and sat down together with the princes. Most of the cultivators were unsure who the second area was reserved for. But now, everyone was enlightened. The second area was occupied either by the royal family or the most influential cultivators in the capital. There weren't many seats in the second area, and there were only 2 remaining after Gu Shi and Demoness Ji took their seats. Look! Someone in the crowd pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In the sky far away, a group of palace maids flew through the air. They wore thin veils with ribbons around their necks, looking extremely ravishing. They seemed like they were treading on the clouds as they escorted a graceful and luxurious carriage over. Within the carriage, a slender and exquisite figure sat. Her appearance was faintly indiscernible under the guise of the bead curtain. There were more than 100,000 cultivators surrounding the sunken area. At this moment, all of them watched with agape mouths and shocked expressions. That must be the 3rd princess of Great Zhou. I heard that the 3rd princess entered Azure Frost sect for cultivation under the name of Xianxia. Now that she has regained her identity, she will most probably not return to Azure Frost sect. I heard that the 3rd princess is beautiful and ravishing. If only we could take a closer look at her. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Pondering for a moment, Tao Feng's eyes lit up in realization. So it's fellow Taoist Xianxia. In that case, I've met the 3rd princess before. Amazing, Senior Brother Tao. Senior Brother Tao. Is the 3rd princess really as beautiful as the legends say? Many True Fire sect disciples beside Tao Feng revealed looks of envy as they fought to ask questions. Tao Feng was delighted. On the other side, Si Yutong smiled leisurely and said, I was fortunate enough to have conversed with fellow Taoist Xianxia before. Back then, I already had a feeling that she was unique and had an extraordinary aura. So this is her true identity. It's no wonder then. Si Yutong's sentence was extremely particular. On the one hand, he was boasting that he had once chatted with the 3rd princess of Great Zhou. On the other hand, he was subtly praising himself for his keen observation. Naturally, his words attracted flattering from a group of cultivators as well. Apart from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Ethereal Peak, and True Fire sect, there were hundreds of Foundation Establishment disciples from Azure Frost sect. When they heard the discussions over at the side of Taofeng and Si Yutong, many Azure Frost sect disciples scoffed coldly. One of them said, "Senior brother Jun and senior sister Yaoxue are close friends, and yet he isn't even saying anything. Yet you guys are bragging over seeing her or talking to her once. How laughable. Isn't that right? Only senior brother Jun is worthy of senior sister Yaoxue." The senior brother Jun that the Azure Frost sect disciples were mentioning was Jun Hao, the #1 of all Foundation establishment cultivators in Azure Frost sect. He had courted Yaoxue painstakingly for many years, but her attitude towards him had always been neutral. At that moment, Jun Hao was standing in front of the many disciples of Azure Frost sect. Hands behind his back, he looked dignified and merely smiled faintly without saying anything upon hearing the comments. As everyone discussed, the carriage that was originally headed for the spectator area suddenly paused. Changing directions, it moved towards them slowly. Could it be that the third princess is coming over? Taofeng suddenly straightened his clothes, feeling a little nervous. Si Yutong's heart also started thumping and his mouth was dry. A thought flashed across their minds at the same moment. Could the third princess be here to see me? The carriage in midair was clearly about to descend in front of them. Senior sister Yaoxue is coming over. Senior brother Jun. The third princess is definitely here for you, a few Azure Frost sect disciples said excitedly. Jun Hao of Azure Frost sect smiled and looked at the person inside the carriage with a gentle gaze. Splash! A white lotus-like arm reached out and lifted the bead curtain, revealing a refreshing and flawlessly beautiful face. Everyone's breathing stopped. Ji Yaoxue was wearing a faint yellow long robe. It was made of unique materials and had intricate patterns carved on it, looking extremely gorgeous as though it was created by the heavens. So beautiful! The crowd gasped. In truth, Ji Yaoxue's appearance could not be considered as peerless, nor could she match against Dai Yu. She was merely comparable to Lung Ro, and each had their own merits. However, she was the princess of Great Zhou after all. The light yellow robe on her today was extraordinary and fit her perfectly, accentuating her slim and graceful figure, as well as adding a layer of class and elegance. A weapon refinement master's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "This robe is not simple. It seems to be an extremely high-graded defensive spirit weapon. That's the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty for you. Even a single robe is a high-graded defensive spirit weapon. By the looks of it, that seems to be customized for her." Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. Some of the female cultivators were even feeling jealous, fantasizing about how the pale yellow robe would look on them instead. With light steps, Ji Yaoxue walked towards the crowd. The crowd subconsciously parted to make way for her. Jun Hao of Azure Frost sect cupped his fists and said sincerely with a smile, "Junior sister Yaoxue, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you're really becoming prettier." Jun Hao could not continue. Initially, he thought that Ji Yaoxue was here for him. However, she merely glanced at him nonchalantly and nodded her head as a form of greeting. Brushing by him, Ji Yaoxue did not say a single word at all. In fact, she did not even pause for a moment. A gust of fragrant wind blew past, leaving Jun Hao with his hands that were hovering in midair and a slightly stiff expression on his face. Taofeng was overjoyed when he saw that. Although he was looking forward to it, Taofeng did not bear much hope, after all. He had only met Ji Yaoxue once. But now, Ji Yaoxue did not bother about Jun Hao from Azure Frost sect, and was headed in his direction. When he saw Ji Yaoxue approaching, Taofeng coughed lightly and revealed a bright smile. "Greetings, third princess, I am Tao." Taofeng could not continue either. Ji Yaoxue glanced at him and walked past without even nodding her head. She looked as though she was glancing at a stranger. Little Fatty seized the rare opportunity and could not help but laugh. "My, the princess doesn't even know who you are, and yet you're bragging about meeting her once." Tao Feng's expression darkened as he snorted. Si Yutong took a deep breath of air and calmed himself down when he saw the third princess headed towards him. He took a few steps forward and bowed slightly, cupping his fists. "I am..." Ji Yaoxue walked past him without even glancing once at him, flushing red with embarrassment. Si Yutong looked awkward and wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. Who is the third princess looking for? I don't know. As Ji Yaoxue walked, the crowd dispersed to both sides and only a single person did not budge, looking extremely striking. Su Zimo, what are you still standing there for? Make way! Shun Mingqi frowned and hollered. Su Zimo did not say anything. Scoffing coldly, Shun Mingqi continued. Su Zimo, perhaps no one could do anything to you in the capital for offending True Fire Sect and Iridescent Cloud's palace. However, if you offend the third princess of Great Zhou, no one can save you. Su Zimo remained silent. Why are you still as stubborn as when you were young? You refuse to kneel when you're asked to, and now, you refuse to move away as well. Shun Mingqi gritted her teeth and walked towards Su Zimo, wanting to push the latter away. Right then, Ji Yaoxue had already arrived in front of Su Zimo and stopped in her tracks. Shun Mingqi was also rooted in her tracks instinctively. The originally noisy crowd quietened down. Everyone's gaze was on Ji Yaoxue while her gaze was on Su Zimo. Their eyes met. Ji Yaoxue turned her body slightly, causing her pale yellow dress to flutter slightly. She looked like a young girl in love. Blinking her bright eyes, Ji Yaoxue asked with a smile, Zimo, how is it? Everyone was stunned and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Shun Mingqi's mind was in a state of chaos. Zimo? The third princess was referring to him as Zimo? Why was she calling him so intimately? What rights did she have? Ji Yaoxue's question was vague, and no one understood what she was asking. However, she knew that Su Zimo would definitely understand. After all, that pale yellow dress was personally gifted to her by this person. Su Zimo nodded. Very beautiful. The next moment, she smiled like a flower. In this woman's heart, no amount of praises from anyone else could compare with the two words he had just said. The woman's smile stunned everyone, causing their hearts to flutter. Many cultivators froze on the spot, unable to recover from their shocks. There was something wrong with the conversation. What were those two doing right in front of everyone? Many cultivators initially had fantasies towards the third princess of Great Zhou, but now they felt a sharp pain in their chests as though they had been severely injured. Shui muttered in disbelief. This junior brother Su actually knows the third princess. Hee. Little Fatty pinched his chubby chin as the flames of gossip burned in his eyes. With a perverted smile, he said, From the looks of it, their relationship isn't simple at all. Tao Feng's face darkened as he looked at Su Zimo with obvious hostility. Si Yutong had long returned to the crowd after his utter embarrassment. He had a glum expression and snorted. What's going on? She isn't here for senior brother Jun. Who is that man? Why is he so close to senior sister Yaoxue? Many of the Azure Frost sect disciples frowned and whispered among themselves. Jun Hao took a deep breath and lowered his eyes. His hands behind his back were clenched so tightly that veins popped out of them for a brief moment before disappearing thereafter. Ji Yaoxue was delighted upon receiving Su Zimo's acknowledgement and said softly, Wait here for a while. The sect competition is about to start. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. I'll head over first then. Smiling for a moment, Ji Yaoxue waved at Su Zimo before turning to leave in front of everyone. Her actions earlier were rather bold and she had mustered up her courage. Now that she thought about it, her heart was still pounding. In addition to the burning gazes around her, even though she was a princess, she could not help but feel a little shy and embarrassed to continue staying. Ji Yaoxue noticed the occasional shyness and gentleness revealed by Ji Yaoxue. He could not help but frown with a subtle sadness in his eyes. Right after, his expression changed and his eyes flickered in thought. Something was not right. There was something off about what Ji Yaoxue said. She said that the sect competition was about to start and asked Su Zimo to stay here for a while. What was she going to do after that? Or rather, what was this Su Zimo going to do? Wasn't he merely going to take part in the sect competition? I'll head over first then. That was Ji Yaoxue's second sentence. It did not sound like much at first glance, but after thinking about it carefully, there was more to it. As a princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, the place where Ji Yaoxue was headed was the second spectator area, Why would she tell Su Zimo that she was heading over first? Unless, the reason why Xianxia said that was because Su Zimo was going to head over to the same place? But was that possible? What rights does a Foundation establishment cultivator like him from Ethereal Peak have compared to the status of the other people seated at the second spectator area? Subtly, Jun Hao surveyed his surroundings. Many cultivators were excited as they discussed fervently about the peerless beauty of the third princess, as well as her relationship with Su Zimo. There were also some people who were still immersed in the previous scene and were in low spirits, unable to extricate themselves. Apart from him, no one else noticed the abnormality in Xiaoshua's words. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Jun Hao muttered to himself. I've got it. Right then, a cultivator in the crowd suddenly said something as though he had discovered a huge secret. What? Someone else asked. The person said slowly, have you guys noticed that there's a seat left in the second spectator area after the third princess took her seat? Yeah, so what? The person smiled smugly and replied, I dare to bet that the seat is reserved for Mr. M.O. Many cultivators pondered for a while before they came to a realization. That's right, it must be Mr. M.O. Yes, only Mr. M.O. is qualified. That seat is alongside the princes and princesses and is merely beneath a single person. Indeed, only Mr. M.O. is able to suppress every other golden core out there. When he heard the discussions around him, Jun Hao let out a long breath and burst out in laughter. Since that seat is reserved for Mr. M.O., it has nothing to do with Su Zimo. In that case, I have indeed been overthinking things. In reality, among the spectators, the elders of True Fire Sect had seen how Mr. M.O. looked like in the palace. However, there was a huge distance between the spectator area and the sunken area. Furthermore, there were more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, making the crowd seem like a black patch. The elders were not paying attention to that side at all. Most of the golden cores at the spectator area were chatting merrily as they toasted one another. Even though the sect competition was between the Foundation establishment cultivators, it was also an opportunity for many golden cores to expand their networks and influence. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Xianxia was staring at the large crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators in a daze with a hint of melancholy on his face. When Lu Hui saw that, she could not help but feel worried and asked. Retracting his gaze, Xianxia shook his head. It's nothing. A commotion broke out in the crowd from afar earlier. In that confusion, he seemed to have caught sight of the sleeves of a familiar-looking set of green robes. However, it was drowned in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Xianxia sighed gently, knowing that he was merely hallucinating out of mental exhaustion. Fellow Taoist Xianxia. Right then, a greeting sounded from the side. Glancing over, Xianxia caught sight of the person who spoke, Perfected being Tsonglang of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Perfected being Tsonglang raised his glass and asked with a smile, I heard that Ethereal Peak has an inner sect disciple called Su Zimo. I wonder whose disciple he is. Xianxia frowned. Why the question? Fellow Taoist Tsonglang? Fu, nothing much. Perfected being Tsonglang laughed gently. I've got some grudges with that kid and I want to ask for him from Ethereal Peak. I wonder if you could do me the favor. No. Xianxia rejected him without thinking twice. Perfected being Tsonglang narrowed his long eyes slightly. He said slowly with a darkened expression. That person killed 2 of my sect's disciples. How should we settle that debt? They have no one to blame for dying due to their inferiority in skills. Don't you find it shameful for a golden core like yourself to come seek revenge? Xianxia sneered. Perfected being Tsonglang replied leisurely, Xianxia, let me advise you not to ruin the relationship between Iridescent Cloud's palace and Ethereal Peak over a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Are you representative of the entire Iridescent Cloud's palace? Perfected being Tsonglang. With just a few words, the both of them were already at odds. Right then, someone beside laughed sinisterly. Brother Tsonglang, there's no need to engage in a verbal battle with him. Ethereal Peak is already declining and yet he is so tough with his words? He's only asking for trouble. Sima Ji, what are you trying to do? Xianxi's expression changed slightly. Perfected being Tsong Lang laughed. Brother Sima, what do you need from me? Sima Ji of True Fire sect remarked casually. Ethereal Peak merely brought a couple of people this time round. As long as our sects join forces for the spirit ranking competition, Ethereal Peak can do nothing even if they have a 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Very well. We'll let Ethereal Peak return empty-handed without a single spot this time round. A look of mockery flashed in Perfected being Tsong Lang's eyes as he laughed. One of the 5 major sects. Fufu. It's over for Ethereal Peak. Despicable. Xianxia clenched his fists and cursed through gritted teeth. To begin with, Ethereal Peak was already weaker for this sect competition with only a single 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator who could compete. If he was specifically targeted, they would stand no chance at all. Roar! Right then, a heaven-shaking roar could be heard from the distant horizon, shaking the entire void in an extremely imposing manner. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they looked over. 5 massive and ferocious lions rushed over side by side with an aggressive momentum. They were covered with golden fur from head to toe without any impurities, as though their bodies were burning with golden flames. Those are golden lions. Golden lions are ancient remnant beasts that are at Golden Core Realm. The 5 golden lions were tied with iron chains and dragged an ancient war chariot behind them. On it, a middle-aged man stood wearing a long golden robe. His eyes were like lightning, exuding authority by themselves, and he exuded a domineering aura that swept across the world. The man on the chariot was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. All the Imperial Army soldiers knelt on one knee and roared in unison. They were so loud that it was terrifying. All the golden cores at the spectator area got up hurriedly and cupped their fists, nodding in acknowledgement. Soldiers, please rise. Everyone, please sit. The Emperor's tone was calm as he leaped down from the war chariot. Arriving at the highest seat of the spectator area, he sat down. I finally caught sight of the Emperor of Great Zhou. We didn't come for this sect competition in vain. What a strong aura. I almost knelt down because of it too. Around the 4 jade pillars, many Foundation establishment cultivators were impressed by the magnificence of the Emperor as they discussed excitedly in hushed voices. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and his eyes were calm as water. It was as though he was unaffected by the Emperor's arrival. Shinmingqi swept her glance over and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Su Zimo, how did you know the Princess of Great Zhou? What has it got to do with you? Su Zimo asked instead without even looking at Shinmingqi. She harumphed coldly. Shinmingqi, don't be smug. What's so great about knowing the princess? Besides, let me remind you that you were already enemies of Iridescent Cloud's palace and True Fire sect to begin with. Now, even the disciples of Azure Frost sect are showing signs of hostility towards you because of the princess. Scoffing coldly, Shinmingqi continued. The princess's actions have unknowingly established many powerful foes for you. Let's see how you deal with things later on. Su Zimo smiled calmly. Spectator area. The Emperor pushed his hands down the air and the crowd gradually quietened. In a low voice, the Emperor said, The sect competition's about to begin soon. Before this, I want to introduce a weapon refinement master that I believe everyone has heard of. The number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, Mr. Mo Ling. Of course we know about him. Many golden cores at the spectator area smiled and nodded with anticipation in their eyes. The Emperor continued. Although all of you have heard of his name, not many have seen his true appearance. That's right. Perfected being Yi Ning smiled bitterly. Previously, I wanted to thank Mr. Mo personally. It's a pity I didn't get to meet him. Perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains sect nodded as well. That's right. Mr. Mo is way too mysterious. The Emperor smiled and said, I invited Mr. Mo here to be the judge of the weapon refinement segment for the sect competition this time round. Soon, all of you will be able to meet him. Many golden cores were shaken. Which golden core wouldn't want to befriend a weapon refinement master who could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? Perfected being Tsong Lang narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He wanted to see who exactly this Mr. Mo was and what grudges they had such that the latter humiliated him in public. Around the 4 jade pillars, many Foundation establishment cultivators stared at the distant sky with widened eyes, wanting to see the legendary Mr. Mo at the first instance. How do you guys think Mr. Mo's going to arrive? Don't worry, his entrance will definitely not be lesser compared to the princes and princesses. Given Mr. Mo's status and strength, I believe he can even ride a pure-blooded ferocious beast over. Everyone discussed excitedly. Little Fatty turned around as well and asked excitedly, "Bro, how old do you think Mr. Mo is? How does he look like?" Su Zimo replied, "In his 20s? Ha ha ha." The moment Su Zimo spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Many people looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at an idiot. Tao Feng's eyes were filled with mockery as he chuckled. Weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are truly jokes. Fufu. Shen Mingqi frowned. Su Zimo, if you don't know, just say that you don't know. Nobody is going to blame you for that. By spouting nonsense, you will only attract ridicule by others and expose your ignorance. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow. Shun Mingqi continued in a low voice. Mr. Mo can customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Do you think that someone in his 20s can do that? Even someone like me who doesn't know how to refine weapons know of that logic. At that moment, the Emperor's voice sounded once more. In fact, Mr. Mo has long arrived and he's amongst you guys. Ah? Mr. Mo is already here? Where? At the spectator area, all the golden cores turned around instinctively, only to realize that the people around them were also looking back with confused expressions. The Emperor raised his voice. Mr. Mo, please head to the spectator area. The moment he finished speaking, more than 1,000 golden cores and more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators fell silent suddenly. Everyone scanned their surroundings constantly with bated breaths. Everyone from Ethereal Peak, Tao Feng, Jun Hao, Si Yutong, and Shen Mingqi were searching instinctively as well. All of a sudden, a figure moved past the crowd, attracting the attention of everyone. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Shen Mingqi frowned and yelled. Su Zimo was unmoved. Tao Feng laughed coldly. This guy really doesn't know any better. He's even acting brazenly before the Emperor. They're calling for Mr. Mo, not you. Shen Mingqi shouted again. However, her expression changed starkly, as though she had suddenly realized something. Seemingly oblivious to everything, Su Zimo continued to walk forward. He patted little Fatty, who was dumb-stricken, on the shoulders and smiled faintly before exiting the crowd. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect shuddered as he looked at Su Zimo's back view, guessing a vague possibility. It did not matter how absurd or crazy that possibility was. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was exposed in the midst of more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. Under everyone's scorching gazes, Su Zimo did not look uneasy at all. Instead, he walked forward calmly with his hands behind his back. Crossing the sunken area, he headed towards the spectator area. Who is that person? Why is he heading there? He's only in his 20s, he can't be Mr. Mo. That's right. How can Mr. Mo be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Many cultivators in the crowd sneered. After sneering, everyone looked at Su Zimo, who was getting further away from them. Suddenly, a strange silence filled the crowd. A weak voice sounded. None of us have ever met Mr. Mo before. Why can't he be a Foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s? No one replied. Everyone was waiting for an answer. In the spectator area, the many golden cores started scanning their surroundings and discussing the moment the Emperor finished his sentence. All of them wanted to spot Mr. Mo right away. Some golden cores noticed a green-robed cultivator approaching from afar, but they did not take it to heart. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator in his 20s after all, and no one paid attention. However, as time passed by, no one within the spectator area stood forth. However, the green-robed cultivator who was headed over approached closer and closer. More golden cores were starting to notice this. Elder Zhang of True Fire Sect had met Mo Ling in the palace before. When he caught sight of the green-robed cultivator heading over, he merely harumphed. However, Elder Zhang focused his gaze immediately after, and it remained stuck on the sect badge that was hanging on the green-robed cultivator's waist. While he had indeed caught sight of Mo Ling's appearance before, he did not know of the latter's true identity, let alone know what the latter had to do with Ethereal Peak. Sima Ji frowned and asked, Elder Zhang, haven't you met this Mo Ling before? Where is he? How could this be? How could this be? He's from Ethereal Peak. Elder Zhang did not seem to have heard anything as he muttered to himself in a lost manner. Golden cores of the 5 major sects were seated in the 3rd spectator area. All of them noticed Elder Zhang's abnormality and looked down in the direction of his gaze. The golden cores of Azure Frost Sect and Southern Mountain Sect did not have much of a reaction, merely frowning. They were puzzled as to why this Foundation Establishment cultivator of Ethereal Peak was walking over. However, perfected being Song Lang narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of killing intent in them. Su Zimo, do you think that I won't be able to lay my hands on you because you have Ethereal Peak backing you? Perfected being Song Lang sneered and finished his wine in one gulp. Ah! Lu Hui gasped and looked at the green-robed cultivator who was afar in disbelief. Xian Yi's expression changed as well. In the midst of his emotional turmoil, he leaped up with joy in his eyes. He's not dead. He was indeed still alive. At that moment, Xian Yi suddenly felt much relieved. The fact that Su Zimo wasn't dead meant that he would have a successor for his sword formation techniques. Perhaps, if Su Zimo were to head back and cultivate for another 10 years with his talent, he might be able to leave his name on the weapon ranking for the next sect competition. Or perhaps, if he were to train for another 10 years, Su Zimo might even be able to vie for the spirit ranking. At that thought, Xian Yi could not help but smile to himself. It did not matter even if Ethereal Peak did not obtain a single spot for the sect competition this time round. Su Zimo's survival meant that there was still hope for Ethereal Peak. If when Xian knew that you were still alive, perhaps he would feel better, Xian Yi lamented internally. Many golden cores frowned in displeasure as they watched the approaching green-robed cultivator below the spectator area. After all, the seats were only meant for golden cores and not any random Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator from Ethereal Peak was not spared from the rules. The discussions in the spectator area grew louder as many golden cores were upset. At the entrance of the spectator, the 3 guard squad commanders, the bearded man, Bai Yuhan and Bald Vulture were calm and ignored everyone. Hey! One of the golden cores drank quite a bit and his cheeks were red. With alcohol bolstering his courage, he stood up and shouted to the 3 commanders. Fellow Taoists, who is that? The man raised his wine glass and pointed to Su Zimo unsteadily while burping. The 3 commanders lowered their eyes and remained silent. The person's body swayed and looked intoxicated as he shouted. This is the spectator area for golden cores. What's that person doing here? You guys are guards of the capital and Imperial Army soldiers. Why aren't you chasing him away? The 3 commanders remained motionless, as if they had not heard anything. The discussion in the spectator area quietened gradually. Some of the sharper cultivators slowly regained their senses. The 3 commanders were not stopping the green-robed cultivator who was approaching, and the Emperor was being silent about it as well. What did that mean? Pest! Many cultivators gasped and their expressions changed. Could it be? Could that young Foundation Establishment cultivator be? The drunk golden core sobered up a little as well. Shaking his head, he struggled to open his eyes and look at the approaching person. At that moment, the gazes of more than 1,000 golden cores and more than 100,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators landed on that green-robed cultivator who was about to step on the golden carpet. All eyes were on him. Su Zimo arrived before the spectator area and the 3 commanders on both sides bowed with cupped fists. Please take your seat, Mr. Mo. Nodding his head, Su Zimo stepped on the golden carpet and walked up with a calm expression. Boom! Those words fell as if a gigantic rock was thrown into the middle of a calm lake surface, causing a storm to brew in everyone's hearts. The massive square was completely silent at that moment, as though everyone was strangled by an invisible force and could not breathe. It was the same at the spectator area as well. Above and below, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was petrified on the spot motionlessly, and the green-robed cultivator on the golden carpet was the only one who was continuing with his footsteps one by one. Clang! The wine glass in the hands of the drunken golden core fell to the ground with a resounding clash. That sound seemed to break the frozen time. Breaking out in cold sweat, that person sobered up instantly and shuddered at the thought of what he had just said. He cupped his fists and bowed hurriedly, saying with a frantic expression, "GG greetings, Mr. M.O." The cultivators at the bottom spectator area were all itinerant cultivators. Most of the itinerant cultivators had not experienced massive events, and coupled with how prominent M.O. Ling's name was, they were shocked. Some of them even jolted up instinctively. "Mr. M.O. Mr. M.O." As Su Zimo advanced, rows of golden cores stood up on both sides of the spectator area, bowing with cupped fists. It was a spectacular sight. It was a formidable event. At that moment, everyone forgot about the age and cultivation of that man before them. All they could feel was shock and awe coming from the green-robed cultivator. He had an aura superior to everything that was impossible to resist. The higher the stairs, the greater the strength and status of the golden cores on both sides. Initially, some of the golden cores at the back had no intention of standing up to greet because of their statuses. However, they were helpless against the hundreds of golden cores before them who were standing up. They would seem like eyesores if they continued sitting. With almost no time to contemplate, coupled with the fact that their minds were in a mess, they stood up automatically when Su Zimo approached. As Su Zimo walked, the golden cores at the spectator area had all turned into part of the background. "Well, well, well." Xianyi's heart skipped a beat as he remarked repeatedly. Even as a golden core, Lu Hui covered her mouth with reddened eyes. Finally, she could not contain her emotions and cried. When they arrived in the capital, they had suffered too much ridicule and mocking gazes. News of how Ethereal Peak was weakened, how Ethereal Peak could not hang on anymore, and how they were about to be kicked out of the 5 major sects spread endlessly. She had no way of refuting all of that. But at this moment, all of those rumors were gone with the wind. She finally understood why the 3 commanders told them that Ethereal Peak was about to become famous again. From this day forth, who would dare claim that Ethereal Peak has nobody worthy? Under everyone's watchful gazes, in front of all the golden cores who were greeting with cupped fists, Su Zimo came before Xianyi and Lu Hui. He bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo, pays his greetings to the Peak Masters. Gee, good child. Hurry. Get up." Xianyi hurried forward and raised Su Zimo's arms in an emotional manner. "So, Mr. Mo's real name is Su Zimo. Mr. Mo is so young. He's only at Foundation Establishment. Didn't everyone say that Ethereal Peak is bad at weapon refinement? Why did such a monster appear out of nowhere? This is phenomenal." Many golden cores muttered softly as they looked at Su Zimo curiously. Lu Hui turned and wiped her tears, laughing and saying, "Xianyi, stop pulling him. Let him get to his seat." Right. Xianyi snapped to his senses and replied, "Hurry over. We'll talk when we get back. We've got plenty of time." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and turned to continue forward. His gaze landed on perfected being Songlang, who was not far away. Their eyes met. Su Zimo smiled. Perfected being Songlang glared at the approaching Su Zimo with an ashen face. He truly could not bring himself to smile. How could this be? 3 years ago, when he heard that Su Zimo had also become a cultivator, perfected being Songlang merely laughed indifferently. There was no way Su Zimo could ever catch up to him, even if the former had stepped into cultivation. In his eyes, Su Zimo was still the same ant that he could trample, suppress and oppress as he willed. However, that small ant had merely grown a little more. He had cultivated for more than 200 years. What was his identity, strength, and status like? Even the connections that he had accumulated over the past 200 years were more than enough for him to crush that Su Zimo. But now, The moment Su Zimo stepped foot on the golden carpet, perfected being Song realized that apart from his own strength, all his advantages were no longer existent. He could not compare with Su Zimo in terms of status, influence, and connections. Or rather, he could not compare with Mr. Mo. A month ago, right at the entrance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, Su Zimo promised that his head could be exchanged for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. At that moment, perfected being Song could clearly feel that many golden cores were tempted. Some of them even revealed their killing intents. If not for the fact that he was in the capital and no one would dare to act rashly, there was a high chance he would have been mass attacked. That was the unique way in which fate worked. In the past, perfected being Song could delete Su Zimo's life with a flick of his fingers. But now, his head was almost gone just because of a promise from Su Zimo. As he passed by perfected being Song Su Zimo paused for a moment and turned to glance indifferently. That single glance sent a chill down perfected being Song spine. He realized that the frail youth in the past was now a deep thorn in his flesh. In the square, more than 100,000 Foundation establishment cultivators were stunned. Apart from everyone of Ethereal Peak who were cheering, the other cultivators had complex expressions. Earlier on, everyone thought that Su Zimo was a joke. It was only at this moment that they realized that they were the true jokes. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect let out a long sigh. Even though he had expected it, the blow was still rather huge when the outcome was truly known. Tao Feng of True Fire Sect had a dark expression on his face. Each time he recalled what he had just said, his face turned paler. "Hey, fellow Taoist Tao Feng, you seem like you were upset when my bro said that you're not qualified?" Little Fatty asked with a grin. Tao Feng's expression was grim as he remained silent. "Tisk, TSK, TSK." Little Fatty pursed his lips and asked, Who was the one who was so arrogant that he wanted to compete with my bro in terms of weapon refinement? Why is he silent right now? Don't be a coward." Tao Feng clenched his teeth and shivered. However, he could not say a word. He had said too much earlier on. But now, every single word he said was being smashed back onto his face, causing it to burn. Beside Tao Feng, a cold and sinister man stood glaring at Su Zimo in the spectator area with a killing intent in his eyes. Recalling that he had provoked Su Zimo earlier on, Si Yutong felt a little guilty and laughed dryly. Who would have thought that he would be Mr. Mo? Ha ha. No one cared about him, so it was a little awkward. "Isn't that right, junior sister?" Si Yutong turned to ask. Shin Mingqi, who was beside him, seemed to have not heard anything. She stared blankly at the spectator area where that figure was getting further and rising higher, as though she had lost her soul. Instantly, many things made sense to her. Why Mr. Mo would send that message for her master, perfected being Song to kneel down a month ago. Why Su Zimo would dare declare that Tao Feng wasn't qualified. Why Su Zimo was indifferent at the mention of Mr. Mo. Why Su Zimo would look at her strangely when she mentioned Mr. Mo. Why even the third princess of Great Zhou would head over. Why? All of those questions could be explained with a single answer. Su Zimo was Mr. Mo. At that moment, she suddenly felt like a fool. The princess's actions have unknowingly established many powerful foes for you. Let's see how you deal with things later on. Shun Mingqi laughed at herself when she recalled what she had said earlier. There was no need for Su Zimo to deal with things. The moment he revealed his identity, it was more than enough. Shun Mingqi was dazed. Once upon a time, she thought that she would soar through the skies upon receiving that 1 in a million immortal affinity. She thought that she would be separated from Su Zimo and become someone of a completely different world from him. But now, she suddenly realized, everything she had possessed in the past couple of years was nothing worth mentioning in front of Su Zimo. Her life was perhaps lesser than a single promise of Su Zimo. In that instant, Shin Mengqi regretted. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the second spectator area where there was only an empty seat. It was a seat that was beneath a single person and above everyone else. One that ranked equally with the princes, princesses, and the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House. The emperor pointed and said, "Go on." Su Zimo nodded. Xianxia was beside the empty seat. Both of them smiled at each other. The moment Su Zimo sat down, a gust of fragrant wind blew over. Right after, someone else appeared on the other side of Su Zimo. He turned over and was slightly stunned. Demoness Ji had moved her chair and ran to his left-hand side to squeeze with him. As such, Su Zimo's seat was sandwiched between the two princesses. Coughing gently, Su Zimo looked somewhat uneasy instantly. Hee, I'll sit here. Demoness Ji chuckled. Xianxia looked at her younger sister dotingly and shook her head to smile. The princess seemed to understand Demoness Ji's temper and did not say anything, merely smiling. Instead, they nodded to Su Zimo as a form of greeting. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though no one could tell, he could vaguely sense that Demoness Ji's laughter was odd. I wonder what this Demoness is thinking about again. Frowning in secret, Su Zimo looked straight ahead. Right then, the Emperor's voice echoed in all directions. Let the sect competition officially begin. The rules of the sect competition are the same as the previous ones. For the 4 ranking lists of spirit, talisman, elixir, and weapon, we'll choose the top 10 of each as the experts for this year's competition. All 10 people on the spirit ranking can choose a spirit art of their liking. All 10 on the talisman ranking can choose a talisman method. All 10 on the elixir ranking can choose an elixir recipe. All 10 on the weapon ranking can choose a superior grade spirit weapon. Of course, apart from that, there will be a reward of many spirit stones. The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for more than 10,000 years. After so many years of accumulation and heritage, there was definitely going to be many secret skills and elixir recipes in their treasure vault. In fact, some of them might even be extinct, and it was definitely enough to tempt any cultivator out there. Most Foundation establishment cultivators merely used middle-grade spirit weapons. For Foundation establishment cultivators, superior-grade spirit weapons were fatally attractive. Of course, the most important thing was that the people on the ranking lists could enter the ancient battlefield to train for a year. With just a few simple words from the Emperor, the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on the square were burning with zeal and raring to go. The Emperor declared, "Since Mr. Mo was invited as the judge for this sect competition, we'll start off with the competition for weapon refinement. Because Mr. Mo belongs to Ethereal Peak and needs to enter the ancient battlefield as well, it means that there are only 9 spots left to contest for in the weapon ranking." The meaning behind the Emperor's words was clear. Given Su Zimo's ability, he was naturally the number 1 on the weapon ranking without the need to even compete. No one had any objections to that. Even weapon refinement masters who had been immersed in the art of weapon refinement for hundreds of years would not dare to compete against Su Zimo, let alone the young weapon refinement masters on the square. "Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Mo?" the Emperor asked. Rising, Su Zimo gazed at the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on the square deeply before saying in a slow manner, "When I arrived, I heard someone mention that there is no one from Ethereal Peak who can refine weapons." Upon hearing this, the square and the spectator area entered an uproar. If it was prior to this, those words wouldn't have been a big deal since it was something everyone publicly acknowledged. But now, anyone who dared say something as such was definitely stubbing their toes. Everyone swept their gazes and noticed that Su Zimo had a hint of killing intent on his face. They all realized that the number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou was about to take someone down. Who was the one who said that? "Stand forth." Su Zimo was almost at the top of the spectator area as he looked down at the square from above. Even though his tone was calm, it was laced with a dominance that was above everyone else. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes landed on Tao Feng. Prior to this, everyone around the area had witnessed the conflict between Tao Feng and Su Zimo. Tao Feng felt the pressure on him multiply. His face was pale and his expression was filled with fear. "Who is Mr. Mo talking about?" "Someone from True Fire Sect. I heard that he's the number 1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation." Pfft, what a joke. Mr. Mo is only in his 20s, and this guy dares to claim that he's the number 1 weapon refinement master of the younger generation. The discussions in the crowd grew louder. The crowd around True Fire sect gradually dispersed. Seeing that he was about to be singled out, Tao Feng grit his teeth and stood out with a venomous look in his eyes. He said hatefully, "It was me." The golden cores of True Fire sect frowned with ugly expressions. "Very good." Su Zimo nodded. "Since you were so arrogant, I suppose that the standards of weapon refinement masters from True Fire sect must have already surpassed me. Which one of you is so formidable? Stand forth and let me have a look." Sweeping his gaze across True Fire sect's golden cores at the spectator area, Su Zimo's eyes had a mocking look in them. "Su Zimo, don't go overboard," Elder Zhang said coldly. "Overboard?" Su Zimo shook his head and replied indifferently, "I don't think so. Compared to that unscrupulous assassination attempt from True Fire sect 3 years ago, this is nothing." Elder Zhang was speechless. Although there was no evidence of it, everyone was well aware of it. In fact, even the Emperor's notice was posted at the entrance of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Su Zimo is trying to establish his dominance. Yes, it's not only for himself, it's also for Ethereal Peak. This is equivalent to taking revenge for Ethereal Peak. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Xianxia and Lu Hui exchanged glances. Both could read the gratification in the other's eyes. After Su Zimo appeared, they could clearly sense that the few disciples of Ethereal Peak were in high spirits and were no longer demoralized. Turning towards Tao Feng, Su Zimo continued, "You even said that the weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak are jokes? Let me ask you now, who is the joke?" Tao Feng was almost grinding his teeth into dust as his entire body trembled. Lowering his head slightly, his cheeks were filled with ferociousness and his eyes were getting more deranged by the second. "Su Zimo, I'm not convinced of you." Suddenly, Tao Feng raised his head and shouted with reddened eyes, "There are more than 100,000 cultivators present, but no one has witnessed you refine weapons personally. Who knows if you're as good as you claim to be? Why are you able to claim a spot on the weapon ranking without even having to refine weapons?" Tao Feng seemed to have lost his mind, but in reality, his words struck lethally. Su Zimo was only in his 20s and was at Foundation Establishment realm. However, he was able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. That did seem a little ridiculous. Even if he had started refining weapons in his mother's womb, that would only be 20-odd years at best. Could he really be better than weapon refinement masters out there who have immersed themselves in the art of weapon refinement for hundreds of years? Everyone present had doubts to begin with. After Tao Feng's words, their suspicions only intensified. Could there be someone powerful expert backing Su Zimo? That expert would step in when it came to refining weapons while Su Zimo was only a front? After all, no one had seen Su Zimo refine weapons before. Many people thought about it and pondered to themselves, if the MO from Mo Ling came from Su Zimo, could the Ling be from the expert? That thought seemed to have gotten them closer to the truth of things. The way many cultivators looked at Su Zimo changed slowly, carrying doubt and scrutiny within their gazes. In the blink of an eye, Tao Feng was now the center of attention as he laughed into the skies. "Su Zimo, if you have the guts, come and compete with me down here. We'll let everyone judge who the joke is. I believe that everyone would like to see your so-called Mo clan's spirit-gathering technique." The Emperor's expression was calm as he thought to himself, "Impressive." With those words, True Fire sect was going to benefit no matter what. If Su Zimo was not as good as he claimed to be, he would naturally be exposed by competing and Tao Feng would become famous because of this. Even if Su Zimo truly was Mo Ling, he might end up committing a mistake under such immense pressure in front of everyone. Furthermore, this would not be of any loss for True Fire sect as they would be able to observe Su Zimo's weapon refinement process and even possibly get a glimpse of the secrets within. "You want to learn my spirit-gathering technique?" Su Zimo's heart stirred as he could tell Tao Feng's intentions. However, he did not have to fear letting others watch or learn from his spirit-gathering technique. After all, no one would be able to master it. The weapon refinement masters of Ethereal Peak had that tragic experience. Whoever that learned from him were the unlucky ones. "Su Zimo, do you dare to compete? Say something," Tao Feng shouted provocatively. I'm not going to compete with you because you're not qualified. However, changing the topic, Su Zimo continued calmly. In a bit, I'll teach you how to refine spirit weapons on the spot. Learn well and don't embarrass true fire sect. I'll teach you. It was the tone and attitude of an elder teaching the younger generation. Everyone was dumbfounded. I'll teach you how to refine weapons. Against Tao Feng's challenge, Su Zimo's single statement widened the gap between them instantly. Hee hee. Tao Feng laughed coldly. I'll see for myself what Mr. Mo has to teach me. The emperor waved his hand. Let the competition for the weapon ranking officially begin. As the emperor finished his sentence, cultivators taking part in the weapon ranking competition broke free from the crowd and arrived at the spacious sunken area between the 4 jade pillars. Tao Feng walked over. His gaze was provocative and had never left Su Zimo. All the best, senior brother Shui. Junior brother Shui, go on. With junior brother Su around, you can just give it all you've got without any pressure. Under the encouragement of little Fatty, Lung Ro and the others, Shui arrived at the sunken area as well. He was filled with confidence, spirited and in a perfect state. Shui knew that given his current state, there was even a chance he could outperform himself. Su Zimo sat high and above, unmoving as he watched everything quietly without any intention of getting up. No matter what, he was the judge selected by the emperor. His position was unshakable. There was no restriction to the type of spirit weapon one could refine for the weapon ranking competition. However, each person only had 3 chances. Within 3 rounds of weapon refinement, they had to select the spirit weapon with the best grade and quality for the final evaluation. If they failed all 3 rounds of weapon refinement, it would mean that they have lost the rights to compete. There were a total of 1,072 weapon refinement masters taking part in the sect competition this time round, and they were all gathered in the sunken area. Almost at the same time, all of them took out their weapon tripods and placed it in front of them. Swoosh! Instantly, countless flames soared, illuminating against one another. There were some level 1 spirit fires and even some at level 3. He was warming his tripod. Those who were able to compete in the sect competition were the elites of each sect. Naturally, they were extremely familiar with the process of weapon refinement. The many cultivators had long chosen their materials. Right after warming their weapon tripods, they placed their materials within and increased the temperature of the flames to begin smelting. For this step, the higher the level of the flame, the more the impurities that could be purged. Shui had already cultivated a level 2 spirit fire, while Tao Feng's spirit fire was at the highest level of 3. Time slowly passed. The first to complete the smelting process was Tao Feng. The next step, forging. After that, tempering. Cultivators from both the spectator area and the square were attracted to Tao Feng's weapon refinement technique as they nodded silently. Tao Feng's technique was indeed far beyond those surrounding him. It was truly rare for someone to have such an understanding and attainment towards weapon refinement at the age of 30. However, another name flashed across everyone's mind right after, and they could not help but turn to look at Su Zimo, who was seated at the top. At that moment, Su Zimo was calm. Tao Feng's brilliant weapon refinement technique did not seem to have any effect on him. Hey! Just as everyone was attracted to the 1,000-odd weapon refinement masters in the square, Demoness G snuck to Su Zimo's side. She blew into his ear and called in a seductive manner. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not move. When Demoness G caught sight of Su Zimo's slightly stiff body and blushed face, she could not help but purse her lips with a smile. Wheedled. Second young Master Su, you're so biased. The corner of Su Zimo's mouth twitched as he scanned his surroundings with an unnatural expression. When he saw that no one was looking in their direction, he heaved a sigh of relief. Leaning close to Su Zimo's body, Demoness G exhaled with the fragrance of flowers and whispered, I heard that you customized the long robe that my sister is wearing? Yes. Su Zimo was helpless and could only reply with the truth. I want one too. Demoness G said exasperatedly. I don't even have clothes that are suitable for me. Look at what I'm wearing. It's not even fitting at all. Su Zimo turned to look instinctively and caught sight of Demoness G's fair, white chest. Instantly, He spun his head back and took a deep breath of air while closing his eyes to compose himself. Before he knew it, he had broken out in cold sweat and was looking disheveled. This demoness? Even though Su Zimo knew full well that these were Demoness Ji's methods of seduction, there was nothing he could do to her. Furthermore, the emperor was behind him and Xianxia was beside him. An indescribable sense of excitement plucked at his heartstrings, and it was hard for him to control himself. By now, in the sunken area, Tao Feng was already one with tempering and had begun on spirit gathering. Before long, he gathered his first spirit pattern. Sima Ji of True Fire sect nodded to himself. He had witnessed Tao Feng's entire weapon refinement process, and there were no mistakes at all. There was a high chance a superior-grade spirit weapon could be refined. A short while later, another ray of spirit light flashed. A second spirit pattern. While it was already a middle-grade spirit weapon, Tao Feng had no intention of stopping. After yet another short while, a third spirit pattern shone in front of everyone. 3 spirit patterns. It was a superior-grade spirit weapon. It was only then that Tao Feng let out a sigh of relief. Before this, he had an extremely high failure rate of refining superior-grade spirit weapons. The fact that he succeeded within a single try today meant that he was in a good condition. By securing a superior-grade spirit weapon in his first round of weapon refinement, Tao Feng ensured that he could continue pushing to try refining spirit weapons of higher grades in his next 2 attempts. Quenching into shape, a superior-grade spirit weapon was formed. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. There were very few people who could refine superior-grade spirit weapons in the previous sect tournaments. By refining a superior-grade spirit weapon on his first attempt, Tao Feng had proven his skills as a weapon refinement master. He turned to Su Zimo, initially wanting to show off his success. However, he realized that Su Zimo was resting on his chair with closed eyes and was not looking at him at all. As time passed by, all the weapon refinement masters were done with their first round of weapon refinements. Some succeeded while others failed. Shui had successfully refined an inferior-grade spirit weapon. He was in no rush to attempt for a middle-grade spirit weapon, and was making use of the first round to familiarize himself with the feeling of refining weapons so that he can get himself to his peak form. The 1,000-odd weapon refinement masters rested for a moment before preparing for the second round. Right then, Su Zimo, who was seated high above, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling lights sparkled for a brief moment before vanishing and calmness returned. Sensing something, many golden cores turned their gazes over. Sima Ji of True Fire sect said eccentrically, "My Mr. Mo, are you preparing to attack? As the number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, you're not going to be refining a superior-grade spirit weapon as well to hoodwink us, right?" Elder Zhang sneered. The 2 of them had lived for hundreds of years and were no fools. They naturally knew that a person's condition and state of mind had a huge impact towards weapon refinement. That was why they were trying to provoke Su Zimo with their words. Right then, Tao Feng raised his voice and declared, "The great Mr. Mo probably doesn't need 3 rounds. I heard that the Mo clan's spirit gathering technique has an extremely high success rate. Given Mr. Mo's capabilities, a single round should suffice. Pressure. Continuous pressure. As long as Su Zimo's mood was affected, there would definitely be problems in his weapon refinement process. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, those people from True Fire sect were just like clowns. His spirit gathering technique was completely unrelated to his condition. After 3 years of training, Su Zimo was already well prepared, and the doubts and mockery of the outside world could not affect his mental state at all. "You're right. A single round is enough." Su Zimo smiled calmly. "Tao Feng and everyone else from True Fire sect, open your eyes wide and clear to see what weapon refinement truly is." Bang! Su Zimo arrived at the center of the spectator area and retrieved his weapon tripod from his storage bag, slamming it heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At that moment, it was not only Tao Feng and everyone from True Fire sect. The 100,000-odd cultivators in the square and the 1,000-odd golden cores at the spectator area, everyone's gazes were fixed on Su Zimo. The immensity of that pressure was something ordinary people could not understand at all. In the eyes of everyone present, be it whether or not Suzimo had what it takes, he was way too young. If his mental state and willpower were not resolute enough and he showed any signs of fear, he would definitely be faced with huge problems in his weapon refinement process. With an indifferent expression, Suzimo gathered a scarlet flame on his palm and began warming the tripod. After the tripod warming, he retrieved pieces of spirit components that emitted strong spirit chi from his storage bag, tossing them into the weapon tripod. Heavens! That's the violet feather rock. That handful of sand is dim and dull. It seems to be lusterless sand. Look! There's also ice silkworm steel, crimson gold crystal, and mystic lightning jade. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. Those spirit components were extremely rare, and any one of them would suffice to be used as a core material to create a supreme-grade spirit weapon. But now, he had tossed all of those rare spirit components together. What was he trying to refine? That doubt surfaced in everyone's minds. The more the rare spirit components that were combined, the higher the difficulty of weapon refinement. That was a risk that few weapon refinement masters would dare to take. Before long, all the spirit components were tossed into the weapon tripod. Swoosh! The flames burned furiously at the spirit components in the weapon tripod. Time slowly passed. After smelting, it was time for the forging process. Under the countless gazes, a spirit weapon gradually took shape. At the same time, everyone's eyes gradually widened in shock. What's that? A saber. Holy fuck! Isn't that saber way too big? It even has a handle. If someone were to wield that, putting aside the massive consumption of spirit energy, it would be extremely inconvenient and clumsy. Even if he manages to refine it, it'll be useless. A long saber was gradually formed within Suzimo's weapon tripod. It was half as tall as a person and had an extremely wide width, slightly larger than an adult's palm. A heavy and sturdy saber. Over the past 3 years, Suzimo had refined too many spirit weapons. He had hundreds of supreme-grade spirit weapons. However, Suzimo had never refined a saber that was made for himself. At this moment, Suzimo felt that the time was ripe. A man from True Fire Sect said, "That saber has a handle. He should be making it for himself. I heard that he is strong in melee combat." The person who spoke had a cold and sinister gaze that carried a killing intent as he looked at Suzimo. He was Hejiang, a legacy disciple of True Fire Sect. His younger brother, Hixing, was the elixir refinement master who died in Suzimo's hands. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. Tao Feng scoffed coldly. With so many spirit components smelted together, even if all the impurities are purged, the weight of that saber will be terrifying. He won't even be able to lift it. Suzimo was extremely satisfied at the sight of the spirit saber that was gradually forming. He possessed divine power, and yet he did not know anything about saber-wielding techniques. That was the reason why he made such a massive spirit saber that was seemingly clumsy. With that, the spirit saber that was heavy and ferocious to begin with would be able to unleash extremely terrifying attacks when it was coupled with his immense physique and frightening blood chi. After forging was over, tempering started. With spirit energy, Suzimo condensed a pair of big hands that entered the weapon tripod. His fingers struck the blade repeatedly like hammers, letting out a crisp and pleasant sound. Cling, clang. A moment later, the expressions of many weapon refinement masters present changed. Even though it was hidden in the weapon tripod and they could not see Suzimo's tempering technique, the gap between each striking sound was exactly the same. It was so precise that it was as though everything was calculated. Many golden cores had already realized that Suzimo was undoubtedly Mr. Mo. Ordinary weapon refinement masters would not be able to master such a tempering technique. Furthermore, from the step of material selection to tempering, Suzimo's movements were smooth and fluid like water. It was like a habit of his that was filled with perfection. Sima Ji scoffed coldly and thought to himself, "So what if you're Mr. Mo? Once we see your spirit-gathering technique later on, we might be able to grasp at the secrets within." After a long time, tempering was over. A thin layer of sweat filled Su Zimo's forehead. With so many spirit components combined, the difficulty of tempering had increased immensely for him as well. After tempering came the most crucial aspect of weapon refinement, spirit gathering. Sima Ji could clearly feel Sima Ji and everyone else from True Fire sect tense up, watching him intently. "Fu!" He chuckled softly and said, "You want to see my spirit gathering technique? All right, I'll let you guys see it clearly." Right after, in front of everyone, Su Zimo suddenly did something. He removed his weapon tripod. Everyone from Ethereal Peak had already expected it and were relatively calm. However, the other cultivators were horrified. It was especially so for the golden cores who were closest to Su Zimo, as they were rattled and wanted to retreat instinctively. However, they realized that they were behaving in an unsightly manner and gave fake coughs while calming themselves down. Without any protection, Su Zimo began spirit gathering. Even the Emperor frowned when he saw that, not understanding what was the purpose behind Su Zimo's actions. The risk of removing the weapon tripod for spirit gathering was way too great. If the first spirit pattern failed, it would be equivalent to the explosion of a pseudo-spirit weapon and the lethality would be limited. However, if he were to fail at the fourth spirit pattern, it would be equivalent to the explosion of a superior-grade spirit weapon and the impact would be rather terrifying. Even if it was a golden core refining the weapon, he would be severely injured given that he would be unprepared to defend. Xianxia frowned slightly and pursed her cherry lips tightly, concern evident in her eyes. "Sister, don't worry. He's Mr. M.O. He'll definitely be fine." Right then, Demoness Ji closed in and held Xianxia's slightly cold hands while comforting her with a smile. Xianxia forced a smile, but the worry in her eyes did not lessen one bit. Whoosh! Right then, a glow lit up. The first spirit pattern was condensed successfully. Su Zimo did not pause and continued to condense the second spirit pattern. Everyone held their breath and continued watching. After a while, another light flashed. The second spirit pattern was condensed successfully. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Xiaoxia's palms were filled with sweat. Even though Su Zimo had managed 2 successive spirit patterns, she was even more nervous now. Prior to this, if Su Zimo failed in spirit gathering, he would only lose face. However, if he were to fail later on, what he would lose would be his life. Xiaoxia would rather Su Zimo fail his first 2 spirit patterns than let him get injured. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Zimo was already condensing his third spirit pattern. The time it took for Su Zimo to condense his third spirit pattern was evidently longer. Right from the beginning, everyone from True Fire sect, Tao Feng included, had been observing Su Zimo's every move carefully, without letting up a single detail. However, they had not gained much through their observations. They only noticed that Su Zimo's spirit gathering process was not completed in one go, but intermittently. At times, although he had already begun with spirit gathering, for some reason, Su Zimo would give up and go for a new attempt. There was no pattern to speak of for his repetitions. What's this? Even though Sima Ji and the others had been refining weapons for hundreds of years, none of them had seen such an odd spirit gathering technique. Whoosh! A slightly blinding glow flashed. Just as everyone was lost, the third spirit pattern was condensed successfully. Swoosh! Xianxia and Lu Hui heaved a sigh of relief, looking at one another with lingering fear. Even though they had heard of Su Zimo's odd spirit gathering technique back in Ethereal Peak, that was 3 years ago. Furthermore, Su Zimo was only able to refine inferior-grade spirit weapons at that time, and it was relatively easier to condense a single spirit pattern. But now, Su Zimo had already condensed 3 spirit patterns. Xiaoxia looked more relaxed and let out a deep breath as well. At that moment, the faces of the golden cores on both sides of Su Zimo changed slightly and they felt a little uneasy. When they saw that Su Zimo had no intention of stopping after condensing his third spirit pattern, some golden cores could not hold on any longer and retreated hurriedly. At this point, if his spirit gathering failed, it would be equivalent to the explosion of a superior-grade spirit weapon. Golden cores who were not strong enough would be injured on the spot and they would look even more pathetic at that time. There was no need to take that risk for the sake of appearances. Of course, there were some golden cores who pretended to be calm because they were strong and did not leave. On the surface, they watched Su Zimo refine his weapon calmly. But in reality, they were on edge and their palms were placed on their storage bags, ready to crush their protection talismans at the first moment to escape if anything awry happened. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, a beam of light burst forth again in a bedazzling manner. Ah! Exclamations burst forth from the square and the spectator area. The fourth spirit pattern. No one had expected that the fourth spirit pattern would be condensed shortly after the third spirit pattern was formed. For spirit patterns, it was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. By now, no one dared to question Su Zimo's capabilities in weapon refinement. How confident was he in his spirit-gathering technique to condense 4 spirit patterns without the use of a weapon tripod? Everyone from True Fire Sect frowned. The situation was completely different from what they had expected. They could not spot anything from Su Zimo's weapon refinement process at all. Tao Feng glared at Su Zimo coldly and grit his teeth, thinking to himself, "Supreme-grade spirit weapon, huh? I'll attempt it later on. We don't know who's going to win yet. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. Yet another supreme-grade spirit weapon has been refined by you." The golden cores who had dodged earlier hurried back with cupped fists. However, Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. The spirit saber hovered in midair and the surrounding spirit chi had yet to disperse. Staring at the ball of spirit chi, Su Zimo went for another spirit-gathering attempt. Everyone was stunned. What was Su Zimo trying to do? It was already a supreme-grade spirit weapon with 4 spirit patterns at this point. If he were to continue with spirit gathering, it would be perfect spirit weapon. Su Zimo was trying to refine a perfect spirit weapon. The crowd was in an uproar. Pest! In the spectator area, the expressions of many golden cores changed and they gasped. The few golden cores who had just returned with cupped fists escaped with even greater speed once more. What a fucking lunatic! He's really out of his mind. He's trying to forcefully condense a 5th spirit pattern without the protection of a weapon tripod. Even the group of golden cores who were faking their composure could not sit still anymore as they scurried and fled from Su Zimo with pale faces. What kind of a joke was that? If he were to fail the spirit gathering, it would be equivalent to the explosion of a supreme-grade spirit weapon. At close proximity, they would be dead even if they managed to crush their protection talismans. As for the weapon refinement master himself, he would be blown to bits and pieces. Ji Yaoshua's heart clenched once more. Even Demoness Ji furrowed her brows slightly. She had not expected that Su Zimo would take on such a huge gamble. The Emperor and Chief Steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi, looked entangled. Apart from worry, they had looks of admiration in their eyes. While the two of them did not know how to refine weapons, they could tell that this was indeed the best opportunity for Su Zimo to create a perfect spirit weapon. After all, the momentum was with him and Lady Luck was shining directly on him as well. For the past 3 years, Su Zimo would spend some time each day on weapon refinement without slacking off at all, and his skills climbed steadily. Subsequently, he discovered that it was truly way too difficult if he wanted to refine a perfect spirit weapon. Perfect meant that there couldn't be any flaws at all. In terms of spirit gathering, Su Zimo had no issues. However, there were 6 steps to weapon refinement. He had to achieve perfection with every 6 steps in order to create a perfect spirit weapon. For every step to be perfect, it was not only dependent on the weapon refinement master's skills. It was also on his mental state, condition, and external circumstances. In fact, there was even a tiny bit of luck involved. Luck was something that could only be obtained by chance. Su Zimo had been searching for that mysterious feeling. Along the way, while he was walking up, Su Zimo felt the vague sense of an opportunity. Therefore, when he decided that he was going to display his weapon refinement skills, he was already bent on going for a perfect spirit weapon. For the first 4 steps of weapon refinement, material selection, smelting, forging, and tempering, everything went smoothly without any flaws. In terms of spirit gathering, Su Zimo had a 100% success rate. His perfect grade spirit saber was definitely going to be born today. At that thought, Su Zimo felt much more relaxed. Everyone from True Fire Sect, do you want to know what's the secret behind Mo Clan's spirit gathering technique? Just as everyone was feeling tense, Su Zimo suddenly asked. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Which weapon refinement master would not give it his all during spirit gathering, which was such a tense segment? How could Su Zimo still have the energy to afford the distraction of speaking? Su Zimo continued, actually, the secret behind Mo Clan's spirit gathering technique is simple. You just have to remove your weapon tripod during spirit gathering and place yourself in a state of death. That way, you can better gather your luck and increase your success rate of spirit gathering. His words were half-truths. Removing the weapon tripod was true, but it had nothing to do with luck. What a load of bullshit, Sima Ji scoffed. To him, those words were filled with loopholes and were utterly ridiculous. Su Zimo smiled calmly without retorting. He knew that the people from True Fire Sect would definitely believe him. That was because most of the time, people would rather believe things they had witnessed with their own eyes, even if it was fake. At that moment, a dazzling light shot out like a bright sun, illuminating the void such that everyone could barely open their eyes. The fifth spirit pattern was condensed successfully. 5 spirit patterns, it was a perfect spirit weapon. A bedazzling light burst out in front of Su Zimo, spreading across the square like a magnificent dawn. Pausing for a brief moment, the light retracted swiftly and entered the blade. No one spoke. It was pitch silent both in the square and at the spectator area. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the gigantic spirit saber that was floating in midair, and their mouths were agape in shock. No matter how illogical the spirit saber seemed with its clumsy appearance and its handle, it was a perfect graded spirit weapon after all. Even golden cores who had lived for hundreds of years might not even be able to see a perfect spirit weapon being born by the end of their lives. How lucky was it for them to be able to witness it personally right now? Perfected being Yun Shan's gaze was burning. Southern Mountain Sect was renowned for their melee combat strength and body tempering techniques. In the hands of others, that spirit saber's power was limited. But in his hands, it would definitely be a formidable killing weapon to behold. That perfect grade spirit saber was fatally attractive to him. Everyone from True Fire Sect was shocked, then confused. Sima Ji and Elder Zhang, weapon refinement masters who had been immersed in the art of weapon refinement for years, were at a loss as to what to do. Logically speaking, Su Zimo's explanation of removing the weapon tripod was utter bullshit. However, the truth was right before their eyes and they could not help but wonder. Could removing the weapon tripod truly improve one's luck and increase the success rates of spirit gathering? After all, no one had tried that method before. Perhaps that was truly a secret that was yet to be discovered in the world of weapon refinement. However, on second thought, if things were really that simple, would Su Zimo reveal the secret just like that without hiding anything? No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. But the fact was that Su Zimo had managed to condense 5 spirit patterns after removing the weapon tripod. Looking at the spirit saber suspended in midair, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a bright smile. This refinement had consumed a large amount of spirit, mental, and physical energy. He was almost completely exhausted and his entire body was covered in sweat. With the final step, the spirit saber would be completely refined. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and shifted the spirit saber with 5 spirit patterns into cold water that was prepared earlier. 6th step, quenching. Normally, an ear-piercing sound should be heard alongside billowing green smoke due to the rapid cooling of the spirit saber that was heated to a scarlet shade in cold water. The exchange of hot and cold would change the internal structure of the spirit saber, causing it to turn sturdier. At the same time, the spirit patterns would be fused into the saber completely as one. But now, there was no sound nor green smoke being emitted after Su Zimo plunged the spirit saber into cold water. How could that be? Su Zimo's expression changed slightly and he frowned. Right then, a change occurred in the cold water. The water emitted steam and started bubbling. It was boiling. Not only did the basin of water not quench the flames from the spirit saber, it was boiling from the heat emitted by the saber instead. Broop, broop. As the water boiled, Many golden cores stood up one after another to peek. Ha 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 ha. Right then, Sima Ji burst out into laughter with mockery in his eyes. Su Zimo, oh Su Zimo, your perfect spirit weapon's about to be useless. It's not meant to be yours. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he stared at the boiling water darkly, seemingly thinking about something. What's going on? Someone whispered. Sima Ji replied smugly, one can't make any mistakes in the 6 steps of weapon refinement if they want to create a perfect spirit weapon. How can he possibly succeed in quenching a saber with 5 spirit patterns using just ordinary cold water? Su Zimo sighed internally. He knew that Sima Ji was not wrong. He had truly not taken this into account. Then again, it was not entirely Su Zimo's fault. There was no mention of what was required to refine perfect spirit weapons in all the ancient books in Ethereal Peak. Who would have thought that a disciple of Ethereal Peak would attempt to create a perfect spirit weapon after countless years? Sima Ji declared loudly in ridicule. To quench a perfect spirit weapon, you will have to use the rarest spirit liquids such as Northern Frost Ice, Deep Sea Fiend Oil, or Zenith Spring Water. Unfortunately, you have none of those. Ha 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 ha. Many golden cores were secretly stunned. Each of the 3 items that Sima Ji mentioned were extremely rare and were not cheaper than supreme-grade spirit weapons. To think that they would be required for quenching. Su Zimo pulled the spirit saber out of the boiling water. He was expressionless and he did not do anything else. Upon seeing that, everyone knew that Su Zimo had not prepared those items in advance and could not help but sigh. A perfect spirit weapon was about to be born before their eyes, only to fail at the final step. Ugh! Xianxia clutched his wrist and let out a long sigh with a pained expression. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo, who was silent, and felt her heart wrench. She quickly turned her head and shouted, "Father, help him!" The emperor said in a deep voice. Mingzhe, head to the palace's treasury. There should be Zenith spring water in it. It's too late. Sima Ji pointed at the spirit saber in Su Zimo's hand and sneered. In 5 breaths' time, if there is no quenching item, that saber will be wasted. Everyone focused their attention. The spirit patterns were already showing signs of dissipating on that fiery red saber. It was clearly too late to retrieve the Zenith spring water at this point. Su Zimo, you're still too naive. Fufufu. Sima Ji laughed. He was delighted because with this failure, the light of providence on Su Zimo would disintegrate and it would be difficult for him to refine another perfect spirit weapon ever again. This failure would not only waste a saber, but destroy a monstrous weapon refinement master as well. Xianxia stood up, prepared to head forward to comfort Su Zimo. Right then, Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and a strange glint flickered in his eyes. Gripping the saber in his hands, he held it horizontally across his chest with its blade facing down. Su Zimo stretched out his palm and the saber's blade landed on it, slashing across slowly and forcefully. Since he did not have any Northern Frost Ice, Deep Sea Fiend Oil, or Zenith Spring Water, he would use his blood to quench the spirit saber. Sima Ji gave a disdainful stifled laughter. What a fool! How can your blood compare to Zenith? His eyes widened in disbelief as he could not continue anymore. How could that be? Su Zimo's bloodline. Poof! Blood gushed from the cut and spilled onto the scarlet blade. Shing! A piercing sound could be heard as thick smoke rose from the saber. The temperature of the saber dipped rapidly and the spirit pattern that was about to dissipate stabilized, becoming one with the blade. Furthermore, the 5 spirit patterns were even devouring Su Zimo's blood. Even though the temperature of the saber had dropped, the color of the blade was gradually deepening. It changed from the scarlet shade of flames to a grisly shade of blood. 6th step, quenching. Success. Clang. Clang. The blade trembled and produced an intense clanging sound. It was filled with a strong smell of blood that made one uneasy. Su Zimo caressed the blade gently, muttering softly, "Since you were quenched using my blood, you shall be called Blood Quencher from now on." As though it was sentient, the blade went silent. A perfect spirit weapon that was born from blood. That was completely unexpected. No one knew the sort of terrifying energy that was hidden in Su Zimo's bloodline. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Void Thunder Manual, devoured a dragon and even brought his bloodline to the blood tsunami realm. His bloodline was much stronger than the Zenith spring water and whatnot. Everyone from True Fire sect was dumbfounded. A person's bloodline was comparable to rare spirit liquids such as the Northern Frost Ice and Zenith spring water? Before that doubt was resolved, everyone's eyes and minds were once again drawn in by that newly blood-quenched saber. Its massive and thick blade was grisly red and eye-piercing. Branded onto the blade like blood reservoirs, the 5 spirit patterns were malefic and were akin to 5 long blood eyes that were narrowed. Even though it was merely resting on the spot, the saber gave off a murderous aura. Sima Ji rubbed his chin and murmured, "That saber was made with so many rare spirit components. Now that it's perfect with 5 spirit weapons, its might should not be inferior to connate spirit weapons." Upon hearing that, everyone's gaze towards Blood Quencher became even more passionate and greedy. Supreme-grade spirit weapons were already enough to move the hearts of golden cores and make them flock for it. A perfect spirit weapon was something that could lead to a bloody battle. If they were not in the capital of Great Zhou, or at the foot of the Emperor, many golden cores would have already taken action and broke out in a wild war. Sensing that there was something unusual about the gazes and tension in the air, Su Zimo understood. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. With a flip of his palm, he put away Blood Quencher in his storage bag. "Mr. M.O., how much do you want for that blade? Name a price." At that moment, perfected being Yun Shan stood up and spoke. "That's right, Mr. M.O. It's a rare opportunity. How about selling that saber in an auction here? It'll definitely fetch a good price," another golden core added. Su Zimo shook his head. That saber is priceless. Even though he had managed to refine that perfect spirit weapon successfully, he could not guarantee that he could replicate Blood Quencher even if he were to try again. Similar to connate spirit weapons, perfect spirit weapons were priceless treasures. Furthermore, Blood Quencher carried his blood. "You must be joking, Mr. M.O. Everything has a price." Perfected being Yun Shan refused to give up and continued, "Furthermore, given your cultivation realm, it's going to be difficult to wield that saber, let alone utilize it to its fullest potential. You might as well sell it, Mr. M.O. Su Zimo frowned somewhat impatiently and remarked directly, "I'm sorry, the meaning of priceless is that I'm not selling it." Perfected being Yun Shan's face darkened and he snorted. If it was before this, he would have definitely not chosen to be on bad terms with Su Zimo. However, the birth of a perfect spirit weapon was way too alluring for a golden core. If he could acquire that Blood Quencher, his combat power would be doubled at the very least. Sima Ji and perfected being Song Lang exchanged glances. Both could read the coldness in the other's eyes. Su Zimo returned to his seat, holding a superior-grade spirit stone in his right hand as he recovered the spirit energy within his body slowly and rested. He had already set the bait and was waiting for the fishes to take it. In the square, the 1,000-odd weapon refinement masters began their second round of weapon refinement. Su Zimo's weapon refinement earlier on had a huge impact on those weapon refinement masters. However, while the majority of them paid attention to Su Zimo's spirit gathering technique, Shui of Ethereal Peak paid attention to his tempering technique. That was because he had long known that Su Zimo's spirit gathering technique was something outsiders could not mimic. After thinking through his insights, Shui felt that he had learned quite a bit and his confidence grew tremendously as he began his second round of weapon refinement. Tao Feng, who had already refined a superior-grade spirit weapon in the first round, was now conflicted. In theory, he felt that the act of removing the weapon tripod was simply courting death. However, the truth was that Su Zimo had indeed refined a perfect spirit weapon. Tao Feng hesitated for a long time before taking a deep breath. He decided to believe in his own weapon refinement technique and began the second round. Since he had already refined a superior-grade spirit weapon in the first round, it was certain that Tao Feng would already have a spot on the weapon ranking. Hence, he decided that he was going to attempt for a supreme-grade spirit weapon for the next 2 rounds. material selection, smelting, forging, tempering, all of them were done in one go. According to his own method, Tao Feng began spirit gathering under the protection of the weapon tripod. 1 spirit pattern, 2 spirit patterns. The 3rd spirit pattern failed. Tao Feng's expression was ugly. Su Zimo's weapon refinement had affected his mental state greatly. If he continued with his previous method, he might not even be able to refine a superior-grade spirit weapon. How about giving it a try? What if removing the weapon tripod truly brought about a higher success rate for spirit gathering? Similar thoughts flashed through Tao Feng's mind repeatedly. The more he tried to control, the more he couldn't control. I don't care anymore. Time to give it a try. Since I've already refined a superior-grade spirit weapon, it doesn't matter even if I fail. At that thought, Tao Feng began his 3rd round of weapon refinement. Material selection, smelting, forging, tempering. At the 5th step, spirit gathering, Tao Feng suddenly removed his weapon tripod. His action naturally attracted countless gazes. Look! Tao Feng has removed his weapon tripod too. Finally, someone's going to try it. We'll know in a bit whether or not that method works. Taking a deep breath of air, Tao Feng tried his best to ensure that his mind was calm and he was in peak condition before slowly attempting for spirit gathering. Whoosh! A light flashed and the first spirit pattern was condensed successfully. Right after, another light flashed and the second spirit pattern was condensed successfully. After a while, another light flashed. The 3rd spirit pattern was condensed successfully as well. Ah! A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Seems like Su Zimo was right. Removing the weapon tripod truly increases the success rate of spirit gathering. Tao Feng also became excited, his eyes shining. As long as I gather another spirit pattern, I'll be in possession of a supreme-grade spirit weapon. At that thought, Tao Feng began on spirit gathering once more. Right then, Sima Ji, who was at the spectator area, vaguely sensed that something was amiss and he looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo was watching calmly with a faint smile on his lips. Not good. Sima Ji was stunned and was about to turn around. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard in the square. Tao Feng fell to the ground with tightly shut eyes, already fainted. His body was almost riddled with holes from the fragments of the sword as blood gushed out. There was even a crushed talisman in Tao Feng's hands. It was not hard to imagine that he would have been blasted to smithereens if not for that protection talisman. Now, even if Tao Feng could survive, it would be difficult for him to recover within a short period of time, let alone enter the ancient battlefield along with everyone on the 4 ranking lists. This meant that even though Tao Feng's name would be on the weapon ranking, his spot to enter the ancient battlefield would be emptied out. Su Zimo, you plotted against true fire sect. Sima Ji jolted upright and glared at Sima Ji with a deep killing intent in his eyes. He took the bait willingly. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. Disciples of true fire sect are truly so stupid that they are cute. Once that was over, Su Zimo no longer paid attention to the sect competition in the square. Gripping spirit stones in both hands, he calmed down and recovered spirit energy. Even though he had expended his spirit and mental energy completely to refine Blood Quencher, his cultivation realm that was stuck for a long time was also showing signs of breaking through. Currently, Su Zimo was at late-stage foundation establishment, a single step away from perfected foundation establishment. Nearing noon, the weapon refinement segment was concluded and the names on the weapon ranking were out. Shui did not manage to leave his name on the weapon ranking. However, he gained some insights from Su Zimo's weapon refinement process and had successfully refined a middle-grade spirit weapon as well. As such, he was extremely elated. In another 10 years, he would have a chance to contend for a spot on the weapon ranking as well. A mysterious light surged through the weapon ranking jade pillar in the northwestern corner, causing names to surface one after another. Su Zimo's was at the top. After the competition for the weapon ranking was over, there was a short break before the competition for the talisman ranking. Lung Ro was the one ethereal peak was sending out for the talisman ranking competition. She was not weak to begin with and was already a 3-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, she had a strong talent in terms of talisman crafting and was the only from Ethereal Peak who had a shot at leaving a name on the talisman ranking. Indeed, after the talisman ranking segment was over, Lang Ro managed to suppress all the other cultivators and her name was at the top of the jade pillar in the southwest corner. Right from the beginning, Lung Ro had already attracted much attention given her cold and aloof appearance that made her look like a fairy descending on the mortal realm. Now that she had obtained the first spot on the talisman ranking, she naturally drew even more admiration from everyone else. Shui smiled. "Congratulations, junior sister Lung. You're so amazing. You're taking a number 1 spot just like bro." Little Fatty raised his thumb and praised. "Yes," Lung Ro replied with an indifferent expression, as though even obtaining number 1 on the talisman ranking did nothing to stir her heart. For some reason, Shun Mingqi felt upset when she caught sight of that. Spectator area. Many golden cores congratulated and toasted Xianyi and Lu Hui one after another. "Congratulations, congratulations. Number 1 on 2 ranking lists. That's Ethereal Peak for you." Xianyi pretended to be reserved and replied humbly, "Not at all. It's just luck, haha." Even though he said that, Xianyi was long overjoyed and his face was shining brightly. Lu Hui added, "We didn't bring many disciples this time round. There's not much hope left for the elixir and spirit rankings." "That's not true, fellow Taoist. The fact that Ethereal Peak has obtained number 1 in 2 ranking lists is more than enough to make you guys famous through the entire Great Zhou dynasty after the sect competition," a golden core replied hurriedly. In reality, Xianyi and Lu Hui understood that the fact that they obtained number 1 on 2 ranking lists was only part of the reason why these golden cores were coming forth to congratulate them. The main reason was due to Su Zimo. Most cultivators would still want to be on good terms with a weapon refinement master who could refine perfect spirit weapons. True Fire Sect had tried to assassinate Su Zimo countless times. That was a blood feud and was difficult to resolve. Perfected being Tsang Lang and Su Zimo's grudge was even deeper. Perfected being Tsang Lang of Iridescent Cloud's Palace, Sima Ji and everyone else from True Fire Sect were expressionless. Their eyes would flash with occasional cold glints when they looked at Su Zimo, and they would exchange glances between one another, seemingly plotting something. Perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains Sect frowned in deep thought. Right then, Su Zimo, who was initially resting with his eyes closed, shuddered and his aura rose sharply. The spirit energy within his body surged and spewed out. Everyone felt it and turned to their sides. It was a breakthrough, perfected foundation establishment. Xianyi and Lu Hui were delighted and nodded repeatedly. Su Zimo was still not opening his eyes after a while as his spirit energy surged and was almost gathering a storm. Instead of calming down, things were getting more intense. He's unlocking the spirit meridians directly. Throughout history, there had always been monstrous geniuses with exceptional talent that could make use of the momentum of breaking through to perfected foundation establishment to unlock spirit meridians. Of course, that was something extremely difficult to achieve and only a rare few people could unlock their spirit meridians while breaking through to perfected stage. Even if they were in possession of heaven or variant spirit roots, it was still difficult to achieve unless they cultivated some unique secret skills. Perfected being Tsang Lang's heart skipped a beat. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he could secretly interrupt Su Zimo's breakthrough process and injure his foundation severely, the latter's cultivation path in the future would be ruined. Foundation establishment, as the name suggests, was the process of building a foundation. It was the most important, and that was why there was the saying of unlocking 8 meridians. The more meridians one unlocked, the more stable their foundation would be and the greater their chances of breaking through to Golden Core realm or even producing Golden Core phenomenons. If there was a problem with the process of foundation establishment, that would be equivalent to crippling one's path of cultivation by half. Just as perfected being Tsang Lang was pondering over it, the Emperor suddenly waved his sleeves. Su Zimo was dragged along with his chair to the Emperor's side before being let down gently. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo was not disturbed in the slightest bit. The Emperor's intention was clear. He was warning those with ulterior motives that they should not harbor designs on Su Zimo. Expressionlessly, the emperor looked towards iridescent cloud's palace. Perfected being Lang felt guilty and pulled away the moment he met gazes with the emperor. Boom! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from Su Zimo's body. Under the cover of his green robes, a spirit meridian shone brightly and appeared indistinctly. Within just a few dozens of seconds, he had unlocked a spirit meridian. Xianxia nodded silently. That was the benefit of cultivating Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment. In the past, there were even people in the sect who managed to unlock 2 spirit meridians at one go when breaking through to perfected foundation establishment. A look of approval flashed across the emperor's eyes as he nodded. A moment later, the aura in Su Zimo's body was still rising and spirit energy gushed through his spirit meridian like a tidal wave. Could he be trying to unlock the second spirit meridian? Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills are truly impressive. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded from Su Zimo's body repeatedly. Indeed, his spirit energy surged like a tsunami in a terrifying manner and was charging towards a second spirit meridian. Each time his spirit energy coursed through, his meridians would expand. The meridians in his body were like river channels. If his initial spirit energy was compared to a stream, it was now like a massive river with a surging momentum after it was expanded. Boom! Yet another dull thud. A second meridian appeared. He did it! Xianxia clenched his fists and cheered softly. As the spirit energy in Su Zimo's body gradually calmed down, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, an even more terrifying aura burst forth and a third spirit meridian appeared faintly beneath his green robes. Bang! 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 The charging was still continuing. The retraction earlier on was merely to accumulate strength. Once the accumulation was done, it would burst forth for a third spirit meridian in an even more ferocious manner. This time, even Xianxia was flabbergasted. Was he trying to unlock 3 spirit meridians in one go? The emperor's mouth opened slightly as shock flashed across his eyes. She looked over as well, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. What spirit root did that Su Zimo possess? How could the spirit energy that he had cultivated be so pure? Su Zimo was still attempting to break through his third spirit meridian. On the square, the competition for the elixir ranking came right on the heels of the competition for the talisman ranking. This time, Ethereal Peak did not send any disciples, but Su Xiaoning of Azure Frost Sect was taking part. Initially, Su Xiaoning's elixir refinement skills were not enough for her to leave a name on the elixir ranking. However, ever since she obtained that mysterious elixir furnace, Su Xiaoning would become extremely focused with every elixir refinement and could reach her peak condition. During the sect competition this time, Su Xiaoning managed to refine a perfect grade elixir once again, and clinched the first spot on the elixir ranking in a shocking fashion. With the end of the competition for the elixir ranking, it meant that 3 ranking lists were done. 30 cultivators who were qualified to enter the ancient battlefield were already chosen. Naturally, the most watched event of the sect competition was still the spirit ranking contest. The competition for the spirit ranking was not the most common one-on-one format. Instead, it would be held in a completely foreign environment where birds and beasts tread and dangers lurked. In that massive battle royale, 10 champions would be decided. The location for the spirit ranking competition was extremely particular as well. It was held within a dermic weapon possessed by the emperor, the 5 Elements umbrella, where a world of its own was formed within. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of living beings and was extremely obscure. The 5 Elements umbrella was divided into 5 major regions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were grade 4 killing formations separating the different regions, and they could not be crossed. Out of balance, each sect could only send 5 cultivators at most to participate in the spirit ranking competition. The participating cultivators would be dragged into the 5 Elements umbrellas and fight in their respective regions until 2 people remained. After the battle royale of the 5 regions ended, the remaining 2 people of each region would get to leave their names on the jade pillar of the spirit ranking. Since the purpose was to enter the ancient battlefield, The 10 remaining cultivators on the spirit ranking would not continue to fight one another, and there was no distinction between the rankings. Of course, each cultivator would receive a talisman before entering the 5 elements umbrella. If they crushed the talisman, they would be teleported out of the 5 elements umbrella instantly, but that would also mean they are disqualified from competing for the spirit ranking. This time, there were no 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect competition. Each of the 5 major sects had a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The other sects had 2 in total, and there was an itinerant cultivator as well. There were a total of 8 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The Emperor would definitely spread the 8 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators to different regions. As for the allocation of 3 and 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, it would be more casual relatively. What was worth mentioning was that even 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators may not survive till the end given the complex nature of the 5 elements umbrella. There were no lack of 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators who managed to leave their names on the spirit ranking for each sect competition. All the cultivators taking part in the spirit ranking competition stepped forward. With a command from the Emperor, cultivators stepped out from the crowd one after another into the sunken area. At a glance, there were around 5,000 of them. These 5,000 cultivators were the elites of their respective sects, but only 10 of them would be selected in the end. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect, He Jiang of True Fire Sect, Si Yutong and Xin Mingqi of Iridescent Clouds Palace, Shi Jian of Southern Mountain Sect, and Ji Chengtian and Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak were naturally among them. The Emperor waved his sleeves, and a bright light flew towards the 5,000 cultivators in the square. Raining on them, it turned into jade talismans. The word life was etched on the jade talismans. The meaning was obvious: cultivators would be able to leave the 5 elements umbrella alive as long as they were to crush the jade talismans. The Emperor nodded, and perfected Lord Mingzhe understood before shouting. The reason why all of you are placed in a battle royale within the 5 elements umbrella during the spirit ranking segment for each sect competition is so that you can have a taste of what the ancient battlefield is like beforehand. I'm not going to talk about the rules, but I have some points to remind everyone about. First, don't attempt to cross the regions. There are grade 4 killing formations separating the different regions. Even golden cores who enter them are bound to die. Second, the 5 elements umbrella is extremely dangerous. Apart from your competitors, there are many birds and beasts. While those are ordinary spirit demons, some of them have survived for tens of thousands of years, and their strength is at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The only reason why they aren't able to form a core is due to the repression from your Majesty's dermic powers. When they heard that, many cultivators' hearts skipped a beat. At the peak of Foundation establishment, spirit demons had the ability to kill them. Perfected Lord Mingzhe continued, although you are all in possession of the Jade Talisman, there have been incidents in previous sect competitions where cultivators were attacked and killed before they could crush their Jade Talismans. At that point, Perfected Lord Mingzhe paused for a brief moment. Those who wish to withdraw now, there is still time. Once you enter the 5 elements umbrella. Even though Perfected Lord Mingzhe did not continue, his meaning was clear. Right then, a cold voice rang from outside the cloud. How can my Blood Crow Palace miss out on the spirit ranking competition? On the square, the crowd dispersed, forming a passageway. 2 cultivators walked over one after another. The person in the lead wore pitch-black long robes, and his black hair was scattered casually. Sharp as an eagle, his eyes shone with a crimson red. Blood Crow Palace. Those words seemed to have a hint of blood to it as the expressions of many golden cores present changed. A tinge of fear flashed across their eyes. The Emperor's face was impassive as he sent his spirit consciousness to scan the person before him. However, it was reflected by a similar energy. Nascent soul realm. The Emperor frowned slightly and checked with his spirit consciousness. That person should undoubtedly be a nascent soul. However, for some reason, he felt that something was amiss, as though there was something strange about that person. Turning his head, the Emperor looked towards Perfected Lord Mingzhe. Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head as well. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded in the Emperor's mind. That's a fiend demon. His true form is a crow on Black Crow Mountain. Gu Shi. the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, had sent a voice transmission to the Emperor using her spirit consciousness. That was a technique that only nascent souls could use, and only those involved in the voice transmission could hear it. At the mention of fiend demon, the Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. Demons that did not have sentience were called wild beasts. Demons who had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate with strength equivalent to chi refinement warriors were called spirit beasts. If they had strength equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores, they were called spirit demons. If they had strength greater than golden cores at the nascent soul or even void reversion realm, they were called fiend demons. Once a demon forms a demonic core, they could alter their bone structures and take on human form. However, even if golden cores were to take on human form, they could not conceal the demonic chi from their bodies, and any cultivator would be able to recognize them. It was only when a demon cultivated in spirit, similar to a cultivator's nascent soul, that they could mobilize their spirit consciousness and wield dermic powers to conceal their demonic chi. Such demons would be able to take on human form and live among humans and even cultivators without being revealed at all. Unless one had unique dermic weapons or secret skills, cultivators of the same level would not be able to detect them at all. Cultivators referred to such demons as fiend demons. Once fiend demons infiltrated amongst cultivators, they would pose an immense threat. Normally, if a fiend demon were to be exposed, especially if it was in the capital of Great Zhou, the Emperor would definitely be enraged and kill it right away. However, that fiend demon came from Blood Crow Palace. The Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace had a mysterious background, and it was very likely that he came from a forbidden ground of Tianhuang Mainland's north region. If it was a living being of Tianhuang's forbidden ground, the fiend demon before them must have already submitted to the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace. Even though he was the Emperor of Great Zhou, it was still difficult for him to attack. The black-robed man did not cup his fists, nor did he bow. He merely said indifferently, "My name is Xianxia. It shouldn't be too late for me to bring Blood Crow Palace's eldest disciple to take part in the spirit ranking competition." Upon hearing the words Xianxia, the Emperor realized that Shi was not wrong. This should be the previous overlord of Black Crow Mountain, the Blood Crow King. If you want to take part in the spirit ranking competition, you just have to take the Jade Talisman and enter the 5 Elements umbrella. The Emperor pondered for a moment before tossing out a Jade Talisman that landed in front of the black-robed man. The Blood Crow King turned slightly, revealing the man behind him. It was an extremely handsome man whose mouth was slightly curled. He looked arrogant, and there was a faint, eerie green light that shone from his eyes. "It's you, Feng Haoyu." At that moment, an angry bellow sounded from the square. The few disciples of Ethereal Peak glared angrily. Even Lung Ro's eyes flickered with a killing intent as her expression turned colder. The handsome man behind the Blood Crow King was none other than Ethereal Peak's traitor disciple, Feng Haoyu. At the mention of Feng Haoyu, Su Zimo, who was still breaking through his 3rd spirit meridian beside the Emperor, frowned, but he did not open his eyes. Xianyi and Lu Hui's expressions changed as they slammed the table and stood up. 3 years had passed since the battle at Dongling Valley, but they still did not know who the mysterious faction that attacked the sect was. But now that Feng Haoyu had appeared, the mysterious faction had shown its face as well. It was Blood Crow Palace. Xianyi's face was cold as ice. "Blood Crow Palace, you're responsible for ambushing and killing the disciples of Ethereal Peak at Dongling Valley?" The Blood Crow King glanced at Xianyi indifferently and snorted. "So what if we did? Does Ethereal Peak still want revenge? A life for a life. You killed someone from Ethereal Peak, so you'll have to pay with your life." Lu Hui hollered angrily. The Blood Crow King shook his head. "How foolish. You don't even know that Ethereal Peak's about to be doomed. Since the young master of Blood Crow Palace died in Dongling Valley, all the disciples of Ethereal Peak will have to be buried with him." "How dare you?" Lu Hui's expression changed starkly. "Hee hee." The sinister laughter of the Blood Crow King sent chills down one's spine. If not for the fact that the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace was severely injured by the dragon race 3 years ago, he would have killed Ethereal Peak long ago, let alone wait till now. However, that was naturally something the Blood Crow King wouldn't say. Xianyi asked loudly. Feng Haoyu? How did junior brother Wen Xian treat you? Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly. Xianyi continued coldly. And what did you do? Deceive your own master and ancestor. How many of your fellow sect mates did you kill for your despicable act? Feng Haoyu, I'm going to kill you as revenge for our fallen comrades in Dongling Valley. For Peak Master Wen Xian. Little Fatty was no longer smiling cheekily like usual as he declared angrily. That's right. Kill him as revenge for Peak Master Wen Xian. Upon hearing those words, Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. Even though his eyes were still tightly shut, there was a trace of violence in his expression. You guys! Feng Haoyu's face was filled with disdain as he laughed coldly. I'm not afraid to let you guys know that I'm at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment right now. Even if you come at me together, you're not my match. Kill me? Ha ha ha. Make sure you don't lose your own lives in the 5 Elements umbrella. Boom! Right then, there was a loud bang beside the Emperor as 3 spirit meridians shone brightly and spirit energy surged. A figure rose slowly, bearing a dark gaze. His entire body exuded a fierce and murderous aura. The unexpected appearance of Blood Crow Palace almost had everyone forgetting about Su Zimo's existence. Even though Su Zimo merely stood up in a simple manner, the cultivators felt as though a dark cloud had descended upon them. The Blood Crow King and Feng Haoyu's expressions changed when they saw Su Zimo. Well, well, well. The Blood Crow King was stunned for a moment before slowly regaining his senses. He burst into laughter. To think that you would dare show yourself still. Nobody can save you today. A resentful look flashed across Feng Haoyu's eyes. Back then, being defeated by Su Zimo was the greatest humiliation in his eyes. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo left his seat and walked down the steps to the side of Xianyi and Lu Hui. He asked in a low voice, Peak Master Wen Xian is dead? Yes. Xianyi and Lu Hui's eyes dimmed and they nodded. Lu Hui said, back in Dongling Valley, due to Elder Yu's self-destruction of his golden core, senior brother Wen Xian was already severely injured by the time he returned with Ji Chengtian and the others. That battle was way too tragic. To be fair, if not for an anomaly such as Su Zimo, everyone from Ethereal Peak would have been wiped out completely. Lu Hui's eyes turned red as she said softly, in the past 3 years, senior brother Wen Xian's injuries have not healed at all. Instead, they got worse and his face withered while he turned extremely skinny. We all knew that after the battle at Dongling Valley. He was living in endless pain and self-reproach. It was a life worse than death. 3 months ago, senior brother Wen Xian passed away and did not rest in peace. Su Zimo remained silent. Even though Peak Master Wen Xian's attitude towards him had never been good, Su Zimo could not help but feel sadness at the thought of the former's later life. Xianyi said, Wen Xian had 2 unfulfilled wishes. One of it was for trusting the wrong person back then and luring a wolf into the sect, allowing Feng Haoyu to learn the 3 major skills. Yet, he could not take away Feng Haoyu's cultivation personally. As for the second wish, since you're here, I'll tell you. Xianyi sighed. You know that Wen Xian has always harbored prejudices towards you because of other matters. Before he died, his mind was no longer clear, but yet he was still hung up on wanting to meet you again, to speak to you and gain your forgiveness. He even said that he wanted to impart you Ethereal Peak secret skills personally. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's heart ached. Gritting his teeth, the coldness in his eyes intensified. I'll help Peak Master Wen Xian fulfill his wishes. After saying that, Su Zimo took a deep breath and turned around. He glared at Feng Haoyu in the square with an icy gaze. Feng Haoyu, I didn't manage to kill you back then. I'll take your dog life today. Both in the square and at the spectator area, many cultivators were stunned. Before everyone could understand what Su Zimo meant by that, he had already turned around and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Su Zimo of Ethereal Peak is participating in the spirit ranking competition. The Emperor frowned. Ji Yaoshua's expression changed and she revealed worry as well. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had only just unlocked 3 spirit meridians while Feng Haoyu was at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply way too great. Furthermore, Feng Haoyu would not be the only one Su Zimo would be facing in the treacherous Five Elements umbrella. There were others as well. When they heard that Su Zimo was going to participate in the spirit ranking competition, many golden cores at the spectator area felt a chill run down their spines. Perfected being Tsang Lang and the True Fire Sect elders were contemplating about how to deal with Su Zimo. They did not expect a great opportunity to present itself right before them. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo's entry into the Five Elements umbrella as a 3-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was merely courting death. If they could kill Su Zimo within the Five Elements umbrella, they ensured that they would eliminate all future troubles forever. As for perfected being Yunshan and other cultivators, killing Su Zimo meant that they would be able to get their hands on that perfect grade blood quencher. In reality, Su Zimo had always been at the center of the storm. However, this was the Great Zhou dynasty. With the might of the emperor suppressing the entire area, no one would dare to act rashly even if they harbored evil designs. Yet, Su Zimo's decision was akin to planting himself in the midst of danger, allowing everyone a chance to steal his treasures. Perfected being Tsang Lang and Sima Ji exchanged glances and tacitly walked towards the square. Perfected being Tsang Lang said in a low voice, "See you, Tong? All 5 of you, listen up. The moment you enter the Five Elements umbrella, the first thing to do is to meet up with cultivators of True Fire Sect and join forces with them. No matter which region Su Zimo is assigned to, you have to try your best to kill him there. Do you understand?" "Yes." Si Yutong and the others nodded. Shun Mengqi lowered her head with a conflicted expression. She did not say anything. Even though she had long severed her relationship with Su Zimo, she still could not bear to kill him personally. Perfected being Tsang Lang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Mengqi, I don't care what sort of a relationship you had with Su Zimo in the past. However, he killed your sect mates and is bent on being enemies with your master. You should know what you need to do." "Yes." Shin Mingxi lowered her head even further and responded. When perfected being Tsang Lang heard Shin Mingxi's perfunctory tone, a baleful aura appeared on his face instantly. However, his tone turned calmer instead as he said indifferently, "If you can't do it, I can arrange for someone to replace you." Upon hearing this, Shun Mingxi's heart skipped a beat. Even though she was only a 4-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, she had a chance of obtaining a spot in the spirit ranking. If someone were to replace her to enter the Five Elements umbrella, she would lose the rights to fight for a spot completely as well as a chance to enter the ancient battlefield. Hurriedly, Shin Mingqi replied, "Don't worry, master. I know what to do." "Yes." It was only then that perfected being Tsang Lang nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, He Jiang let out a chilling laugh. "Don't worry, master. Once I meet Su Zimo, I'll definitely take his life and seek revenge for my younger brother." Perfected being Yun Shan was also talking to Shi Jian, a legacy disciple of Southern Mountains sect. However, Shi Jian frowned slightly as if he was against it. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. The Blood Crow King said darkly, "Haoyu, I've got a mission for you." "Please speak, sir." "If you truly encounter Su Zimo in the Five Elements umbrella, capture him alive. Remember, I want him alive, not dead. Understood?" Spectator area. Xianyi shook his head. "Zimo, you can't go. The difference in strength between you two is great. Furthermore, Feng Haoyu has already cultivated all 3 of Ethereal Peak's major secret skills, and you've only cultivated Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment. There's no advantage you have against him. Furthermore, you will have too many enemies once you enter the Five Elements umbrella. Zimo, everyone is targeting you right now. Blood Quencher is a perfect grade spirit weapon. Something that can cause people to lose their minds." "That's right." Lu Hui persuaded as well. "Zimo, you're still young. Don't act rashly for that moment of impulse." Su Zimo replied, "Peak Masters, please do not dissuade me. My mind is set. I'm not being impulsive. I'm just glad to have the chance to seek revenge. I can't rest as long as Feng Haoyu's alive." Xian Yi and Lu Hui exchanged glances. Both could tell of the helplessness in the other's eyes. Xianxia could feel Su Zimo's determination and knew that it would be futile even if she tried to dissuade him. Shaking her head, she looked at the emperor in a pleading manner. Even though the emperor could not openly be biased towards Su Zimo, he could still render some subtle help. In all honesty, the emperor was rather curious. He wanted to make use of the spirit ranking competition to check out the extent of Su Zimo's strength. First, there was the assassination attempt from 2 golden cores of True Fire sect. Next, there was Dai Su's death. Both incidents were extremely strange and indicated that Su Zimo's strength was far from what it seems on the surface. However, Xianxia's pleading eyes softened the emperor's heart as he lamented internally, "Forget it." Demoness Ji remained silent the entire time as she quietly moved her seat back beside Gushi. Obtaining a jade talisman from the emperor, Su Zimo came before Ji Chengtian and Little Fatty. He secretly stuffed a storage bag in both their hands and whispered, "There's an offensive and defensive supreme-grade spirit weapon within the storage bags." Upon hearing that, the eyes of both Ji Chengtian and Little Fatty lit up. He was a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator to begin with. Now that he had an additional offensive and defensive supreme-grade spirit weapon on hand, as long as he was not surrounded, no one should be a match for him one-on-one. Little Fatty blinked his beady eyes. Just as he was about to ask, Su Zimo spoke first. "Yours is a gigantic axe and shield." A broad smile filled Little Fatty's face. Those 2 weapons were clearly customized for him. With the gigantic axe and shield, his strength would also be nothing to scoff at. The emperor's eyes flickered and a small thick rod the size of a finger shot out from the emperor's glabella. When the rod landed in the square, it expanded rapidly, forming an umbrella-like weapon. With a bang, 5 different colors of umbrella cloths that represented metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spread from the top of the umbrella, covering half of the skies. Dermic weapon, 5 elements umbrella. On the square, the 5,000-odd cultivators who wanted to participate in the spirit ranking competition looked up instinctively. Everyone's gaze could not help but be drawn into the multicolored umbrella cloth as their hearts pounded. That umbrella cloth was like a world of its own. Everyone is ready. Let the spirit ranking competition officially begin. The moment the emperor said that, the 5 elements umbrella started to spin. The first people to be drawn into the umbrella were the 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the square. The respective 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators of the 5 major sects were separated into different regions. Ji Chengtian was placed in the water region. Including Feng Haoyu, there were 4 other 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators left on the square. This meant that there would be a region within the 5 elements umbrella that would only have a single 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. That way, the pressure provided by the 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of this region would be extremely small and basically, anyone could obtain a spot on the spirit ranking as long as they held through to the end. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures rose into the air and entered 4 regions. Su Zimo kept his eye on Feng Haoyu and saw him enter the gold region. Apart from Feng Haoyu, there was another 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the gold region, He Jiang of True Fire sect. As for the water region where Ji Chengtian was located, he was the only 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Everyone knew what was going on when they saw the allocation. It meant that the emperor intended to take care of Ethereal Peak. The 5 elements umbrella continued spinning. The cultivators in the square flew into the world within the 5 elements umbrella. A massacre was about to begin. The remaining 5,000-odd people flew into the sky at the same time and were drawn in by the 5 elements umbrella that was spinning beneath the heavens. At a glance, it seemed like those 5,000-odd people were being devoured by another world. Of the 100,000-odd cultivators that were spectating, more than half of them were paying attention to Su Zimo. After all, his appearance in this sect competition had caused great commotion. Furthermore, there was already a repressed killing intent that was emanating from the square before the spirit ranking competition. Many factions were already trying their best to contain themselves. The moment they entered the 5 elements umbrella where outsiders could not interfere, massive clashes were bound to erupt. As for Su Zimo, Whichever region he was sent to would definitely result in the most intense clashes. Look! Junior brother Su has entered the water region. Shui pointed to the sky and said excitedly. Lung Ro's expression relaxed and she heaved a sigh of relief. There were no other 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the water region apart from Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak. It was the region with the least threat and was relatively safer. As long as Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian could meet in time and join forces, they should be able to last till the end in the water region. Perfected being Tsang Lang and the others frowned. It was clear that the Emperor's arrangements were to protect Su Zimo. The Blood Crow King scoffed coldly. Xian Yi and Lu Hui looked at the Emperor gratefully, but they could not express their feelings directly. After the 5,000-odd cultivators were sucked into the 5 Elements umbrella, the Emperor's glabella shone with a divine light and an invisible force landed on the 5 Elements umbrella. It gradually stopped spinning and the umbrella surface spread in all directions, expanding as though it was fusing into one with the heavens. Ah, look! There's senior brother He. Wow! A golden bird just flew across the sky. On the surface of the umbrella, the 5 regions shone with different lusters, forming a gigantic screen of light. Through that gigantic screen, the cultivators outside could see everything within the 5 Elements umbrella clearly, including the flora, fauna, birds and beasts. In fact, they could even observe every single action of the cultivators within. Cultivators who were taking part in the sect competition for the first time were deeply amazed when they witnessed such a scene. Look! Su Zimo is there. Fufu, his luck is truly bad. To think that he would have landed in the forest. The landing location for everyone that entered the 5 Elements umbrella was random. Upon landing, it was very common to see fights break out immediately if they were close to other people. Of course, that was still a considerably alright situation. Landing in the forest was the most fatal. The forest could be considered as a lair for spirit demons where dangers lurked everywhere. All kinds of powerful spirit demons awaited, and one could not guarantee that they could walk out alive if they were descended upon the forest. If one was unlucky and landed right beside a powerful spirit demon, they might be crept on stealthily by the latter and die without a chance to even crush their escape jade talisman. There seems to be a spirit lion not far behind Su Zimo and it's staring at him. If the number 1 weapon refinement master of the Great Zhou dynasty were to be bitten to death by a spirit demon in the 5 Elements umbrella, that's going to be the greatest joke in the entire cultivation world. Hee. A gentle breeze blew past and the leaves behind Su Zimo swayed lightly, producing a sound. He seemed oblivious to it. All of a sudden, a massive black shadow lunged over with an opened mouth, baring its white fangs and howling deeply as it bit towards Su Zimo's neck. The ferocious face of the spirit lion seemed as though it was right in front of everyone. Ah! In the square, the crowd exclaimed. Many cultivators felt as though they were witnessing the grisly sight of Su Zimo's neck being snapped. Even though the spirit lion was about to close in, Su Zimo did not even turn back. Suddenly, he swung his arm backwards as though it was boneless like an elephant's trunk. Piak! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from the spirit beast's chin when it was struck. Right after, everyone watched as the spirit lion was sent flying back even faster than it was lunging forth. By the time it landed on the ground, its face was already smashed to bits and was unrecognizable. Twitching unconsciously on the ground, it was clear that the spirit lion was dead. As for Su Zimo, he continued walking forth without even turning back, as though nothing had just happened. In the square, the crowd was dumbfounded. What sort of strength did he possess to be able to smash a spirit demon's jawline? Before that question could be answered, another bloodthirsty wolf pounced forward only to be punched by Su Zimo. Its brains split, splattering juice all over as it died on the spot. Right after, everyone watched as Su Zimo barged through the treacherous forest with dominance, leaving nothing but a trail of corpses and blood in his wake. A gigantic spirit crocodile that was covered in spikes had been lying in ambush for a long time and had just emerged from the waters. With a single stomp on the spirit crocodile's head, Su Zimo created a massive crater the size of a footprint. The gigantic body of the spirit crocodile sank into the water again, Its corpse attracted other spirit crocodiles to feast on it, and before long, there was nothing left but a pile of bones. Su Zimo had no intention of concealing his tracks in the jungle at all as he barged forth with complete disregard. Holy fuck! What's going on? Is that person a weapon refinement master? Bloody hell! He's a ferocious beast in human form. In the square, the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators were stunned. Wasn't it said that it was the most dangerous in the forest of the Five Elements umbrella? Wasn't it said that the spirit demons in the Five Elements umbrella were extremely strong and were close to the peak of Foundation establishment realm? I suspect that the Emperor must be afraid of trouble, so he merely put together some large-sized wild beasts into the Five Elements umbrella to scare everyone. Yes, that's possible. It's not easy to capture spirit demons, but wild beasts are everywhere. Man, he's the Emperor, but this is an utter scam. In the crowd, many cultivators whispered among themselves and looked at the Emperor with strange gazes. Although they were very soft, the Emperor could naturally hear them clearly given his cultivation. Even though he was expressionless, his eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. It was true that the spirit demons in the Five Elements umbrella were mighty and not to be underestimated. However, they were the most common types of demon beasts. The strength of a demon beast was directly related to its bloodline. Simply put, the strength of an ordinary demon beast at the peak of Foundation establishment realm was way inferior compared to the strength of an ancient remnant beast at the same cultivation realm. The difference between ordinary spirit beasts and pure-blooded ferocious beasts was even greater. For Su Zimo, who had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Void Thunder Manual, and even devoured half a dragon, none of those ordinary spirit demons were a match for the might of his terrifying physique. If the Emperor had caught some ancient remnant beasts, they might have been able to pose some threat to Su Zimo. However, there were indeed no ancient remnant beasts within the Five Elements umbrella, and the Emperor could not be blamed for that. Every ancient remnant beast out there would typically be protected by monstrous fiend demons, and it wasn't easy to capture them. A cultivator was right in his statement. Those spirit demons in the Five Elements umbrella were not facing a human. They were facing a ferocious beast in human form. In the spectator area, Demoness G was the most composed towards Su Zimo's performance. Was he already so strong in melee combat back in the Blood Fiend's grave 3 years ago? Gu, she asked with a voice transmission of her spirit consciousness. No, Ji Yaoxue made use of a voice transmission technique unique to the fiend sex and replied, "This nerd is even stronger than 3 years ago." In the spectator area, some golden cores were also discussing quietly. Humph, what's the point of having a strong physique? He won't be able to defend against the sharpness of a sword nevertheless. That's right. If he comes across cultivators, who's going to engage in melee combat with him? The Emperor sat alone in the middle and frowned as he looked at Su Zimo, who was speeding forward. The direction that lad is heading. What's he trying to do? Five Elements umbrella, water region. After dashing out of the forest, Su Zimo determined his direction and brushed his palm across his storage bag, summoning a flying sword before injecting spirit energy into it. Buzz! The sword quivered and 4 bedazzling lights shone from it. Supreme-grade flying sword. Right then, a shriek was heard beside him. Su Zimo glanced at that person and was not bothered. Leaping onto his flying sword, he sped ahead on it. Shoo! Sounds of sharp blades tearing through the void rang behind him. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo turned his head slightly, and a cold light flashed past his ears, emitting a sharp killing intent. That sword was aimed at taking his life without any mercy. Su Zimo paused and turned behind. Not far behind him, the cultivator who exclaimed earlier stood with a murderous aura, his eyes shining with a deep lust and ferociousness. You want to kill me? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Normally, one would not kill within the Five Elements umbrella and would let their enemies escape using the Jade Talisman if they did not bear any deep grudges. After all, the Golden Cores and the Emperor of Great Zhou were watching the battle from outside. Killing enemies would sow grudges with them, and it was not a wise move. However, Su Zimo did not expect that apart from Iridescent Cloud's palace, True Fire Sect, and Feng Haoyu, there were other cultivators who wanted to kill him. Su Zimo, I'm not asking for your blood quencher either. As long as you hand over that supreme-grade flying sword in your hands, I can spare your life. That person was wearing gray robes, and because he was at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, he was naturally confident. You want the supreme-grade flying sword? Sure. Su Zimo nodded and slapped his storage bag, changing the topic. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Waving his robes, 3 sword beams shot out in 3 different directions, surrounding the gray-robed cultivator and blocking all paths of escape. Ah! The expression of the gray-robed cultivator changed as he yelped. 3 supreme-grade flying swords. Outside the 5 Elements umbrella, a series of commotion broke out from the square and spectator area as well. Not to mention the Foundation establishment cultivators present. Even most of the golden cores who had cultivated for hundreds of years did not possess a single supreme-grade spirit weapon. However, as a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Su Zimo had summoned 3 supreme-grade flying swords in one go. The gray-robed cultivator was calm as spirit energy surged within him rampantly. Bursting forth with his power of 4 spirit meridians, he retrieved his flying sword and used it to defend against an incoming supreme-grade flying sword. Break! Right after, the gray-robed cultivator conjured a spirit seal and released his spirit art to defend against another incoming supreme-grade flying sword. Against the 3rd supreme-grade flying sword, the gray-robed cultivator's left arm shone with a bedazzling light, revealing a steel bracer. It was a middle-grade defensive spirit weapon. Waving his arms, the gray-robed cultivator defended against the trajectories of the 3 supreme-grade flying swords. All who dared to enter the 5 Elements umbrella for the spirit ranking competition were the elites of their respective sex. None of them were easy kills. The crowd could not help but gasp when they saw the gray-robed cultivator unleash 3 consecutive attacks to deflect the 3 incoming supreme-grade flying swords. In the spectator area, the golden cores of Starlight Sect stroked their long beards and nodded repeatedly, remarking in calm tones, "Not bad." He did not embarrass Starlight Sect. The moment they said that, the situation within the 5 Elements umbrella changed. Right as the gray-robed cultivator defended against 3 supreme-grade flying swords, Su Zimo swiped his storage bag expressionlessly, and another 3 flying swords appeared before him. Buzz! The swords quivered gently, illuminating for spirit patterns. Another 3 supreme-grade flying swords. Upon seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Many golden cores were filled with envy and wished that they could rush into the 5 Elements umbrella to snatch Su Zimo's storage bag, so that they could check how much treasures were hidden within. In the final year of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, after Su Zimo was able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he refined one daily. In other words, there were more than 300 supreme-grade spirit weapons within his storage bag. Of the 300 items, Su Zimo had customized a set of supreme-grade flying swords for himself. The 6 flying swords that were sent out were merely a part of the set. On the battlefield, the gray-robed cultivator could not even catch his breath after defending against 3 flying swords when he was greeted with another patch of sword lights. "Why are there more?" Poof! Before he could finish his sentence, his chest was penetrated by a flying sword. Blood gushed out relentlessly as he fell to the ground with an indignant expression. The greed in his eyes had yet to dissipate, and he muttered while frothing with blood foam, "Supreme-grade flying sword. Supreme grade." Upon seeing that, the golden cores of Starlight Sect harumphed coldly with terrible expressions. No matter what, the gray-robed cultivator was the one who attacked Su Zimo first. Even if he were to die in the 5 Elements umbrella, he could not blame anyone. Waving his sleeves, Su Zimo retrieved the 6 supreme-grade flying swords and sped into the distance. He hadn't set off for long when he was blocked by another 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Without a single word, Su Zimo waved his hand and 6 supreme-grade flying swords flew out. The person on the other end had just summoned his flying sword when his vision blurred and 6 shimmering flying swords with 4 spirit patterns on them charged at him. Immensely frightened, the person dropped his flying sword and swapped out a gigantic shield. He channeled his 4 Meridian spirit energy and the shield expanded. defending in front of him. Clang! The 6 flying swords struck the shield at almost the same time and gave out a loud bang. Poof! The person spat out fresh blood and was sent flying, his face extremely pale. He crushed his jade talisman in midair. A power radiated from the jade talisman, teleporting that man out of the 5 elements umbrella. Landing in the square slowly, the cultivator's mouth was still flowing with fresh blood. A golden core of aqua mirror sect rushed forth and took out an elixir to stuff in that person's mouth. Master, I've let you down. The cultivator's eyes dimmed as he slumped his head dejectedly. The golden core of aqua mirror sect sighed and replied exasperatedly, "It's not your fault. That Suzimo is way too despicable. He's clearly being a bully by summoning 6 supreme-grade flying swords at one go. No one would be able to take that." Even though that person was a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and was much stronger than Suzimo in terms of spirit energy, the difference between them was compensated by the brute force of the 6 supreme-grade flying swords. Apart from Ji Chengtian, there were no 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators within the 5 elements umbrella who could stand in Suzimo's path. As time went by, not only did cultivators fail to kill Suzimo, they were sent out one after another, losing their chance of vying for a spot in the spirit ranking. At the same time, some golden cores were frowning as they gradually realized that there was something unusual about the direction Suzimo was heading in. Suzimo has already crossed more than half of the water region. What is he trying to do? By the looks of it, he seems to be sprinting towards the boundaries of the region. The wood region was right beside the water region, and Feng Haoyu's metal region was after the wood region. Could it be? Many cultivators looked on with shock as they thought of a possibility. However, they agreed that their deduction was way too absurd. Xianyi and Lu Hui exchanged glances. Both could tell of the seriousness in the other's eyes. They had a slight understanding towards Suzimo's character as well. This was a man with a heart of a tiger and was decisive in his kills. If Suzimo could say something like, "I can't rest as long as Feng Haoyu's alive," there was a possibility that he would truly cross the regions and hunt Feng Haoyu down to the death. But was that possible? The disparity in strength between the two of them aside, the grade 4 killing formations between the regions were enough to block anyone. Grade 4 killing formations far exceeded the scope of spirit energy and contained supreme dermic powers. Even golden cores would be destroyed in body and spirit if they were to enter. 5 elements umbrella, water region. Suzimo sped the entire way without concealing his tracks at all. At the same time, the number of cultivators he attracted were increasing. There were more than 100 by now. The 100-odd Foundation establishment cultivators were all at higher cultivation realms than Suzimo at 4 meridians. Even further away, other cultivators were rushing over. As everyone expected, he had turned into the greatest target the moment he entered the 5 elements umbrella. The intersection of the wood and water region was not far away. A gigantic light screen stood erected between heaven and earth, extending boundlessly into the distance. There were waves of light shimmering on the screen in a mysterious and beautiful manner. It exuded a frightening aura, as though it was warning the cultivators within the 5 elements umbrella to stay away from it. Suzimo slowed down and gradually stopped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded him from all directions. Unfriendly and murderous, they sealed all of Suzimo's escape paths. There were even more cultivators waiting outside the encirclement, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Suzimo was expressionless as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He paused for a brief moment when he caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Shun Mengqi was among the 100-odd cultivators that were surrounding him. She looked at Suzimo with a complicated expression and sighed gently. Suzimo, even a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, is doomed if he were to get encircled by more than 104 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. You won't be able to escape. Suzimo scoffed coldly with an indifferent expression without even looking at her. For certain people, I only have a word of advice. Don't seek trouble for yourself and scram as far as possible. Zang, zang, zang. Waving his robes, A sword glow flew out of his storage bag and hovered before him. Everyone focused their gazes and shuddered. 18 flying swords. The 18 flying swords were neatly arranged, shining with resplendence and sharpness. They were all supreme-grade flying swords. Kill him and those supreme-grade flying swords would be ours. A Foundation establishment cultivator was so jealous that he was almost losing his mind. Everyone, let's strike together, so that he doesn't have a chance to crush the Jade Talisman. Right then, a 4-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of True Fire sect shouted and summoned his flying sword. It shone brightly and had a frosty cold aura. The 100-odd Foundation establishment cultivators that were in the encirclement were already lusting with greed to begin with. When they heard that shout, they struck immediately without hesitation. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, countless spirit lights shone and many flying swords interweaved in the air, forming a huge net that engulfed Su Zimo. Outside the 5 Elements umbrella, many golden cores were stunned when they saw that Su Zimo had summoned as many as 18 supreme-grade flying swords. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and exclaimed softly. He noticed that the 18 flying swords were identical in terms of length, width, and etched patterns. Could it be? The Emperor's gaze landed on Xianxia. Xianxia of Ethereal Peak was one of the rare few sword formation masters out there, and Ethereal Peak's hexagonal sword formation was also renowned through the Great Zhou dynasty. Before the Emperor could finish his thought, he heard a cry from the crowd. Goodness, what is that? That seems to be a formation? Sword Formation Master. Su Zimo is a Sword Formation Master. Within the water region, Su Zimo controlled 18 supreme-grade flying swords, dividing them into 3 groups of 6 flying swords each. Each flying sword shuttled through the air, leaving behind streams of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the 6 flying swords formed a star-shaped sword formation that shone with a bedazzling light. Hexagonal Sword Formation. 3 hexagonal sword formations spun around Su Zimo like gigantic spinning wheels. They circled and blocked off all the incoming flying swords. Everyone, don't give up. Su Zimo's spirit energy expenditure must have reached the limit for controlling 18 flying swords. If we continue persisting, he'll definitely have no strength left to retaliate and will die. The moment that Foundation establishment cultivator of True Fire sect spoke, Su Zimo's voice sounded indifferently. Instant thunder. Su Zimo conjured a spirit seal and pointed towards the sky with one finger while controlling his flying swords. Snap! A giant thunderbolt struck the crowd, bursting forth with a dazzling ball of lightning. Ah! More than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators were caught off guard. They were struck by the thunderbolt and fell to the ground, shrieking continuously. Even though that cultivator of True Fire sect had crushed a protection talisman preemptively and defended against the thunderbolt, he looked clearly wretched and was filled with lingering fear. He was right, Su Zimo indeed did not have much spirit energy left to release spirit arts. However, Su Zimo's power of thunder originated from his bloodline. The energy contained within was even more terrifying than his 3-meridian spirit energy. Go! Su Zimo waved his hand and a hexagonal sword formation sped off, deflecting a series of incoming flying swords and piercing into the crowd. Poof! 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 Blood spurted out and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Some cultivators were already injured after barely withstanding the might of thunder. How could they have enough energy left to resist the hexagonal sword formation made up of supreme-grade flying swords? It crushed everything in its path. Some of the more alert cultivators crushed their jade talismans preemptively and left the 5 Elements umbrella. Even though they were indignant, their lives were spared. As for some of the cultivators who were greedier and still harbored designs on Su Zimo's supreme-grade spirit weapons, most of them died under the hexagonal sword formation. There was also a portion of powerful cultivators who managed to defend against the might of the hexagonal sword formation. However, they were left severely injured and completely lost their chance for a spot in the spirit ranking. In the blink of an eye, more than 104 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were destroyed by Su Zimo and were in a complete mess. In the square, the 100,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators gasped with agape mouths. The scene before them had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. No one would have expected that a 3-meridian foundation establishment cultivator would be invincible within the 5 elements umbrella and even cause such a bloody storm. One of the cultivators lamented. I've heard that sword formation masters are almost invincible amongst cultivators of the same realm. Seems like those words were not exaggerated at all. 18 supreme grade flying swords and a grade 2 formation. Su Zimo's combat strength was not weaker than 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Go! Suddenly, a figure dashed over at lightning speed, radiating a powerful aura. Beneath his clothes, 5 spirit meridians shimmered and spirit energy gushed. It was the only 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the water region Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak. Shoo! Before Ji Chengtian had even arrived, a sword beam shot out through a tremble of his sleeves. The strange thing was that just as the sword beam flashed, it disappeared without a trace along with the flying sword. It was as though the sword beam was just an illusion. Everyone, watch out! That's one of Ethereal Peak's secret skills. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators exclaimed in shock. The moment he finished speaking, a sharp blade penetrated his shoulder blood and fresh blood gushed out as he fell. Even till the end, that person had not managed to discover any traces of the flying sword. There were 3 levels to Ethereal Sword. First was Shadows and second was Void. The fact that Ji Chengtian had summoned his flying sword and yet it was hidden and almost undetectable meant that he had already cultivated to the Void realm. But of course, the so-called Void was not without a trace. It was merely extremely difficult to detect. With Ji Chengtian's spirit energy as a 5 meridian coupled with the secret skill of Ethereal Peak, ripples appeared in the void wherever his flying sword passed. It appeared unpredictably followed by flashes of blood and repeated shrieks. Initially, the 100-odd Foundation establishment cultivators who were surrounding Su Zimo were already massively defeated by his hexagonal sword formation. Now that they were being harvested by Ji Chengtian's flying sword, they were instantly annihilated. While more cultivators were gathering in the surroundings, none of them dared to act rashly. Ji Chengtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Zimo was fine. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. Thank you, senior brother Ji. Su Zimo nodded and expressed his thanks. Scanning his surroundings, Ji Chengtian said in a low voice, there are still hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators left in the water region. If we were to get trapped, it'll be easy for us to get hurt as well. Junior brother Su, follow me closely. We'll leave this place first. Su Zimo shook his head. Senior brother Ji, hurry and leave first. You don't have to bother about me. Junior brother Su, what do you mean by that? Ji Chengtian frowned and was perplexed. Pausing for a moment, he came to a realization. Don't worry, junior brother Su. I'll guarantee your safety with me around. Su Zimo turned to look at the gigantic light screen not far away and kept silent. Junior brother Su, you? Ji Chengtian's lips slowly opened as though he had thought of something. Nodding with a smile, Su Zimo retracted his 18 supreme grade flying swords and walked towards the gigantic light screen. His footsteps were firm without any hesitation. Before participating in the spirit ranking competition, Su Zimo had already understood that his only chance of killing Feng Haoyu was within the 5 elements umbrella. After the end of the sect competition, the Blood Crow King would accompany Feng Haoyu and they were in the capital to boot. Su Zimo would have no chance of striking. If they were to enter the ancient battlefield, no one could predict what would happen in that completely unfamiliar environment. Therefore, Su Zimo had already made a decision the moment he entered the water region. He would kill Feng Haoyu even if it meant that he had to cross 2 grade 4 killing formations. Ah! At the spectator area, Ji Yaoxue jolted up and exclaimed in shock as her expression changed. Seems like Su Zimo is really going to cross the regions. Fufu, he's honestly too naive and doesn't listen to advice. He can't blame anyone for having a death wish. Ji Yaoxue turned around hurriedly, hoping that the emperor could teleport Su Zimo out. Noticing Ji Yaoxue's actions, perfected being Tsang Lang said all of a sudden, Third princess, the spirit ranking competition has already begun and outsiders can't interfere casually. Otherwise, What integrity is there to speak of for the sect competition? That's right. The elders of True Fire sect chimed in hurriedly. Back when the emperor allocated Su Zimo into the water region, perfected being Tsonglang and the others were already dissatisfied. However, they could not express their displeasure clearly. Now that perfected being Tsonglang made that statement in front of everyone, it would be hard for the emperor to save Su Zimo even if he wanted to. What should we do, senior brother? Think of something. Lu Hui looked anxious. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia suddenly said, Junior sister, do you remember that year's 5 peaks face-off where Zimo attained number 1 of 4 peaks? Array Peak was one of them. So what? Lu Hui frowned. If you tell me that Zimo is talented in array formations and is already able to set up and dispel grade 3 formations, I can believe that. However, grade 4 formations can only be set up by nascent souls and they delve into the profoundness of dermic powers. Even you can't deal with them, let alone Zimo. The 5 elements umbrella is the Emperor's dermic weapon, and those are grade 4 killing formations inside. Zimo's practically headed for death. Lu Hui sighed deeply again. There's something that none of you know. Xianxia replied. Back when Zimo crossed the 10 formations pagoda, he dispelled the killing formations at the fastest possible speed. What do you mean? Lu Hui was taken aback. Xianxia lamented. It's hard to say if it's other types of array formations. However, Zimo might have some unique method of dispelling killing formations. Look, he's already inside. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. In the water region, Su Zimo had already entered the gigantic light screen into a grade 4 killing formation. Ji Yaoxue and the others watched the 5 elements umbrella nervously with fixed gazes and bated breaths. The moment Su Zimo crossed the light screen, the scenery before him changed. Suddenly, he was located in a huge valley with thick, steep walls on both sides. Before he could think about it, there was a loud boom in front of him and the mountains shook. A huge torrent rushed over from the front and gushed into the valley, rumbling in a furious manner. Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and soared into the skies hurriedly. While it seemed like a simple torrent, Su Zimo's spirit perception alerted him that the torrent was extremely dangerous. Even a single splash could not be underestimated. The moment Su Zimo rose into the air, everything above him was pitch black as though his vision was blocked. Raising his head, he saw that the valley was shaken. Rocks slid down and the flowers and trees on both sides of the valley were falling along in the mudslide. This killing formation was situated between the water and wood regions. Every single drop of water and piece of wood within the formation was condensed with supreme dermic powers. Even a single drop of water or leaf was more than enough to destroy a foundation establishment cultivator. Endless pieces of wood fell from above, covering the skies while a torrential current surged beneath him. Su Zimo was in a hopeless situation. Right then, Su Zimo closed his eyes. By now, his 5 senses were useless. The only way for him to get out of the valley alive was to use his spirit perception. Killing formations were immensely powerful. However, in a similar fashion, the flaws within killing formations were the most obvious out of the few types of formations. Su Zimo rode on his flying sword, maneuvering within an extremely narrow space. Occasionally, he would accelerate to dodge an incoming wave. Sometimes, he would pause suddenly and manage to dodge falling branches before him. Between the water and wood formed by the supreme dermic powers and everyone's shocked gazes, Su Zimo advanced through the narrow gap carefully and closed in towards the wood region. The torrent and fallen trees formed from the supreme dermic powers shook the entire world, exuding an imposing aura. Even the audiences were able to feel that power of annihilation as though they were experiencing it personally. In the square, some of the cultivators were so scared that their faces were pale despite merely watching. That was the power of grade 4 killing formations. That was the power that belonged to the Dharma. Be it spirit energy, art, or weapons, none of them could be stronger than dermic powers, arts, and weapons. One can only understand the secrets of the Dharma after entering nascent soul state and cultivating an essence spirit. Even golden cores can't comprehend them. Between the endless falling trees and torrential waves, the figure that was moving forward was so tiny. In fact, It looked a little humble, as though it could be crushed into nothingness at any moment. However, for some reason, everyone was feeling a deep sense of shock that was even more intense than the impact of a grade 4 killing formation. What sort of a willpower did that man possess? Despite the arduous dangers that were laden with killing intent, no one could stop his intentions. If he wanted to kill someone today, they would not get to live till the next day. Peak Master Wen Shen's wish was finally going to be fulfilled by someone. In the battle at Dongling Valley, many ethereal peak disciples perished. Someone was going to have to pay for that debt. I can't rest as long as Feng Haoyu's alive. Daiyu was not wrong. There was indeed a ferocious tiger hidden within Su Zimo's heart that was sleeping. Back when Daiyu brought Su Zimo onto the path of cultivation, that ferocious tiger had already awoken. Naturally, people were meant to be eaten when a ferocious tiger was awake. Both in the square and at the spectator area, more than 100,000 pairs of eyes watched that figure cross the treacheries of a grade 4 killing formation. It was extremely silent and no one spoke. How did he do it? Even as a nascent soul, the Emperor could not understand what was going on. That nerd's full of surprises. He's truly getting more interesting by the day. Ji Yaoshue pursed her lips together and smiled, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. She gave a half-smile and rolled her eyes at Demonist Ji. Her gaze shimmered. Look, he's about to cross it. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Su Zimo crossed to the wood region from the water region. Everyone from Ethereal Peak heaved a sigh of relief and looked invigorated. Discussions rose from the crowd again. By the looks of it, perhaps only 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators are able to stop Su Zimo now. There are 2 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the wood region, Shi Jian of Southern Mountains Sect and an itinerant cultivator. Su Zimo must be absolutely tuckered out after crossing a grade 4 killing formation. He will most likely die if he were to encounter a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. At the spectator area, perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains Sect gloated and lamented. Seems like Su Zimo's storage bag is about to land in the hands of Southern Mountains Sect. Crossing the grade 4 killing formation, Su Zimo arrived at the wood region. Even though he survived the dangerous journey, Su Zimo's mental and spirit energy were extremely taxed and his green robe was drenched in sweat. That was a grade 4 killing formation. If it was a grade 5 killing formation, Su Zimo reckoned that even with his keen spirit perception, his body would not be able to react in time and he would die within. It was way too dangerous. Behind him was the grade 4 killing formation and there were no other cultivators nearby. Retrieving 2 superior grade spirit stones from his storage bag, Su Zimo sped forward while recovering spirit energy. He had to recover his spirit energy completely before arriving at the next grade 4 killing formation. As such, Su Zimo chose to conserve spirit energy by sprinting on the ground instead of riding his flying sword. However, his speed was not compromised. Along the way, he encountered many signs of fighting. There were even some corpses on the ground with warmth. The cultivators had died without being able to crush their jade talismans in time. Eh? After a while, an exclamation was heard. A figure flashed forward and blocked Su Zimo's path. Raising his head, Su Zimo saw that it was the legacy disciple of Southern Mountains Sect, Shi Jian. He was one of the hot favorites for the spirit ranking competition, and it was said that he was also at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Greetings, Mr. Mo. I am Shi Jian. To Su Zimo's surprise, Shi Jian was unlike other cultivators and did not attack him right away. Instead, the latter cupped his fists and greeted. When he saw that this person looked simple and honest, Su Zimo had a better impression of him and nodded in response. Are you also located in the wood region, Mr. Mo? I'm seeing you for the first time. There was no way Shi Jian would know that Su Zimo had crossed over from the water region. Su Zimo did not explain and merely smiled. Shi Jian looked uneasy. He wanted to say something but stopped himself, as though he was too embarrassed to do so. What's the matter? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Shi Jian hesitated for a moment before replying. Well, I'm also here for your blood quencher, Mr. Mo. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Bowing hurriedly, Jian explained himself. However, that was not my intention. I can't defy my master's orders. I seek your understanding in this, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo noticed that Jian's words were sincere and did not seem like he was lying. He truly had no choice. It was only then that Su Zimo's expression relaxed and the killing intent in his heart dissipated. Jian continued, Mr. Mo, don't worry, I will definitely not harm your life. Furthermore, as an exchange, I will do my best to help guarantee a spot in the spirit ranking for you. There were 2 slots for every region. By saying that, Jian was implying that he would try his best to help Su Zimo obtain the other spot in the wood region. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. Jian did not know what happened in the water region, nor did he know of Su Zimo's motives. When he saw Su Zimo smile, he misunderstood and thought for a long time before saying, Mr. Mo, I know that perfect spirit weapons are priceless. However, there's not much I can do. How about this? Apart from helping you obtain a spot in the spirit ranking, I'll give you all the treasures in my storage bag. There's no need to say anything more. Let's fight. Su Zimo said with a calm expression. Ah? Jian was stunned for a moment and asked confusedly, Mr. Mo, do you want to fight me? If I didn't see wrongly, you only just advanced to 3 Meridian Foundation establishment while I'm at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. You're not going to be my match. Su Zimo smiled and replied, If you beat me, Blood Quencher will naturally be yours. Jian pondered for a long time before nodding. However, his expression was still somewhat lost, as though he could not understand Su Zimo's intentions. Retrieving an alloy steel rod that was engraved with complicated patterns from his storage bag, Jian injected spirit energy into it, and the rod shone with 3 spirit patterns. It was a superior-grade spirit weapon. Mr. Mo, you have to be careful. Southern Mountains sect prides ourselves in our strong physique and melee combat is our forte. As if afraid that Su Zimo would not know of his prowess, Jian reminded again. Su Zimo nodded. After waiting for a while, Jian noticed that Su Zimo's hands were still empty, and the latter had not summoned any flying swords or other spirit weapons. Coughing gently, Jian reminded him kindly, Mr. Mo, you've got to use flying swords or other weapons against cultivators like us who specialize in melee combat. That way, you can increase the distance between us and prevent me from getting close. Jian gestured in a serious manner and continued, Look, the way you are right now. I'll be able to reach you within a few steps. It'll be too late for you to summon a flying sword by then. Within a single move, you will be defeated. Outside the 5 elements umbrella, the 100,000-odd cultivators stared in bewilderment. Shui could not help but lament, This brother sure is truly a honest man. Su Zimo did not continue explaining to Jian. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he took a step forward. Boom! With that single step, the ground shook. It was the stance of the plow heaven stride. At its maximum extent, it could even plow a ravine in the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had truly arrived nearby. Jian's heart skipped a beat and he had no time to think. Sensing the danger, he subconsciously struck out and the alloy steel rod in his hands shone brightly, sweeping towards Su Zimo. With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo welcomed the attack with his soft palm. Su Zimo's palm looked to be fair and weak as his long, slender fingers slid on the surface of the incoming long rod. With a sudden burst of strength, he coiled and trembled. Ah! Jian exclaimed and his hand cracked, blood dripping from his palm. That moment of distraction was all it took for Jian's alloy steel rod to end up in Su Zimo's hands instead. That gigantic steel rod was pressed against Jian's throat, emitting a cold and chilling aura. As long as Su Zimo exerted strength, Jian's throat would be smashed to pieces. As Jian had said, a single move was all it took. However, the one that lost was him, not Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Jian was dumbfounded. He lost without even understanding anything. Even when Su Zimo returned the alloy steel rod by stuffing it in Jian's hand, the latter could not really react to it and muttered instinctively, "Thank you." Shi Jian had a simple and honest character that was a little cute even. He did not have much animosity towards Su Zimo and merely had no choice. As such, Su Zimo would naturally not hurt his life. How many cultivators are left in the wood region? Su Zimo asked. Shi Jian's mind was in a mess. He was still thinking about what had happened earlier, and replied, I'm not sure about the exact figure. However, I'm certain that more than half have been eliminated. Su Zimo frowned. In other words, if he lingered too long in the wood region, it might already be too late by the time he crossed this region and another grade 4 killing formation to reach the metal region. After all, the battle royale in a region would end when there were only 2 people remaining. Those 2 would also be teleported out. Therefore, Su Zimo had to get to the metal region as soon as possible to get a chance to kill Feng Haoyu. Some cultivators were already noticing the activity around the area and were watching from afar. It looked like more were gathering. If he was surrounded by those cultivators again, Su Zimo might truly not make it in time. At that thought, his figure flashed and he tunneled into a dense forest at the side. Mr. M.O., where are you going? Shi Jian asked. The metal region. After a while, Su Zimo's voice could be heard from deep within the forest. Mr. M.O., you really love to joke. Metal region. Huh? You might as well say that you're flying into the heavens. Shi Jian rubbed the back of his head and mumbled before turning to leave. After walking for a while, when no one was around, Shi Jian retrieved his alloy steel rod from his storage bag all of a sudden. He had a grave expression as though he was met with a great enemy. With widened eyes, Shi Jian stared at the alloy steel rod in his hands for a long time. After a while, he slapped his head in realization. I got it. During that fight earlier on, my rod was snatched away by Mr. M.O. and he returned it to me thereafter. Mr. M.O. is truly a nice guy, Shi Jian lamented. At the spectator area, Perfected Being Yun Shan frowned as he covered his face and gave a long sigh. In the wood region, there was a sumptuous variety of plants and leaves. Ancient trees, bushes, vines and grasslands were connected together, green and full of vitality. Of course, that seemingly peaceful place also possessed endless killing intent. The forest was practically a paradise for spirit demons, and one would die there with a single misstep. Some cultivators had discovered Su Zimo's traces, but he burrowed into the forest before they could strike. Everyone had no choice but to chase after him. The onlookers outside the 5 Elements umbrella were seeing things more clearly. In their eyes, cultivators were being lured into the forest repeatedly without being able to escape. Those cultivators would often chase endlessly before losing track of Su Zimo. By the time they realized what was happening, they would already be surrounded by spirit demons. Is that Su Zimo born in the year of the monkey? Scurrying left and right. He's gone in the blink of an eye. At the spectator area, some of the golden cores grumbled indignantly when they saw their disciples being played like fools. When he heard that, Xianxia chuckled internally. Back when he joined Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's skills were truly similar to a monkey's as he scaled the walls of the steep mountain like he was on the ground. The Emperor frowned. He realized that he could no longer see through Su Zimo. How did a scholar from a remote town of a vassal state gain such capabilities? In the wood region, Su Zimo arrived at the edge without wasting too much time and dived headfirst into the grade 4 killing formation. He was still cautious as ever, inching arduously towards the metal region step by step as though he was on thin ice. It was only then that the audience realized Su Zimo was truly able to cross 2 regions and killing formations to enter the metal region. However, was it possible for him to kill Feng Haoyu? Many cultivators had caught a rough glimpse of how Feng Haoyu was killing others as well. It was a one-sided crush. Apart from 5 spirit meridians and Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills, Feng Haoyu seemed to be in possession of some unique secret skills that were sinister and mysterious. All of those methods not only showed how terrifying Feng Haoyu was, it enabled him to crush the other cultivators completely as well. One would not even consider killing someone like Feng Haoyu. In fact, even if Su Zimo merely wanted to defeat Feng Haoyu, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens given his current capabilities. Perfected Lord Mingzhe pondered deeply. If Su Zimo can close in to Feng Haoyu, there might be a chance of him winning. It's too difficult. The emperor shook his head. Feng Haoyu possesses ethereal wings. Be it in terms of speed or agility, he is far superior compared to sword kinesis flight. There's no way Su Zimo will be able to close in. Pausing for a moment, the emperor continued. In other words, even if Su Zimo could close in, the most he can do is defeat Feng Haoyu. How is he going to kill that guy? Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded as well. In the worst-case scenario, even if Feng Haoyu was not a match for Su Zimo, he had the escape jade talisman in his possession that he could crush as long as he sensed something amiss about the situation. There were not many cultivators remaining in the metal region. Apart from Feng Haoyu, the other 5 Meridian cultivator, He Jiang of True Fire Sect was inside as well. Furthermore, both of them were enemies with Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo could barge into the metal region, it would be impossible for him to kill Feng Haoyu given such circumstances. Auntie Gu, guess what will happen in the end? Demoness Ji whispered. Gu Shi's gaze swept past the face of the Blood Crow King who was nearby and shook her head. The outcome inside isn't important. Su Zimo has already offended that person from Blood Crow Palace and he's doomed. The battle royales in the 5 regions were gradually coming to an end. The 1,000-odd cultivators in each region had whittled down to less than 100. These remaining cultivators were the strongest ones with the most methods. At the edge of the metal region, there was a huge, shimmering light screen that connected heaven and earth. There was no one nearby. Even spirit demons would not linger around this area. All of a sudden, a figure slowly walked out of the light screen. His green robes were almost drenched in sweat and he could not conceal his fatigue. After crossing the killing formation, the green-robed cultivator's eyes were still closed as he sensed the long-awaited peace and tranquility around him. Letting out a deep sigh, he savored the feeling of life after escaping a calamity. A long time later, the green-robed cultivator opened his eyes and stared into the distance with a deep gaze, murmuring, "Here I come!" In the 5 Elements umbrella, it was impossible for one to hide until the end. There were countless birds and beasts within every region of the 5 Elements umbrella. If any outsider were to linger in a certain place, they would definitely attract spirit demons to hunt them, and that would result in a battle, revealing their location. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the initial chaos, once a region has less than 50 people remaining, all of them would be teleported to the very core of the region for a final battle no matter where they were located. This was the final battle, and at the end of the day, everything depended on one's strength. Metal region core area. 50 beams of light flashed as figures appeared out of nowhere. Most of them were soaked in blood and some were even injured. Only a rare few looked idyllic and were neatly attired. Among them, a corpse had been teleported here as well. It laid on the ground motionlessly, its body plump and its face mangled such that its appearance could no longer be made out. There was a deep gash on its neck that was horrifying to look at. In reality, if it was truly a corpse, it would not have been teleported over. However, now that the 50 cultivators were gathered all of a sudden, all of them became extremely nervous as though they were faced with great enemies. All of them pulled their distance away and no one noticed the corpse on the ground. He Jiang of True Fire Sect held a small tripod cauldron in his left hand while his right index finger controlled a flying sword that scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed on someone and froze with a deep killing intent. Feng Haoyu's hands were behind his back and he had a haughty expression as he looked around casually. All of a sudden, his eyes narrowed and he smirked. The rest of the cultivator's attention was initially on Feng Haoyu and He Jiang, the 2-5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Now that everyone saw the strange expressions on their faces, they could not help but look in the same direction. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator stood with a calm expression. He had delicate features, looking like a frail scholar. Su Zimo, Mr. M.O. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. The flesh on the corpse's face suddenly twitched. Su Zimo, I didn't expect you to persevere till now. I'm truly impressed. Feng Haoyu laughed as he clapped his hands. With Su Zimo's appearance, a magical change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Many cultivators began to harbor designs on Su Zimo. The attraction of a perfect spirit weapon was too great for everyone. If they could steal Su Zimo's storage bag and crush their jade talismans to escape from the place, they would benefit even if they lost the rights for a spot in the spirit ranking. Su Zimo, you killed my younger brother. I'm going to make you pay with blood. He Zhang's voice was chilling to the bones with endless hatred. The surrounding cultivators summoned their flying swords and stared at Su Zimo with greed in their eyes. Feng Haoyu looked at the situation calmly and shrugged his shoulders gently, saying in a relaxed manner, "Seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Su Zimo, you're now the common target. No one is going to help you." The moment Feng Haoyu said that, the corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up. That rotund body was surprisingly agile as it rolled across the ground. Arriving in front of a cultivator, it extended a chubby palm and slapped the escape jade talisman that was hanging on the cultivator's waist. The person had a blank look on his face. Before he could even react, he was teleported out of the five elements umbrella by a beam of light. Extending its sleeves to wipe away the blood on its face and the gash disguise on its neck, the corpse revealed a round face. It was Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak. Little Fatty pointed at Feng Haoyu and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting, traitor? Am I not a person?" He ran to Su Zimo's side and whispered, "Bro, don't worry. I'm here. If that doesn't work out, we'll crush the jade talisman and escape." In reality, Little Fatty could have continued with his disguise and held on to the end if not for the fact that he was worried Su Zimo had to fight alone. Little Fatty was not the only one who had thought up such a method. However, he was the one with the thickest skin. There were more than 100,000 cultivators and golden cores of various sects spectating outside. Which cultivator would want to disguise themselves as such in fake death to sail through the competition? Su Zimo patted Little Fatty's shoulder to reassure him before turning around and replying coldly, "Feng Haoyu, don't waste time talking. Prepare to die." Right after he said that, Su Zimo walked towards Feng Haoyu at a decent speed. "Go!" The eyes of one of the cultivators ahead lit up and he suddenly struck. Using his flying sword in one hand, he stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella while conjuring a spirit seal with his other hand. Using divine steed fleeting, Su Zimo suddenly accelerated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he dodged the incoming flying sword by a hair's breadth and appeared before that person instantaneously. That person merely saw a flash before his eyes as a massive fist landed on his head heavily. The next moment, that person felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness completely. Everyone was shocked. Within a single round, that 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator died on the spot before he could even conjure his spirit art. Everyone had heard that Su Zimo was strong in melee combat, but no one expected him to be this strong. Everyone dispersed one after another, distancing themselves from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was burning and was locked on Feng Haoyu right from the beginning. His killing intent was intensifying and a chilling aura emanated from him, as though he was a ferocious beast that was treading through a sea of corpses. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a shimmering pair of spirit wings flapped from Feng Haoyu's back. He soared into the air and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile, his eyes filled with mockery. On the other side, He Jiang of True Fire Sect hollered and his 5 Meridian Spirit energy exploded. The flying sword in his hand quivered slightly, shining with 3 spirit lights. It was a superior grade flying sword. "Go!" He Jiang hid far away and pointed forward. The sword seemed to be burning with a layer of flame as it streaked across the void. Even the air burned and produced an explosive sound. Swoosh! 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 At least dozens of flying swords shot out with ferocious auras, and they were all aimed at the same target, Su Zimo. Stunned, Little Fatty was rooted on the ground as the sight of everything sent chills down his spine. "Bro, crush the jade talisman," Little Fatty yelled. The only way for them to survive such an intense attack was to crush the escape jade talisman. There was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to crush the jade talisman. For this moment, he had crossed 2 major regions and grade 4 killing formations. Everything he had experienced within was 100 times more precarious than the current situation. There was no way he was going to give up. Buzz! With a wave of his sleeves, 18 flying swords flew out from his storage bag. Each of them shone with 4 bedazzling spirit lights and vibrated vigorously. 18 supreme-grade flying swords. Many cultivators' eyes lit up. Even if they did not manage to obtain the perfect spirit weapon, it would be worth it if they could get their hands on a single supreme-grade spirit weapon. Perfected Lord Mingzhe said in a deep voice. Although there are fewer cultivators this time round, they are much stronger. Furthermore, the 2-5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators are too much of a threat for Su Zimo even with his hexagonal sword formation. He's going to get injured. The Emperor nodded as well. Given the 2 of their cultivation realms, their judgment was naturally not wrong. However, the 2 of them were wrong about one thing. The 18 flying swords were not there to create the hexagonal sword formation. They were there for the candlelight sword formation that Tao Lord Extreme Fire had obtained from the mysterious ruin. Zang! 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 Speeding through the air, the 18 flying swords left behind streams of sword chi that shone brightly. Candlelight sword formation, Su Zimo hollered and pointed forward. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. Ah! The surrounding cultivators narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. As soon as the sword formation was released, everyone felt a sharp pain on their bodies and their 5 senses went blurry. It was hard to tell if the pain was due to the searing heat released from the sun rays or the sword chi cutting through the body. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the square could not sense it clearly either. As for the golden cores that were at the spectator area, they were alarmed when they caught sight of the candlelight sword formation. Even with the 5 elements umbrellas between them, everyone could sense the terrifying power of the candlelight sword formation. This sword formation is so powerful. The Emperor's gaze froze as he secretly inhaled. Gu Shi was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the 5 elements umbrella. She leaned forward slightly without even realizing that her bosom was exposed as she tried to discover the origins of the candlelight sword formation. As nascent souls, they could vaguely sense another aura from that sword formation. Vicissitude, desolate, ancient, and vaguely perceivable. That was an aura that was from the ancient era or even beyond it. As the only sword formation master present, Xianxia had a different perception of the candlelight sword formation. Through the sword scars left behind by the flying swords, Xianxia could tell that what Su Zimo released was a grade 2 sword formation. While they were both grade 2 sword formations, the candlelight sword formation was much stronger than the hexagonal sword formation. On careful thought, even if it did not form a sword formation, the mere presence of 18 supreme-grade flying swords was a threat not to be underestimated. Now that such a terrifying sword formation was condensed, how powerful would that be? Clang! Clang! The 2 flying swords collided against the candlelight sword formation and let out crisp sounds. Right after, in front of everyone, those 2 flying swords were minced into fragments by the candlelight sword formation and fell to the ground in shatters. Pest! Outside the 5 elements umbrella, the crowd was in an uproar. Those 2 flying swords were not scrap metal. They were middle-grade flying swords. However, they were ground into pieces and wasted right after they collided with the candlelight sword formation. Clang! 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 The candlelight sword formation circled around Su Zimo's body and emitted an extremely strong sword aura. With a flash of sword light, it smashed all the incoming flying swords. Middle-grade flying swords were shattered on the spot, turning into useless weapons. Only the superior-grade flying swords remained intact. However, they were still sent flying by the power of the candlelight sword formation, dimming and falling to the ground. This was the first time that Su Zimo had released his candlelight sword formation against enemies, and its power was far beyond his imagination. Little Fatty's mouth was agape and his jaws nearly fell to the ground. Although the light of the sword formation dimmed significantly upon receiving such an impact, it was still spinning. The sound of the swords never ceased, but instead resounded clearer, piercing through metal and stone. The way it spun was as though it wanted to tear through the heavens and crush the earth. When the cultivators who attacked saw that, blood drained from their faces and they were quiet as cicadas in winter. afraid that Su Zimo would toss the sword-shaped circular disc at them. At that instant, Su Zimo actually closed his eyes. His mind calmed down immediately, filled with emptiness. Time seemed to have frozen around him as Su Zimo's thoughts were churning at high speed. Every choice that followed was going to affect the final result. It was as the Emperor and everyone else had said. It was impossible for him to kill Feng Haoyu within the Five Elements umbrella. It wasn't because Su Zimo wasn't strong enough. It was because Feng Haoyu had an escape jade talisman that he could use to leave at any time. Therefore, Su Zimo only had a single window of opportunity if he wanted to kill Feng Haoyu. Feng Haoyu was no fool and would definitely escape with his jade talisman if Su Zimo missed his strike. While the might of the candlelight sword formation was great, it might not kill with a single hit. First, Feng Haoyu was at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Furthermore, his eyes were faint green, as though he had cultivated some secret skill of Blood Crow Palace. There was the chance that he might have other trump cards as well. Second, Feng Haoyu had cultivated ethereal wings and was extremely agile. There was a high chance he could avoid the sharpness of the candlelight sword formation. While the candlelight sword formation was not enough to kill Feng Haoyu, it was more than enough to kill someone else. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and sped towards Feng Haoyu with divine steed fleeting. However, his arm was pointed at He Jiang of True Fire Sect as he shouted, "Instant thunder!" Snap! There was a deafening sound. A bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm descended on He Jiang's head. However, the latter was extremely alert and had already crushed a protection talisman beforehand. Crack! 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 The power of the instant thunder collided against the protection talisman, causing the barrier that was formed by the talisman to disintegrate. Clang! Clang! Before He Jiang could catch his breath, the candlelight sword formation released an extremely sharp sword chi and charged at him, tearing through the void as if it was ripping through a large cloth. He Jiang's expression changed in shock, his eyes filled with endless horror. It was only then that he realized. Su Zimo had no intention of killing him with that instant thunder earlier on. It was to keep him on the spot. The true killing move was the incoming candlelight sword formation. The candlelight sword formation was within reach and it was too late to dodge by then. He Jiang's flying sword was already ground to pieces by the candlelight sword formation. Thankfully, he had a superior-grade weapon tripod in his hands that could be used. Whoosh! He Jiang channeled the spirit energy in his dantian fanatically and 5 spirit meridians shone with light like a river. The weapon tripod illuminated and expanded instantly, blocking in front of He Jiang. At the spectator area, many golden cores watched the scene unfold fixedly. Sima Ji and everyone else from True Fire Sect were nervous and could not contain their emotions. In fact, they were even standing up uncontrollably. Although they were golden cores, they knew too little about the candlelight sword formation and thus, none of them could determine the outcome of this head-on battle using their naked eyes alone. The candlelight sword formation transformed into a blazing sun that shone with endless sword chi as it shot towards the weapon tripod that He Jiang brought out. Clang! 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 The sword chi struck the surface of the weapon tripod repeatedly, letting out a deafening sound of metal clashing against each other. The brilliance emitted by the candlelight sword formation was bedazzling and almost engulfed He Jiang along with his weapon tripod. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The sword beam faded and dimmed. Finally, the candlelight sword formation broke apart as 18 flying swords scattered from midair and fell to the ground. Inside and outside the 5 Elements umbrella, all of the cultivators were staring intently. The massive weapon tripod was still blocking He Jiang's body as it emitted a weak glow. Although it was covered in white sword slashes, it was not destroyed. After all, it was a superior grade spirit weapon and was only a single grade lower than supreme grade. He Jiang was safe and sound behind the weapon tripod, merely looking somewhat pale with listless eyes. Everyone from True Fire Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, phew. What a relief! Sima Ji, Elder Zhang and the others exchanged glances of relief. What mattered was that he survived. It didn't matter if he suffered some shocks. He Jiang's a legacy disciple of True Fire Sect at the end of the day. He is rather capable. Some golden cores nodded silently. Of everyone present, only the nascent souls such as perfected Lord Mingzhe and Gu Shi did not speak. The emperor was expressionless as he shook his head. Right then, streaks of blood appeared on He Zhang's initially pale face, opening up and expanding. Xing. The clothes on He Zhang's body were ripped apart without any warning. It was as if his body was penetrated by countless blood qi, leaving wounds all over his body in a horrifying manner. The clamor in the crowd disappeared. Under countless terrified gazes, He Zhang's face, neck, arms, legs, and every other part of his body spewed blood, forming a huge mist of blood. In that blood mist, He Zhang collapsed to the ground with dimmed eyes. He was no longer breathing. Even though the weapon tripod had managed to defend against the sharpness of the candlelight sword formation, He Zhang was still sliced from head to toe by the sword chi of the formation. He was dead. A legacy disciple of True Fire sect who was initially able to secure a spot in the spirit ranking for sure had died in the Five Elements umbrella just like that. He did not even have the chance to release his escape jade talisman. Sima Ji and everyone else swayed and sat down weakly while their minds were in a daze. Initially, True Fire sect was going to have confirmed spots in the elixir, weapon, and spirit rankings. However, He Xing was slain by Su Zimo in the capital before the sect competition. Tao Feng attempted Mo clan's spirit-gathering technique and was severely injured. Now, even He Zhang was dead. True Fire sect had truly suffered an immense loss in this sect competition. Look! Someone pointed to the screen of the Five Elements umbrella and yelled. In the metal region, Su Zimo charged towards Feng Haoyu at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of bewitching afterimages in his wake. Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly. If they were on the ground, he would be wary towards Su Zimo. But now, he had ethereal wings and could maneuver in the air freely without the use of any external objects like golden cores. There was no way Su Zimo would be able to get close. Ethereal wings was a secret skill after all. Even if Su Zimo were to ride on his flying sword, he would be inferior compared to Feng Haoyu in terms of speed and agility. Buzz! Waving his robes, Feng Haoyu summoned 3 flying swords. All of them were superior grade. The fact that he possessed 3 superior grade flying swords as a foundation establishment cultivator was a clear sign of his importance to Blood Crow Palace. Ever since he was defeated by Su Zimo in Ethereal Peak, Feng Haoyu had been cultivating diligently and practiced wielding multiple flying swords. Even though he could not create sword formations, his strength coupled with the use of ethereal sword was something not to be underestimated. The light on the swords brightly, but all of a sudden, they vanished. Level 2 of ethereal sword, void. Su Zimo did not stop and kept closing the distance between him and Feng Haoyu. A bright light shone in his eyes while the middle finger and thumb of his left hand connected, forming a strange hand seal. The moment the hand seal was conjured, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian channeled fanatically. 3 spirit meridians were faintly visible as spirit energy surged into the hand seal. Boom! Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the skies and a golden palm reached out and descended. It emitted a holy aura as though it was about to suppress all the sins in the world. Fiend Suppression Seal. The spectator area was filled with golden cores with sharp gazes. All of them could sense the power of that hand seal. In midair, Feng Haoyu was completely unaware as he hollered, "Good timing! I'll let you have a taste of my capabilities." Controlling the 3 flying swords in midair to stab towards Su Zimo's charging figure, Feng Haoyu retrieved a white bone staff from his storage bag. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that sprayed on his bone staff. When the essence blood landed on the bone staff, it strangely disappeared as though it was consumed. Right after, streaks of blood appeared on the staff. Crystal clear and transparent, they were like the veins on the body of a living being and exuded an extremely vile aura. Feng Haoyu waved the bone staff and muttered something under his breath in an indecipherable language. Instantly, his eyes shone with a frightening shade of faint green. Condense! He gripped the bone staff tightly and pointed it towards the descending golden palm, shouting, "Roar!" A huge blood-colored skull appeared out of nowhere with a dark red glow of blood shining from its hollow sockets. Opening its massive mouth, It made a deafening roar towards the crushing golden palm. Through that roar, the blood-colored skull smashed violently towards the golden palm, as if it was going to devour it. As he watched everything unfold, the emperor was expressionless. However, a glint streaked through his eyes. Perfected Lord Mingzai's expression was grave as he voice-transmitted with his spirit consciousness. It's truly a successor of the Forbidden Grounds. Gu Shi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the faint smile on her lips had disappeared as well. On the battlefield, although the 3 flying swords had disappeared, 3 faint waves of ripples appeared in midair like reeds tapping on water. Su Zimo lowered his height and was almost sprawled on the ground as he slithered forward like an anaconda without any speed reduction. Feng Haoyu seemed to have expected it as one of the flying swords changed trajectories all of a sudden, sticking to the ground headed for Su Zimo's back. Poof! A flash of blood light appeared. Was the outcome already decided? Everyone focused and saw that Su Zimo's figure had merely paused for a brief instant before continuing to charge forward. While there was a wound on his back, his vitals were not hurt. Without those 18 supreme-grade flying swords, Su Zimo's unable to create a sword formation. He's going to be beaten badly. If this drags on, he'll sustain more injuries and bleed even more. Su Zimo's definitely going to lose. Many cultivators discussed softly. The emperor's eyes narrowed. There were some details that even golden cores might not be able to spot. However, since the 5 elements umbrella was his dermic weapon, the emperor could naturally sense every slight change within. To his surprise, Su Zimo did not lose much blood from the wound on his back. The muscles around the wound stuck together instantly, and Su Zimo was already showing signs of recovery. What a terrifying physique! The emperor's heart jolted. The fiend suppression seal that was condensed depleted almost all of Su Zimo's spirit energy. Su Zimo did not even bother to see the outcome of the clash between their secret skills. While he was sprinting, he retrieved a huge bow from his storage bag with his right hand, and 3 arrows were already loaded and aimed at Feng Haoyu, who was in midair. His action was fluid like water, as if he had practiced countless times. That seemingly ordinary bow suddenly shone with 4 spirit lights. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. His bow was like a full moon, and the arrows were like shooting stars. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows tore through the air, and in an instant, 3 cold beams arrived in front of Feng Haoyu. It was too fast. At the same time, the blood-colored skull collided with the golden palm in midair. It devoured the golden palm in a single mouthful and paused for a moment. Cracks appeared on its head, bursting out with endless golden rays before exploding. Feng Haoyu dodged the 3 incoming cold beams, but was suddenly struck by the shockwave caused by the collision of the 2 secret skills. He stopped in his tracks and was a step too slow. Poof! A light of blood flashed as an arrow streaked past Feng Haoyu's cheek. It was a mere centimeter away from piercing his head. Crack! Crack! Feng Haoyu could not avoid the other 2 arrows completely, and they struck the wings that were spread out behind him. The pair of spirit wings shattered on the spot as Feng Haoyu's figure fell. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang came from below. The ground of the entire metal region was shaking as though the sky was collapsing. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Su Zimo stomped harshly on the ground and leaped into the air purely using the burst of his body. In the blink of an eye, he was above Feng Haoyu's head. That was a full 100 feet high. Even golden cores might not be able to jump that high with their physiques. Bang! Boom! Boom! Splash! Immediately after, the cultivators outside the 5 elements umbrella heard a series of strange sounds. It was like rolling thunder, but it also seemed like a tsunami was surging, and it was mixed with the violent sound of tigers and leopards. It was extremely unsettling. All of those sounds came from within Su Zimo's body. Feng Haoyu, you shall be a sacrifice for my saber today. A long and thick saber that was as tall as half a person suddenly appeared in Su Zimo's hands. Spirit energy surged into it as 5 spirit patterns illuminated with a blinding blood light. The birth of Blood Quencher. The huge blade was scarlet and quivered violently, letting out a murderous sound and aura that rattled one's soul. Die! As Su Zimo channeled his bloodline, his entire body seemed to expand. He grabbed Blood Quencher with both hands and descended from the skies, cleaving down onto Feng Haoyu's head with an unstoppable might. Blood Quencher seemed to be perfectly synergized with Su Zimo's bloodline, and a trace of blood appeared on its blade. The void seemed to have been torn asunder by Blood Quencher. Su Zimo had waited for this slash for far too long. Be it the initial fiend suppression seal or the 3 arrows in the interim, they were all preparations made for this slash to render Feng Haoyu in an inescapable position. This strike was the cumulation of Su Zimo's attacks. This was also the most powerful attack he could produce without exposing his demonic cultivation. A complete fusion of his physique, bloodline and spirit energy coupled with the lethality of Blood Quencher. Su Zimo was certain that Feng Haoyu would die for sure. Feng Haoyu raised his head slightly and blood drained from his face when he saw that. It was as though he had returned to that moment a couple of years ago when he was tragically defeated in Spirit Peak's arena. However, a couple of years ago they were sect mates. Now they were mortal enemies. This time round, Su Zimo did not hold back. In a flash, Feng Haoyu did not have the time to hesitate as he swiped his palm across his storage bag and retrieved a blood-colored shield that expanded and blocked above his head. Boom! An explosion rang out when Blood Quencher struck the surface of the blood-colored shield. Feng Haoyu's entire body shuddered as though he was struck by lightning as his eyes widened in horror. Without thinking twice, he withdrew the escape jade talisman and crushed it instantly. A flash of light shone. Clang! The blood-colored shield fell to the ground and its color faded. Cracks appeared on its surface. A single strike by Blood Quencher had destroyed it. Feng Haoyu's body flickered and disappeared from the metal region. A burst of light appeared in the square as Feng Haoyu appeared, lying on the ground with a pale expression. The Blood Crow King appeared before Feng Haoyu in a flash. Lowering his head, he looked at Feng Haoyu with widened eyes that were laced with boundless killing intent. Su Zimo. The Blood Crow King's voice was chilling to the bone as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Feng Haoyu seemed like he wanted to say something. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a puddle of blood with big pieces of blood clot within. It was a frightening sight, and all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. The blood clots that Feng Haoyu had spat out were his crushed organs. A single slash. Even though Feng Haoyu had managed to escape from the 5 Elements umbrella, his internal organs were completely crushed by Su Zimo's saber, and there was no way he was going to survive. Everyone fell silent. Feng Haoyu, who had cultivated the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Peak and was 2 cultivation realms higher than Su Zimo, was cleaved to death by a single slash. This outcome had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Something that was thought to be impossible had happened right in front of everyone. Xianxia sighed gently with a complicated expression. When Xian, did you see that? A disciple of Ethereal Peak has personally retrieved Feng Haoyu's lifetime of cultivation. You can finally rest in peace now that your wish has been fulfilled. Some golden cores shook their heads in silence. Betraying one's ancestor, masters, and killing of their fellow sect mates was a huge taboo in the cultivation world. Now that Feng Haoyu was in this state, it could be considered retribution. Speaking of which, the light of providence is indeed shining on Ethereal Peak for them to be able to produce a monstrous character every once in a while. Who else is there apart from Su Zimo? That invincible foundation establishment cultivator 1,000 years ago. Ah, that guy. I heard that he betrayed the sect and fell into the fiend path thereafter. Upon hearing the discussions around her, Demoness G rolled her eyes and suddenly moved beside Gushi, asking with a voice transmission, Auntie Gu, are they referring to that person from Zenith sect? Yes, Gushi replied with an unchanged expression. Demoness G giggled. Auntie Gu, I heard that your relationship with that man isn't simple. Tell me more about it. Get lost. Gushi glared at Demoness G, her tone laced with a hint of reproachfulness and flirtatious allure. The battle royale in the various regions of the 5 Elements umbrella was coming to an end. In the metal region, Su Zimo landed on the ground and waved his sleeves before putting away the 18 supreme-grade spirit weapons on the ground in his storage bag. His showdown with Feng Haoyu had ended too quickly. It was basically over within less than 2 rounds, and nobody had the time to steal a supreme-grade flying sword and leave. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said indifferently, "Fellow Taoists, please leave. The spots of this region will be taken up by Ethereal Peak." It was a simple statement, but it contained unquestionable dominance. Instantly, little Fatty felt his blood boil and wished that he could roar out. Stumbling to Su Zimo's side, he puffed his chest and looked around with his beady eyes. It felt as though everything else was far inferior compared to the paragon beside him. The battle royale was at its finale in the water region with less than 10 people left. Apart from Xianxia of Ethereal Peak, who was watching from afar, the remaining few 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had given their all for the last spot. Shen Mingqi was injured. While it was not serious, she did not have the time to treat her wounds, and blood was flowing continuously. Coupled with the lack of stamina and her spirit energy depleted, she could not hold on any longer. "Heis!" She sighed softly. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. She could only crush the escape jade talisman and leave the 5 elements umbrella helplessly. When she returned to the square, Shun Mingqi hurriedly took out a few elixirs from her storage bag and swallowed them. She then scattered some hemostatic medicine and bandaged her wounds. Throughout the entire process, her lips were pursed in silence. She was indignant. Just a little more and she would have obtained a spot on the spirit ranking. Just a little more and she would have obtained the rights to enter the ancient battlefield. Even though she could only cultivate within for a year, that would ensure that she could unlock 1 or even 2 more spirit meridians, bringing her to a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment realm. "I will participate in the next sect competition 10 years later and definitely obtain a spot on the spirit ranking by then." As Shin Mingqi pondered and was about to return to the crowd, she swept her gaze casually and caught sight of Feng Haoyu lying nearby, dead with his body covered in blood. Her pupils constricted subconsciously. Feng Haoyu was a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator who had cultivated Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills. That was someone who was almost guaranteed to obtain a spot in the spirit ranking. Who could have killed him? Shun Mingqi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Instinctively, she turned around and could not help but shudder. Her mouth opened slightly as her eyes widened in disbelief. She caught sight of a familiar figure in the metal region. He had actually crossed 2 major regions and grade 4 killing formations. Could he truly have been the one to kill Feng Haoyu? Right after, Shin Mingqi heard something. "Fellow Taoists, please leave. The spots of this region will be taken up by Ethereal Peak." His tone was casual, as if he was chatting. However, none of the 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators dared to refute him. After a while, one of them shook his head gently and cupped his fists towards that person, crushing his jade talisman without a second word. After that man left, the remaining cultivators in the metal region left one after another despite how reluctant they were. How could any of the cultivators within dare to stay on when even both the 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had met such an end? When she saw that, Shun Mingqi's eyes gradually dimmed. If back then, perhaps I might be the one standing beside him right now. A wave of bitterness suddenly surged in Shun Mingqi's heart. One by one, names appeared on the spirit ranking. Su Zimo, Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty, Shi Jian, Jun Hao, Si Yutong, Xian Yi and Lu Hui looked pleased, unable to conceal their joy. Even though Ethereal Peak suffered an immense blow 3 years ago, they shone completely during this sect competition. Putting aside the fact that they had 3 spots for the spirit ranking, they had even managed an unprecedented top spot for the weapon ranking. Of course, to Xian Yi and Lu Hui, the most important thing was that Su Zimo was alive. Furthermore, Su Zimo had taken revenge for the fallen cultivators by killing the traitor Feng Haoyu in front of everyone. However, for some reason, the both of them felt an inexplicable sense of frustration and unease. Before long, the last 10 people of the Spirit Ranking Battle Royale appeared. With the completion of the Spirit Ranking, it meant that the sect competition was about to end. The emperor rose and said, "The names on the 4 ranking lists are out. Among them, those who obtain 2 spots on the different lists can decide to bring someone else along." Little Fatty whispered, "Bro, I think he's referring to you." Su Zimo nodded. He had obtained 2 spots on the weapon and spirit rankings. Apart from himself, he can give one of them to someone else. He had decided on who he wanted to give that spot to a long time ago. When she heard that, Shun Mingxi felt her heart skip a beat as she looked at Su Zimo instinctively with a hint of anticipation. Perfected Lord Mingzhe declared loudly, "The sect competition is over. Cultivators on the 4 ranking lists, follow me to the palace to select your rewards for the competition. Thereafter, all of you will return to rest while awaiting the opening of the ancient battlefield." Hold on. Suddenly, a cold and chilling voice laden with killing intent rang. Everyone looked over and saw the Blood Crow King walk slowly towards the spectator area. He exuded a terrifying aura as he fixed his gaze on Su Zimo and hissed coldly, "I'm taking him with me." "No." Xianxia slammed the table and stood up without hesitation. The Blood Crow King's gaze flickered as he reached out with his withered palm and grabbed toward Xianxia through the void. A terrifying burst of energy burst forth from the void. Demonic chi surged into the sky as a withered and bloody claw appeared, clawing at Xianxia ruthlessly. At the spectator area, many golden cores felt a chill. That energy was way too strong and had already surpassed the limits of spirit energy. That was a true dermic art. That cultivator known as Shuya was actually a fiend demon at nascent soul realm. At the thought of that, everyone was even more shocked. It was one thing for a fiend demon to appear in the capital, but for him to actually attack right in front of the emperor, what sort of guts and backing did he possess? Xianxi's face turned pale. He was almost powerless against that pressure. Furthermore, that claw of the Blood Crow King had sealed all of his escape routes. Zang! 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 Gritting his teeth, Xianxia struck out forcefully against the might of the fiend demon and pulled out 6 flying swords from his storage bag. He guided with his finger and swiftly produced a star-shaped sword formation. Hexagonal sword formation. Even though Xianxia did not manage to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, his hexagonal sword formation was enough to compensate and put him on the same level as those who did. "Go!" He pointed forward. The hexagonal sword formation burst forth with endless sword chi and charged violently towards the blood-colored claw. "Hee. You overestimate yourself." The Blood Crow King let out a cold laugh as he clenched the claw. Splash! Instantly, Xianxi's hexagonal sword formation was torn to pieces by the Blood Crow King, and the 6 superior-grade flying swords were snapped on the spot, falling to the ground. The difference was too great. The gap between a golden core and nascent soul was something that was almost impossible to cross. "Bastard, how dare you!" Suddenly, a roar burst forth from the spectator area. It was like a great bell and possessed boundless majesty. A gigantic fist appeared in midair and smashed heavily against the Blood Crow King's palm. Boom! The 2 dermic arts clashed and dissipated suddenly, while the surrounding golden cores fell to the ground with frightful faces from the aftershock. It was the emperor who had struck to stop the Blood Crow King. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The Blood Crow King gave a sympathetic smile as he glared at the emperor. "Ji Fong, don't be a busybody. Otherwise, your great Zhou dynasty is going to be destroyed because of this. There are some people that you can't afford to offend even if you're the emperor of a dynasty." Ji Fong was the name of the emperor of Great Zhou. It had been many years since nobody had dared call him by his name, let alone under such public attention. Perfected Lord Mingzhe strode forward with a cold expression and hollered, "Blood Crow King, this is the capital of Great Zhou. It's not a place for you to be impudent." Even though he said that, Perfected Lord Mingzhe did not make a move. He was well aware of the Blood Crow King's background. Without the emperor's orders, he did not dare act rashly either, lest he brought forth unnecessary trouble for the Great Zhou dynasty. "I'm going to repeat myself. I'm leaving with Su Zimo today." The Blood Crow King surveyed his surroundings before fixing his cold gaze on the emperor and saying slowly, "Anyone who stops me will be going against Blood Crow Palace. Piak." The emperor's palm slammed down heavily, causing the table beside him to split. He stood up slowly with a sharp killing intent in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, an old voice rang out in his mind. Jifeng, let's ignore this matter. The emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice. If it was anyone else's persuasion, the emperor would hesitate. However, the person who spoke was the patriarch of the Ji family, the founder of the Great Zhou dynasty. This was an old monster who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. It was also due to his existence that the Great Zhou dynasty was able to remain standing for 10,000 years without collapsing and rule over the regions. The words of Patriarch Ji were like an imperial edict that could not be denied. Under the gazes of countless people, the emperor had just stood up when he slowly sat down. His aura had vanished without a trace and he looked somewhat terrible. Father! Xianxia seemed to have realized something as she called out softly. The emperor closed his eyes and shook his head, indicating that he was helpless. Instantly, Xianxia's expression turned incomparably pale. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as well, feeling secretly alarmed. If the emperor refused to do anything under such circumstances, Xianyi and Lu Hui alone would not be able to stop the Blood Crow King. In other words, the Blood Crow King was definitely going to take him away today. It was needless to imagine the outcome of that. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized that even though the man who had hunted him previously ended up in a pathetic state due to the might of the divine dragon, that man was way more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, even the Great Zhou dynasty had to avoid going against them. Fufu. The Blood Crow King chuckled and nodded. Not bad. That's the way. Noticing that the situation was not right, Demoness Ji hurriedly sent out a voice transmission and urged. Anti-Gu, quickly think of a way. Su Zimo will definitely die if he's taken away. What can I do? Gu, she shook her head. I told you earlier that the outcome inside the 5 Elements umbrella isn't important. Su Zimo is doomed for offending Blood Crow Palace. But we can't sit by idly and watch him get taken away. Do something, Anti-Gu. Demoness Ji frowned lightly. It's useless. Gu, she replied indifferently. Even if I manage to save him this time, he will still have to die when he returns from the ancient battlefield. Besides, Ethereal Peak will be implicated and might be annihilated. Inform that senior. The moment Demoness Ji spoke, Gu, she interrupted her. He's from Zenith sect and what they cultivate is the Tao of Heartlessness. Do you think he's going to do anything? Demoness Ji replied firmly. Anti-Gu, we'll talk about the future later on. But you must definitely save Su Zimo this time round. Gu, she did not comment and merely sighed gently. The Blood Crow King arrived not far away from Su Zimo and smiled coldly, revealing a sinister set of white teeth. He said faintly, Su Zimo, accept your fate. Boom! Reaching out with his palm that seemed to traverse through the endless void, the Blood Crow King arrived before Su Zimo in an instant. Xianyi, Lu Hui, and the others had no time to save him at all. Furthermore, even if the two of them struck, they would not be able to go against the might of the Blood Crow King. Bang! Suddenly, a slender and delicate hand appeared in front of Su Zimo. Despite its frail look, the Blood Crow King's palm was repelled with ease. The Blood Crow King's expression changed. He narrowed his gaze and met with a pair of enchanting eyes that rippled like spring water. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Crow King was lost in them and was dazed. To everyone else, Gushi's eyes did nothing and were merely staring at the Blood Crow King peacefully. However, to the Blood Crow King, Gushi's eyes seemed to be glowing with a bewitching light that possessed a mysterious power, controlling his mind and bewildering everything. All of a sudden, there was a flash of blood from the depths of the Blood Crow King's eyes as another kind of power was produced within his body, one that was extremely evil. Snapping to his senses in a shock, the Blood Crow King felt a sharp pain in his eyes. You dare go against Blood Crow Palace? The Blood Crow King regulated his breathing and asked sharply. However, he did not dare look at Gushi again. Gushi replied indifferently, Go back. This person's under my guard. Can you afford to protect him? At the very least, you're not going to take him away today. The Blood Crow King's face was livid. He stood on the spot and pondered for a long time before nodding slowly. Very well, very well. Once my master comes out a year later, we'll see who's able to protect him then. Soaring into the skies, the Blood Crow King transformed into a pitch-black crow with bloodshot eyes. He sped into the horizons and vanished before long. Everyone from Ethereal Peak heaved a sigh of relief. During that clash, they truly thought that the Blood Crow King was going to take Su Zimo away. Su Zimo turned around and bowed deeply to Gushi. "Thank you for your help, Senior." "Yes." Gushi nodded and said nothing else. However, everyone felt differently about what they just saw. Most of the sects were interested in watching the drama of Su Zimo being taken away by the Blood Crow King. There were even some like True Fire sect that were gloating over his misfortune. Furthermore, everyone could tell that even the Emperor was unwilling to provoke Blood Crow Palace and instead chose to remain silent. However, no one expected that Gushi would step forth to save Su Zimo. Could Sky Treasure Auction House be even more powerful than the entire Great Zhou dynasty to be able to go against Blood Crow Palace? Everyone could vaguely sense that Gushi was not as simple as she seemed, a mere chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House. Perfected Lord Mingzhe coughed gently and said in a deep voice, "Everyone quiet down. Cultivators of the ranking lists, follow me into the palace to select your rewards." Su Zimo escorted Xianxia, Lu Hui, and the other Ethereal Peak cultivators to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop before following Perfected Lord Mingzhe into the palace. Nian Qi was about to break through a critical juncture in the past 2 days and did not go to spectate the sect competition. She was relatively safe as Su Zimo had arranged for Night Spirit to stand guard in Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. This time round, Su Zimo obtained spots on both the weapon and spirit rankings. As such, he could select a spirit weapon and a secret spirit art. Su Zimo did not have much interest in the spirit weapon. There was no way the Great Zhou dynasty was going to give out perfect or connate spirit weapons as rewards, while Su Zimo was not interested in spirit weapons of any other grade. However, the Great Zhou dynasty had been established for close to 10,000 years, and there were definitely many secret spirit art manuals hidden in the palace. Su Zimo was truly interested to see if he could get his hands on some lost secret skill. Su Zimo circled the spirit weapon chamber in the palace and did not see anything he wanted, eventually leaving with a casual superior grade spirit weapon. Not far from the spirit weapon chamber was the secret manual chamber. Everyone else on the spirit ranking had already entered and Su Zimo followed suit. There were 3 levels in the secret manual chamber. Su Zimo and the others were only allowed to select a secret spirit art from the first level and make a copy to leave with. The secret manual chamber was filled with rows of bookshelves and various types of bamboo scrolls arranged in an orderly manner. Evil hands. This was a secret skill. According to the description on the bamboo scroll, the skill could defend against a spirit weapon head-on and even snatch the opponent's spirit weapon. Omni Wind. This was a movement technique. Once cultivated, one would be abnormally agile and possess erratic movement. There were 8 foundational points which could give birth to 64 different variations. It was extremely powerful. Su Zimo walked along the bookshelves and looked slowly. The many secret skill manuals were an eye-opener for him. Some of them were cryptic and Su Zimo had never heard of them before. It was a novel experience. However, there was no spirit art that he took particular interest in throughout his walk. Suddenly, his gaze paused. Connate spirit weapon forging technique. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo picked up a scroll made up of withered hide. The disheveled old man of Ethereal Peak had once told him that the limit of a weapon refinement master was refining perfect spirit weapons with 5 spirit patterns. Connate spirit weapons had a 6th spirit pattern, the Connate pattern. The Connate pattern was born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth and wasn't something that could be made by man. As Su Zimo's understanding of weapon refinement deepened, he agreed that the disheveled old man was not wrong. The birth of Blood Quencher further proved that point. The condensation of a 5th spirit pattern already required immense opportunities and a weapon refinement master's perfect mental fortitude and condition. That was not even including the providence within the voids. As such, a 6th spirit pattern was further out of the question. As the number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, given his skill in weapon refinement, Su Zimo was filled with extreme disdain towards this connate spirit weapon forging technique. He merely took it to be a nonsensical piece of work by an arrogant and ignorant weapon refinement master. Su Zimo was about to return the hide manual when his heart stirred, and he took a look at the contents as if he was possessed. After a while, his gaze flickered in deep thought. "Bro, have you chosen?" Right then, Little Fatty's voice rang out as he ran over excitedly. Su Zimo turned over and saw Little Fatty waving a bamboo scroll and whispering, "I found a secret skill that's extremely suitable for me." Heh! Smiling, Su Zimo turned to look at the hide manual in his hands. A flash of determination swept through his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Let's go. I've chosen mine too." Arriving at the entrance, Su Zimo and Little Fatty handed their bamboo scroll and hide manual respectively to an old man. The old man received and took a look at them. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his head to look at Su Zimo with a strange expression before reminding out of kindness. "Lad, this forging technique is the ramblings of a madman. He didn't even manage to accomplish it himself. Are you sure you want a copy of this?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. The old man smiled and did not persuade further. He made 2 copies and handed them to Su Zimo and Little Fatty. Upon leaving the secret manual chamber, Little Fatty asked curiously, "Bro, what secret skill did you choose? Why did the old man say that?" "Connate spirit weapon forging technique." Su Zimo did not hide anything either. "Ah?" Little Fatty was dumbfounded. Even though he was not a weapon refinement master, he knew some common knowledge about the cultivation world, such as how connate spirit weapons were born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Connate spirit weapons can be refined. Little Fatty could not even speak coherently anymore. Su Zimo shook his head. "I'm not sure. This hide manual merely mentions a possibility. I can't be sure since I haven't tried it before." In reality, rather than calling it a forging method, the connate spirit weapon forging technique was more like a restoration technique. The hide manual mentioned a method. First, one had to obtain a damaged connate spirit weapon. The so-called damage did not refer to the spirit weapon itself, but the breaking of the 6th spirit pattern. Coincidentally, Su Zimo had such a damaged connate spirit weapon in his storage bag, the mystic gold silk armor. Second, he had to search for a connate spirit fire. The connate spirit fire was much more terrifying than a level 3 spirit fire. Possessing a higher temperature and sentience, it was often hidden deep underground and was rare to come across. Even if it was a damaged connate spirit weapon, there were no impurities within. In other words, by using a connate spirit fire to forge a connate spirit weapon, one could ignore the first 4 steps of weapon refinement completely and head straight to spirit gathering once the spirit weapon was heated to a scarlet red state. Because the temperature of the connate spirit fire was too high, even weapon tripods could not withstand it. As such, spirit gathering could only be conducted without the protection of a weapon tripod. After condensing 5 spirit patterns in a row, one could use the sentience of a connate spirit fire for a possibility of repairing the 6th connate spirit pattern. While everything sounded simple, one would realize that it was completely ridiculous upon careful thought. Before this, there was no weapon refinement master in Tianhuang mainland who could ensure a 100% success rate of condensing 4 spirit patterns, let alone 5 or 6. Furthermore, the entire process had to be done without the protection of a weapon tripod. The slightest mistake would cause the weapon refinement master to die on the spot. Which weapon refinement master would risk their lives to restore a damaged connate spirit weapon with a success rate less than 1 in 1,000? But now, the most dangerous and difficult part of the entire process has become much simpler for Su Zimo. If there was a person in Tianhuang mainland who could restore connate spirit weapons, it would have to be Su Zimo. Of course, what the forging technique mentioned was merely a possibility. After all, no one had attempted it and there was no guarantee for its success. Su Zimo was not adamant about it, merely memorizing the forging technique in his heart to wait for an opportunity. Not long after the 2 of them waited in the secret manual chamber, Lung Ro walked out of the talisman hall. Her expression was cold and no one could read her emotions. "How was it, Sister Lung Ro? You've reaped quite a bit, right?" Little Fatty leaned over and asked with a cheeky smile. "Yes." Lung Ro nodded and her gaze shifted. looking at Su Zimo in a seemingly unintentional manner. Coincidentally, Su Zimo glanced over as well. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Lung, I've wanted to refine a spirit weapon for you. However, I was not skilled enough previously and did not have the chance to do so. This flying sword is for you. Do see if it's suitable." Su Zimo took out a flying sword from his storage bag and handed it to Lung Ro. She received it over and injected spirit energy into it. Instantly, spirit lights shone from the blade. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. "Ah!" Lung Ro exclaimed and lost her composure. Back then, she had refined 2 Grade 2 talismans specially for Su Zimo. Even though he said nothing at that time, he had always remembered it. Su Zimo commended, "If it's not suitable, I've got some other here. You can also customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon with me. Just let me know of your requests." Lung Ro replied hurriedly, "It's pretty good, but it's too expensive." In a casual manner, Su Zimo replied, "It's fine. These are the only things I have plenty of." Little Fatty was stunned and thought to himself, "Bro truly has game. I've got to learn more from him in the future." According to Little Fatty, after the battle at Dongling Valley 3 years ago, Monkey fell into a frenzy and almost went insane, nearing causing a huge disaster. Thankfully, he was protected by Senior Crane. However, Monkey was disheartened and chose to leave Ethereal Peak with the Spirit Tiger following suit. During that period of time, Little Crane, Monkey, and the Spirit Tiger had an extremely good relationship. If it wasn't for Senior Crane stepping in, Little Crane would have left with them as well. To Su Zimo, it was not necessarily a bad thing that Monkey left Ethereal Peak. It had an arrogant personality and did not like to be restricted. Without him around, it was bound to cause trouble, and it was better off returning to the Barren Mountains. Given Monkey's abilities, coupled with the fact that the Spirit Tiger was with it, they should not be in any danger. Su Zimo, Xiaoning, Little Fatty, Leng Ro and Ji Chengtian were about to leave the palace when they caught sight of a girl in pink and wearing a veil standing at the entrance of the palace. She looked very quiet, as though she was waiting for someone. Little Fatty and the rest had some impression of the girl in pink. She accompanied Chief Steward Gu Shi to watch the sect competition and seemed to have an impressive background. "Bro, she should be looking for you, right?" Little Fatty asked softly. Before the sect competition ended, the Blood Crow King created trouble. Under the circumstances where even the Emperor of Great Zhou remained silent, Gu Shi stood out and protected Su Zimo. That was something everyone witnessed. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the girl in pink was Demoness Ji, but he did not explain. Arriving before Demoness Ji, Su Zimo cupped his fists in a composed manner. "Help me thank Senior Gu for her life-saving grace." "Humph!" Demoness Ji snorted and rolled her eyes at Su Zimo, pretending to be angry. "I should be the one you should thank. If I didn't plead for you, do you think that Auntie Gu would have bothered about you?" Little Fatty and the others circled their gazes between Su Zimo and Demoness Ji with strange expressions. Demoness Ji's tone did not sound like she was blaming him. Instead, it was more like she was wheedling. Furthermore, from what she said, it seemed like the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Lung Ro frowned slightly and said nothing. "Thank you, Miss Ji." Su Zimo almost blurted the word, Demoness, and hurriedly changed. She giggled and pondered for a moment. "I'm here to tell you something. That man from Blood Crow Palace is someone Ethereal Peak can't afford to offend. After entering the ancient battlefield, you had better not return to Great Zhou. It'll be best if you can leave the Tianhuang North region entirely." Su Zimo frowned. Demoness Ji reminded, "Think about the Emperor's attitude today, and I'm sure there are some things you will understand." She was implying that even the Emperor of Great Zhou was unwilling to offend Blood Crow Palace. As such, Su Zimo should make use of the chance to enter the ancient battlefield to leave the Tianhuang North region. "What's the background of Blood Crow Palace?" Su Zimo could not help but ask. Demoness Ji replied, "There's a total of 9 forbidden grounds in Tianhuang mainland. Be it humans or demons, they will definitely die upon entering the forbidden grounds. 2 of them are located in the Tianhuang North region, and the founder of Blood Crow Palace should be from one of them. 9 forbidden grounds. Su Zimo and the rest were shocked. Even though this was the first time hearing of that term, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. What were the 9 forbidden grounds such that a single person from within could strike fear into the entire Great Zhou dynasty? How terrifying were the forbidden grounds? That's all. Brushing past Su Zimo, Demoness G paused for a moment and sent a voice transmission. If you take this opportunity to join the fiend sects, you can avoid this calamity. With that said, Demoness G left. Ji Chengtian and the others had terrible expressions, frowning in deep thoughts. They were no fools. Even if Demoness G had not said anything, all of them could tell that Blood Crow Palace did not have a simple background. For people like Su Zimo, Little Fatty, and the others who had not joined the sect for a long time and did not have deep feelings for Ethereal Peak, there was no need for them to stay in the sect knowing that it might be annihilated. Bro, what do you think? Little Fatty could not help but ask on the way back. Su Zimo did not say anything. The ancient battlefield was indeed a great opportunity for one to leave the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty or the Tianhuang North region. Some time later, the various factions and sects of Tianhuang mainland would have experts opening up a passageway to the ancient battlefield using their supreme dermic powers. As long as Su Zimo and the others found other passages during that 1 year within, they could exit using a different path when it was time to return, and they would be teleported out of the Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, they might even be teleported to the south and west regions or somewhere in the middle continent. However, Su Zimo was hesitant. He was different from others. It was not because he had deep feelings for Ethereal Peak. He was worried that his departure would implicate his older brother in Yen country, Su Hong. If even the Great Zhou dynasty was unwilling to go against Blood Crow Palace, the imperial edict would naturally be unable to protect Su Hong. He was someone that Blood Crow Palace would definitely want to kill. The people of Blood Crow Palace were evil and capable of killing all living beings in a city. If they did not find him, Blood Crow Palace might find clues leading them to Su Hong in a fit of anger, and that was something Su Zimo did not want to happen. Before long, Su Zimo and the others returned to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. When they arrived at the entrance, he was surprised to see someone. It was Xianxia. Su Zimo frowned, not knowing why she had come. Brother, ignore her. Su Xiaoning knew what happened in Pingyang town back then, and was naturally displeased with Xianxia. Zimo. When she saw Su Zimo and the others walking over, Xianxia took the initiative to head up first. Looking uneasy, she revealed a smile and called out, "Yes." Su Zimo asked calmly. "Zimo, it's like this. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "I see that you have obtained spots on both the weapon and spirit rankings. If that's the case, you have an additional one?" Xianxia did not continue, merely looking at Su Zimo somewhat nervously in anticipation. He replied indifferently, "I already have someone in mind." "Ah?" Her eyes dimmed in disappointment. Forcing a smile, she asked, "Can I ask who it is?" "My spirit beast." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had intended to take Night Spirit along for that spot. The reason why he did not choose Xianxia was because if he had to choose between the two of them, it would have to be Night Spirit. Even though Xianxia had been by Su Zimo's side for 3 years, comparatively, he had a deeper relationship with Night Spirit despite the fact that it was a spirit beast. Furthermore, Xianxia's current cultivation realm wasn't high and was only at late-stage foundation establishment. It might not be a good thing for her to enter the ancient battlefield. When she heard that, Xianxia was agitated and said in rage, "Su Zimo, you don't have to humiliate me like this, even if you don't want to give it to me." "Did I humiliate you?" Su Zimo did not understand why Xianxia was so agitated all of a sudden. She questioned, "You'd rather give the spot to a spirit beast than me. Isn't that humiliating me?" "Phoo!" He shook his head and scoffed coldly. "Night Spirit saved my life. Why can't I give it to it? Furthermore, why should I give it to you?" Xianxia opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something. However, nothing came out and she merely stood rooted to the ground in a daze, looking pale as a sheet. Su Zimo had already swept his robes and left Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Even though there had been some commotion, Ethereal Peak was the biggest winner of this sect competition. In the small courtyard beside Jishui River, everyone from Ethereal Peak along with Nianqi and Xiaoning had a hearty celebration. However, everyone had their own troubles. Late at night, everyone had dispersed. Under the hazy and cold moonlight, a green-robed cultivator sat by the side of Jishui River alone, staring at the glistening water surface in a daze. Beside him was a pitch-black and majestic beast sprawled on the ground. After growing up, Night Spirit was stalwart and its limbs were extremely strong. Every single muscle it had possessed explosive strength, while its claws that were hidden in the gaps of its fingers were unusually sharp. Its head resembled a wolf and it had a shocking bite strength. This was a perfect body that was born to kill. Right then, a series of footsteps appeared behind him. Zimo! Xianyi's voice rang out. Su Zimo was about to stand up when Xianyi pressed against his shoulder and sat down. I'm planning to impart the other 2 secret skills of Ethereal Peak to you tomorrow. I hope that you'll be able to master them before entering the ancient battlefield. I don't think that's appropriate? Su Zimo frowned. Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills were no trifle matter. Without the permission of the sect master, anyone who imparted them privately would be going against the sect rules. It's all right, Xianyi replied. I've already relayed a message about the sect competition. I'm sure the sect will hear of it before long and they'll agree with my decision. Pausing for a moment, Xianyi continued. Furthermore, this is an unfulfilled wish of Wenxian. I'm fulfilling it on his behalf. Su Zimo nodded and did not decline further. It was clear that the remaining 2 secret skills, Ethereal Wings and Ethereal Sword, would provide significant boosts to his battle prowess. For the next 10 days, Su Zimo's time was almost spent entirely on cultivating the 2 secret skills. Due to the short period of time, level 1 of Ethereal Sword, Shadows, was not cultivated successfully yet. However, Su Zimo comprehended Ethereal Wings swiftly and was able to use it with ease. With Ethereal Wings, it meant that Su Zimo would be able to soar through the skies like golden cores without depending on external objects. Furthermore, it would provide a boost to his agility and mobility in the air. From a secret skill perspective alone, Ethereal Wings was much more functional than the other 2 skills. Not only could it be used as a life-saving technique, it was multifarious and its agility could be used offensively as well. Even for golden cores, Ethereal Wings was still extremely useful. The ancient battlefield did not merely contain elixirs and spirit weapons. There were also all sorts of secret skills and inheritance of powerful sections. It was said that Ethereal Wings was obtained by a disciple of the sect who had entered the ancient battlefield in the past. On this day, the palace sent men to gather everyone from the 4 ranking lists in preparation to enter the ancient battlefield. Before leaving, Xianyi instructed, keep your sect badges and be as low-key and cautious as possible within the ancient battlefield. Don't be reckless. All of you are in possession of supreme-grade flying swords, so don't reveal them until it's a life-or-death fight. There are far too many factions stronger than the Great Zhou dynasty in Tianhuang mainland. Even in the Tianhuang North region, the Great Zhou dynasty's strength is considered to be inferior. Above it, there are super sects, and above that, there are the legendary Immortal sects. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. He had heard Demonist Ji mention about the 9 different factions of Tianhuang mainland before. Those 9 factions did not refer to 9 different sects. The various factions added up to dozens of sects. For example, the Immortal sects had 9 major sections. There were 7 Fiend sects, and the Pure Maiden sect, which Demonist Ji was in, was merely one of them. In that sense, the Great Zhou dynasty was truly nothing when compared to those factions and sects, let alone Ethereal Peak. Zimo, especially you, Xianyi reminded. You have so many supreme grades and even a perfect spirit weapon in your possession. While no one might harbor designs on you in the capital, you have to be extremely careful once you enter the ancient battlefield. Even comrades who enter the ancient battlefield with you cannot be trusted, Lu Hui added. Su Zimo nodded. A perfect spirit weapon was enough to trigger a bloody battle between golden cores. It was easy to imagine what would happen if news of him possessing a perfect spirit weapon was leaked out in the ancient battlefield. Go on. Xianyi waved his hand. In that 1 year, it'll be good if you guys have the chance to find a passage to leave the Great Zhou dynasty and the Tianhuang North region. When they heard that, Su Zimo and the rest were shocked. Even though he did not state it explicitly, Xianyi's meaning was very clear. Su Zimo and the rest left Mo's spirit weapon workshop and arrived deep in the palace with the lead of a city guard. Inside, a huge and majestic palace hall was erected. They entered and saw that the other cultivators of the ranking lists were already present. Apart from the 40 of them, there were 10 other people and Ji Yaoxue was among them. When Ji Yaoxue saw Su Zimo and the rest enter, she smiled and nodded at him. Given the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, they could send 50 people into the ancient battlefield with each teleportation. Apart from the 40 people of the 4 ranking lists, the Great Zhou dynasty would also select 10 other cultivators to enter the ancient battlefield. Other than Ji Yaoxue, the other 9 must have been carefully selected and were extremely strong. Their duty was to protect the 3rd princess. In the center of the hall, there was an ancient stone array formation. The long and massive rocks chosen for the formation were about half the height of a person, and there were mysterious array patterns etched on them. Complicated and incomprehensible, they illuminated with light. 5 stone pillars stood around the stone formation. There was a cultivator seated at the top of each stone pillar. Their auras were restrained and they had steady bearings. Although their cultivation realms could not be read, they were probably at least nascent souls or even void reversions. Everyone. At that moment, the emperor surveyed everyone and said slowly, "The ancient battlefield is not a friendly place. In it, there are some living beings from the ancient era and some of them are even more violent than ancient remnant beasts and pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Every step in the ancient battlefield is filled with killing intent and danger. However, great opportunities await alongside the dangers. Some become famous throughout the world after returning from the ancient battlefield. Some raise their sects and family clans to prominence after returning. Of course, many more die without ever getting the chance to return. This is a test. If you can survive the year, you will be reborn and truly establish your foundation, ensuring your core formation. If you die, be it whether you're a genius or monster, you'll be forgotten by everyone." When he heard that, Su Zimo felt a sense of déjà vu. Back then, Daiyu said the same thing that night she threw him to Zhonglang mountain range alone. That was the truth as well. Under the baptism of blood and life and death experiences, Su Zimo had built an indestructible foundation for his cultivation path that year. Of course, in the ancient battlefield, other than the threat of the many ancient living beings, there's also the threat of cultivators from other factions and sects. There are many sects in Tianhuang mainland and countless experts. There's even the 9 factions that reign over Tianhuang mainland. The might of the Great Zhou dynasty allows us to send 50 people into the ancient battlefield. However, some super sects or mighty dynasties can send up to thousands of people inside. Even though they were mentally prepared, most of the cultivators of the ranking lists still revealed shock when they heard that. The implication of that was that if the 50 of them were to get into a conflict with those factions in the ancient battlefield, there was a high chance that they would get annihilated by the other party. Cruel beyond anything else, there were no rules or boundaries within the ancient battlefield. Any disagreement or treasure could lead to a massive massacre. If a meridian unlocking elixir was discovered, a bloody battle would definitely erupt. For Foundation establishment cultivators, the meridian unlocking elixir was extremely rare and had long been lost in Tianhuang mainland. There were a total of 8 spirit meridians for cultivators and unlocking them was one tougher than the other. By the time one was at their 7th or 8th meridian, it would be almost impossible to unlock them unless they had external help. However, one's chances would be improved greatly upon consuming a meridian unlocking elixir. The better the quality and grade of the meridian unlocking elixir, the greater the chances of unlocking. Of course, true treasures, elixirs, secret skills, and even connate spirit weapons might only exist deep in the ancient battlefield. It's the most dangerous there, and you will not only find legacy disciples of powerful sects, but also pure-blooded ferocious beasts. The ancient living beings deep in the ancient battlefield are also the strongest and most terrifying. Do not venture deep into the ancient battlefield under any circumstances. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that they would be safer as long as they did not venture deep into the ancient battlefield. Of course, that was only in a relative sense. The living beings in the ancient battlefield were normally asleep. However, once the ancient battlefield opens up, many of those ancient living beings would also awaken. For them, the cultivators that entered from the various parts of Tianhuang mainland were nothing but rare delicacies, and a massacre was bound to break out. There were 9 cultivators standing behind Ji Yaoxue, and the emperor pointed to one of them. This is Jiang Yu, a 6th Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and the commander for your expedition. 10 years ago, he entered the ancient battlefield and returned alive. Be it in terms of experience or strength, he's stronger than all of you. Just listen to his instructions. Any questions? The emperor looked around and asked. Someone asked, how was the ancient battlefield formed? The emperor replied slowly. It's said that the ancient battlefield is a destroyed world left behind after a massive battle in the ancient era. Within it, countless sects, experts, ferocious beasts and fiend celestials are buried. In fact, there might even be the inheritance of those sects and experts in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Everyone was shocked. A massive battle that could shatter an entire world. One could only imagine how terrifying that battle was. After pondering for a while, the emperor reminded, the Tianhuang North region has 4 dynasties, Great Zhou, Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu, and they exist like fire and water. After entering the ancient battlefield, the most important thing is to watch out for them. As for everyone else, adapt to the situation. I hope to see all 50 of you return. With that said, the emperor bowed to the 5 cultivators on top of the 5 stone pillars and said in a deep voice, Elders, please open up the passage. Upon seeing that, everyone realized that the cultivation realm of the 5 cultivators should be above the emperor. It was very likely that they were already at void reversion realm. 5 void reversion Tao beings. That was the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty. Swoosh! An invisible ripple spread out between the eyebrows of the 5 cultivators. It was extremely terrifying, as if it contained an unrivaled heavenly might. A feeling surfaced from the depths of Su Zimo's heart. He might be disintegrated if he was touched by that energy ripple. The moment that thought surfaced, Su Zimo's right hand started to heat up without any warning. It returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He frowned and glanced at his right hand. It was almost certain that Dai Yu had left him something inside that blood bone of his right hand. However, as to what the blood bone was or the purpose it served, Su Zimo had no clue at all. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he was not qualified to utilize the core of the blood bone or unleash its true purpose and effects given his current cultivation realm. Every single pattern on the long-shaped rocks emitted mysterious glows that intensified, turning stronger and clearer until they converged and eventually erupted. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Rays of divine light lit up around the stone formation, creating a light barrier that illuminated the entire palace hall. Everyone, enter the formation swiftly, a cultivator on the stone pillar shouted. Su Zimo and the rest of the cultivators did not hesitate. Their figures flickered as they crossed the light barrier one after another. Break! The 5 cultivators hollered at the same time, and there was a sparkle on their foreheads. The light around the stone formation immediately rose and shone brightly, forming a bedazzling pillar of light that shot into the heavens. It seemed to pierce through the voids, revealing a pitch-black tunnel that was sinister and cold. A completely different aura, one that was old and ancient, permeated through the tunnel. You have to reach the landing spot a year from now to return to Great Zhou. As soon as he said that, everyone within the stone formation felt a ripping sensation from their bodies. It was a little pain, as if an invisible force was tugging them from the spot, as they left their original spot. The light pillar in the stone formation gradually dissipated, and Su Zimo and the rest had disappeared. Ancient battlefield. Even though it was just a broken world, it was vast and much larger than the Great Zhou dynasty's territory. It was a place where opportunities and danger coexisted. In a desolate land of sand, A distortion appeared in space and figures fell from within one after another. It was Su Zimo's group. Many Foundation establishment cultivators were not used to such spatial teleportations. While the entire process was brief, it was extremely painful. Their bodies felt like they were being ripped apart and their souls were being drawn from the depths of their minds. Feeling dizzy, many cultivators collapsed to the ground as soon as they came out. They could not even stand properly, looking pale and pathetic. Only a few among them could maintain their composure. Apart from the 6th Meridian Foundation establishment commander, Xianxia, who had been to the ancient battlefield before, Su Zimo and Night Spirit were the only ones with terrifying physiques. Xianxia turned his head slightly and gazed deeply at Su Zimo without saying anything. Heavens! What rich spirit chi! Is this the ancient battlefield? The spirit chi in the ancient battlefield is extremely rich. It's worlds apart from out there. Many cultivators gradually adapted and regained their senses, exclaiming in surprise. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air, and the surrounding spirit chi entered through his ears, eyes, nose, mouth and pores and coursed through his body. It was pure and rich, condensing into drops of spirit liquid the moment it entered his dantian. The spirit liquid formed a river in his meridians, gushing and roaring as his 4th meridian vaguely appeared. How terrifying! Su Zimo was shocked. He had only unlocked his 3rd spirit meridian around 2 weeks ago. If he was cultivating normally in Tianhuang mainland, he would require a year at least to unlock the 4th spirit meridian. To his surprise, his 4th spirit meridian surfaced the moment he stepped foot onto the ancient battlefield. Based on his cultivation speed, he would be able to unlock it completely in less than 10 days. Sensing the dense spirit chi in the surroundings, some cultivators gasped for air greedily in an intoxicated manner, wishing that they could cultivate immediately. Xianxia stood at the front of the crowd and turned around, sweeping his gaze across everyone like an eagle. He declared loudly with a calm expression, "Everyone, listen up." Everyone's voices gradually faded. Everyone. This is the ancient battlefield where danger lies in every step. After a slight pause, he glanced at Su Zimo in a seemingly unintentional manner and said in a deep voice, "No matter what your status was back home, you have to obey my instructions in the ancient battlefield if you wish to survive." When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned. Xianxia was the commander designated by the emperor and he had the highest cultivation realm among everyone present. No one was questioning him. Xianxia continued, "I know that there are some among you with decent capabilities. However, let me warn you that if you dare be brazen and arrogant in the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death. Don't think that you're somebody just because you're able to kill people above your cultivation realm. Some disciples of the top sects arriving here are able to do the same and are even stronger than you. This is a place where you find out that there's always someone better than you out there." Even though Xianxia did not say it explicitly, everyone could tell that he was clearly referring to Su Zimo. Su Zimo lowered his eyes in silence. Xianxia was clearly hostile towards him. However, Su Zimo did not know where that hostility stemmed from. It might be because of Ji Yaoxue. It might also be because of Dai Su whom he killed. After all, there was a chance that Xianxia was old friends with Dai Su back in the palace. Furthermore, given Dai Su's capabilities, there was a high chance that he would be entering the ancient battlefield this time round as well if he wasn't dead. Su Zimo's silence was not because he was afraid of Xianxia. It was because he couldn't be bothered. In this entirely foreign ancient battlefield, there was no need for Su Zimo to attack this man out of some hostility. Everyone from Ethereal Peak looked displeased, but none of them could say anything since Xianxia did not refer to anyone explicitly. Ji Yaoxue furrowed her brows and hollered softly, "Commander Jiang." Xianxia turned his head slightly and asked, "What orders do you have, Third Princess?" Suddenly, Su Zimo felt something amiss. Even though the emperor had designated Xianxia as the commander for the expedition, Ji Yaoxue was still of a higher status than him. However, Su Zimo had a feeling that not did Xianxia not respect Ji Yaoxue. His tone towards her was even a little frivolous. That was very strange. There could be reasons for Xiangxia's hostility towards him. However, There was something worth pondering about Jiang Yu's attitude towards Ji Yaoxue. Ji Yaoxue did not sense anything unusual and merely reminded, "Commander Jiang, we should hurry on and find a resting spot before it turns dark." "Yes," Jiang Yu responded. The ancient battlefield was filled with living beings from the ancient era. At night, birds and beasts roamed freely. Demons ruled over forests in the night. For the knights in the ancient battlefield, ancient living beings ruled over the place. If one lingered outside without exceptional strength, they would definitely be met with certain death. Typically, in areas like the depths of the ancient battlefield, there would be huge cities where many powerful cultivators gathered. However, there were no such cities on the edge of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Yu retrieved a map from his storage bag and checked against it before standing before Ji Yaoxue. "Third Princess, we are here now. There's a mountain nearest to this place with a cave at its foot. We can settle down at that place temporarily." "All right, let's head there." Ji Yaoxue nodded. A map as such was sketched by cultivators who had returned alive from the ancient battlefield. Besides the copy in Jiang Yu's hands, no one else had any. As Ji Yaoxue and Jiang Yu were discussing, Su Zimo turned around and whispered to everyone from Ethereal Peak, "Stay close to me later. Don't get separated." "Night Spirit." Su Zimo patted Night Spirit on the head and pointed to Xiaoning. It understood his intentions and came to Xiaoning's side to protect her along the way. It was only after completing the arrangements that Su Zimo felt more relieved. Right then, Jiang Yu came before everyone and said in a deep voice, "I'll arrange for the advancing formation. The 10 cultivators of the spirit ranking will take the outer perimeter and allow the elixir refinement and talisman masters who are weaker to walk in the middle. The third princess will be right in the center while I'll stay at the front to scout the path along with the other 8 great Zhou guards." There was nothing inappropriate with the arrangement, and some elixir refinement and talisman masters expressed their thanks profusely. "Let's go." Jiang Yu waved, identified the direction, and led everyone towards the destination. The surroundings were filled with barren land, gravel, and strange rocks. There was not a single bit of vegetation that could be seen, as dead silence shrouded them in a slightly repressing manner. Thankfully, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. After walking for about 2 hours, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped and exclaimed softly. Out of curiosity, many cultivators looked forward. On the nearby gravel, there were pitch-black skeletons that had long dried up and had no flesh. A brief count revealed dozens of corpses, and there were storage bags beside each of them. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. It was obvious that those storage bags no longer had owners. This was an opportunity. No one had expected that they would encounter such an opportunity right after entering the ancient battlefield. The 8 great Zhou guards at the front were eager and looked towards Jiang Yu instinctively. He nodded, giving silent acknowledgement that those storage bags could be taken away. The 8 guards took large strides and sped towards the corpses ahead. Many cultivators at the back could not wait any longer and sprinted ahead, wanting to get a storage bag for themselves. "Don't go!" Right then, Su Zimo frowned and shouted softly. He sensed a dangerous aura. Furthermore, Night Spirit's reaction confirmed his point. At that moment, Night Spirit's head was lowered and it was growling ahead, standing in front of Su Xiaoning. Initially, everyone from Ethereal Peak wanted to join the crowd. However, they stopped instinctively upon hearing Su Zimo's voice. While they could not understand, they chose to believe in him. However, other than those from Ethereal Peak, other cultivators, including elixir refinement and talisman masters, dashed over. The only ones that remained on the spot were those from Ethereal Peak, Ji Yaoxue, Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect, and Jiang Yu. Initially, Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect wanted to head forward as well. However, he caught a sideway glimpse of Jiang Yu standing motionlessly and could not help but frown. A cold glint flickered through his eyes, and he eventually decided against heading forth. When he heard Su Zimo's warning, Jiang Yu's back was facing everyone as a killing intent flashed through his eyes momentarily. Apart from everyone from Ethereal Peak, the other cultivators either did not hear Su Zimo or scoffed at his warning and did not believe it. Ji Yaoxue turned around and asked, frowning, "Zimo, what's wrong?" "Something is not right." Su Zimo shook his head. Those corpses are pitch black and they died for unknown reasons without even a chance to escape. They must have met with something extremely terrifying. Fufu. Si Yutong, who was about to head forth, laughed. Su Zimo, aren't you too cowardly? You don't even dare to take something in the ancient battlefield that has no owner. I suggest you hide in a place to cultivate and don't come out ever. Su Zimo was at odds with perfected being Lang. As a disciple of perfected being Lang, there was naturally no way Si Yutong would be nice to Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, Si Yutong turned and smiled at Ji Yaoxue before declaring confidently, "Fellow Taoist Yaoxue, don't worry. I can guarantee that there's no danger in front of us. Look at those corpses. They don't have any flesh or blood. This means that they must have died at least 10 years ago, causing the corpses to dry up. How can there be any danger?" That was the same reason why many cultivators dared to step forward. Since those cultivators had been dead for so long, even if there was any danger, it should be long gone and wouldn't have lingered on the spot for the entire time. Dead for at least 10 years? Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he shook his head. Not necessarily. By now, the cultivator at the front had arrived beside the corpses. Even though the great Zhou guard at the front was excited, he was still a little cautious and did not want to venture too deep, merely picking up a storage bag by a corpse at the edge. He paused for a while. There was no danger. The guard opened the storage bag and his eyes lit up. Instantly, he stuffed the storage bag into his own and rushed forward to pick up more storage bags. When the other cultivators saw that, they rushed towards the corpses without further hesitation. All of a sudden, the gravel beside the corpse moved and a fist-sized bag slowly bulged. It grew larger, as if something was about to burst out of the sand. In the blink of an eye, similar bags appeared on the gravel one after another, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Those who were more alert already rode on their flying swords and soared into the skies. Poof! There was a crisp sound. A gigantic black-red ball suddenly burst forth from the sand and landed next to the feet of many cultivators. Before they could react, the black-red balls opened up, turning into worms with red heads and legs and black bodies. Densely packed, they swarmed towards the legs of the cultivators. Each worm was about the length of an arm and had 1,000 feet that shuffled across the gravel at the same time. They were extremely fast and instantly climbed onto the legs of many cultivators. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries rang one after another. Right in front of everyone, black fogs appeared on the faces of those cultivators one after another as their eyes bulged out like dead fish, filled with terror. The blood vessels from beneath their skin gradually surfaced and suddenly exploded. Blood centipedes. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In order to find out more about night spirits' origins, he had browsed through many texts in Ethereal Peak about ancient living beings and knew about such savage beings. Blood centipedes were living beings of the ancient era and lived in groups. They were highly toxic and could turn flesh into a puddle of blood with a single bite before feeding in their groups. In a few breaths' time, they could devour a person till only a corpse was left. The toxic nature of the blood centipede was also the reason why the corpses were pitch black. It was said that they were long extinct in Tianhuang mainland, but who knew that they would exist in the ancient battlefield? It's the ancient blood centipedes. Hurry and retreat. Suddenly, Jiang Yu exclaimed and turned around hurriedly to stand beside Ji Yaoxue. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, as though he was stricken with fright as he panted. Hurry and leave. Third princess. We can't linger here. But what about them? Even though she was a princess of Great Zhou, her face was somewhat pale from the sudden change in events. She pointed at the chaotic crowd in front of her, looking pained. We can't save them. If we stay here, we'll die as well. Jiang Yu shouted. In just a short while, many cultivators were already dead with their flesh gone. The only thing left behind were their pitch-black corpses with their storage bags at the side. It was the exact same way as when they first found the corpses. The 4 great Zhou guards at the forefront had all perished and lost their lives. Some cultivators at the back managed to avoid the tragedy and some of them stood rooted to the ground, scared stiff. A cultivator at the front turned around with a look of horror on his face. His face was blackening as he reached out with his arm and grabbed the shoulder of a weapon refinement master behind him, calling out, "Save me!" Poof! The person who spoke suddenly turned into a mist of blood, splattering all over the face of the weapon refinement master. The weapon refinement master was so terrified that he snapped out of his senses and shrieked, turning around to flee immediately. However, he only managed to take a few steps when he paused and his face turned black, turning into a puddle of blood. His corpse collapsed to the ground and a swarm of blood centipedes engulfed and swallowed it immediately. Pest! When the surviving cultivators saw that, they gasped and their pupils constricted. The toxin was so poisonous that even if a Foundation establishment cultivator was not bitten by a blood centipede, he could die just by touching a few drops of blood from an infected cultivator. Xianxia realized that there was no way to save the cultivators bitten by the blood centipedes. All of them would die here if they tried to save the others forcefully. Si Yutong was so scared that his face was pale as a sheet. He felt a lingering fear in his heart, thankful that he had argued with Su Zimo and was slower. "This way. Everyone, ride on your flying swords. The blood centipedes can't fly." Jiang Yu ordered and leaped on his flying sword, speeding off in a direction with Xianxia and the remaining survivors. The survivors were already in a state of panic and summoned their flying swords subconsciously, soaring into the air and escaping behind Jiang Yu. The entire place was in chaos. Among everyone present, Su Zimo was the only one who could maintain his composure as he ran on the ground with Night Spirit, following tightly behind everyone. Even though they were already far from the corpse area, the sense of danger in Su Zimo's heart intensified instead of disappearing. "Be careful, everyone." Before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang. The gravel in front suddenly collapsed, forming a massive pit. A huge, hideous head popped out from the sand pit with 1,000 feet shuffling at the same time. Suddenly, it raised half of its body, facing everyone and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A pair of sharp fangs that exuded a foul smell bit together, producing a clanging sound. Its bloodshot eyes were like blazing suns, fuming with killing intent. This was an incomparably massive blood centipede, and the half of its body that was revealed was already 100 feet long. "Ah!" everyone exclaimed. Even though the blood centipede could not fly, the raised half of its body was a full 100 feet long and blocked everyone's path instantly. They were obstructed at the front and chased at the back. Faced with this huge creature that blocked their way, two cultivators' eyes were filled with madness. They wanted to circle around the blood centipede and continue running. Swash! Swash! The blood centipede swung the two feelers on its head that were like two long black whips. They tore through the void with a pungent smell, pulling the two cultivators back immediately. "Ah! Ah!" The two of them let out tragic cries and were turned into a pool of blood, devoured by the blood centipede almost instantly. "To the side!" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as he pointed to a new direction and shouted. Without any hesitation, everyone from Ethereal Sword turned around and sped in that direction. Many cultivators followed suit subconsciously. Swash! A black shadow darted by and a cultivator that was riding on his flying sword in midair was swept by the blood centipede's feelers, dying miserably in its mouth. It was too fast. The cultivators were not exactly agile in midair with sword kinesis flight, and it was difficult for them to escape the feelers of the blood centipede. Some of them were bound to die when the black shadow swept by. The massive body of the blood centipede was almost completely emerged from the ground. Even at 200 feet long, it was surprisingly agile. Clang! 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 Its 1,000 feet shuffled at the same time on the gravel, causing sparks to fly everywhere along with a cringing sound. Swiftly, the blood centipede charged towards Su Zimo and the others. Swash! The blood centipede swept its feelers once more and they sliced through the air. This time round, the black shadow that darted was aimed for Xianxia. Two of the great Zhou guards made a snap decision and spun around, defending in front of Xianxia. They summoned two flying swords decisively and slashed at the black shadow. Buzz! The swords shone brightly. Both of them were superior-grade flying swords. Furthermore, the two great Zhou guards that struck were 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Clang! A metallic clashing sound reverberated when the blades struck the black shadow. The black shadow was the feeler of the blood centipede and should have been the weakest spot of its body. However, even 2 attacks from superior-grade flying swords that were summoned by 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators could not slice it apart. The 2 superior-grade flying swords were repelled and fell to the ground nearby. The blades dimmed and turned black, clearly already useless. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw that. Squeak, squeak. Upon receiving a counterattack, the blood centipede let out an ear-piercing sound and turned ferocious. Its eyes shone with a scarlet, bloodthirsty light as it lunged forward even faster than before. It struck with its other feeler, letting out a swooshing sound that rattled one's soul. At that moment, the 2 great Zhou guards had just lost their flying swords. Although the black shadow was coming for them, they could not dodge because the Princess of Great Zhou was right behind them. Both of them touched their storage bags and crushed a protection talisman respectively before taking out 2 shields to block in front of them. A look of despair flickered through their eyes. Through the previous exchange, both of them had already realized that they could not match the blood centipede's strength. The toxins on its feelers alone were enough to poison them to death. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold as he stamped on the ground. With a boom, he leaped into midair wielding a blood-colored saber. Blood Quencher, the perfect spirit weapon. Against this ferocious beast from the ancient era, Su Zimo did not dare to hold back as his power of bloodline and spirit energy churned at the same time. A rumbling sound of thunder and gushing tsunami echoed from his body in a terrifying manner. 5 spirit patterns shone on Blood Quencher brightly, and a bloodied glow enveloped it at the same time. Slash! Blood Quencher tore through the air and turned into a blood beam, colliding against the black shadow. Poof! A flash of blood splattered through the sky. The feeler of the blood centipede could not withstand the sharpness of blood centipede and was cut into 2. Squeak! The blood centipede shrieked tragically in pain against that massive injury as its severed feeler that was as thick as an arm wagged frenziedly, spraying endless black blood. Fresh blood gushed out the moment Blood Quencher severed the feeler. Su Zimo could not dodge and was covered from head to toe in the poisonous blood. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts sank when they saw it, realizing that it was a bad sign. Brother! Su Xiaoning swayed and felt her head spin, nearly falling from the sky. Thankfully, Lung Ro supported her in time. Ah! Ji Yaoshua shrieked and her face was pale as a sheet. It was over. The toxin within the blood of the cultivators that were bitten by the small blood centipedes was already enough to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone the toxin from this massive creature. Hurry and run, 3rd Princess. Ji Yaoshua persuaded hurriedly when he saw Ji Yaoshua standing motionlessly in midair, refusing to leave. He continued, Su Zimo's a dead man. There's no point for you to stay here any longer, 3rd Princess. Zimo! Ji Yaoshua called out softly with a pained expression. Xiaoning, Yaoshua, leave first. I'm fine. Just as everyone thought that Su Zimo was dead, his voice rang out. It sounded no different from usual. Even under such circumstances, there was no trace of panic and provided an inexplicable sense of assurance. He was not dead? By then, most of the cultivators were also gradually realizing something strange. Normally, one would turn into a puddle of blood and be rendered to a corpse almost instantly after being tainted by the poisonous blood of the blood centipedes. However, more than 10 breaths had passed and Su Zimo was still standing on the spot. Even though they were facing his back, nothing seemed unusual. Poison immunity. 2 words flashed across everyone's mind. In reality, Su Zimo was also shocked when he was sprayed by the blood centipede's blood. He could clearly feel a powerful and destructive blood surge through his body, seemingly able to reap his life. However, the moment that blood seeped in, his bloodline started churning and his tsunami blood gushed within his body, rushing at the poisonous blood. Lightning was mighty and ferocious, able to purge away all evil. Not only that, Su Zimo had devoured a dragon before. The bloodline of the dragon race was extremely noble and terrifying. It was not something that a mere ancient blood centipede could compare against. Be it the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Void Thunder Manual, or the essence energy of a divine dragon, any one of those powers was enough to completely suppress and devour the poisonous blood of the blood centipede. Furthermore, Su Zimo was in possession of all three terrifying powers. In a few breaths' time, the poisonous blood failed to hurt Su Zimo and was instead completely cleansed by his bloodline with its toxins purged entirely. Right now, Su Zimo could be said to be immune to all poisons. Click, clack, click. Not far away, a group of blood centipedes were already rushing in this direction. Dense and cluttered, the ground was filled with an unsettling shade of red and black. If he was faced with a single blood centipede, even if it was huge and menacing, Su Zimo might not have retreated. However, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would happen if he was swarmed by a group of them. Furthermore, this was the ancient battlefield where dangers lurked everywhere. If he was trapped here, there was a chance that an even more terrifying and powerful ancient living being might be attracted over. This was not a place where he should linger. Su Zimo turned to leave and put away Blood Quencher. Instead, he withdrew a gigantic bow that shone with 4 spirit patterns and shot an arrow backwards without looking at all. Naturally, a single arrow was not enough to kill the Blood Centipede King. However, it could impede its movement.